This is the Mr. Beast video. I've got a full comprehensive timeline here. YouTube, I just want to let you know that I am done being quiet. We're going to get into this. Buckle up, strap in. Play this in the background if you want, but this is going to be a long one. So yeah, keep that in mind. We're going to start with the Ava Chris Tyson situation and Legal Eagle.
Ava Chris Tyson of the Mr. Beast crew had a ton of evidence surface about horrible behavior with how they communicated with minors, as well as a past of really disgusting shit. A lot of people are calling the season 7 writers of 2024 internet drama lazy because they're reusing a similar plot line. A lot of people drew comparisons to Dr. Disrespect recently being outed for talking inappropriately to a minor. There are tons of screenshots to showcase exactly.
Okay, it doesn't matter how many people get called out for talking to minors. The fact that it happens should be a problem. I'm sorry. Not really. But it is a prevalent problem among content creators. And I don't understand why people think it's lazy for people to be talking about it. It needs to be addressed. People need to know so that they can stay away from those kinds of people, especially minors.
Exactly what was being said to someone who was between 13 and 14 years old at the time, and it's fucking gross. It's completely unacceptable. Some of them were just public tweets right under everyone's nose. So Ava Tyson was an adult at this point. Lava was a child. And saying things like, I posted some fire nudes for you, please no share.
These were public? That's fucking nasty. That is some nasty shit.
And then other shit like, but not $5, pathetic JK kissy face. They seem to communicate a lot, even sending Snapchats. So here's one that says, coming for America, and then goes on to talk about being in a group chat and everything. And I've seen a lot of people try and cope and deflect, saying like, oh, it's just edgy jokes, people are blowing this out of proportion.
Hold on, chat, what'd you say? Defenders TG, nah, that's actually crazy. What's actually crazy? The whole situation, or just the fact that there's so much shit that keeps happening? Like, what in specific, my friend?
What a bunch of fucking nonsense. That's a load of hooey. That's dirty barnacles. That's ridiculous. Under no circumstances should an adult be communicating with a child in any inappropriate manner whatsoever. Edgy jokes between an adult and a child are still fucking gross. That's not like the slam dunk defense that some people seem to think it is. Under no circumstances.
It's not. It's a bullshit excuse. It's a bullshit fucking excuse.
Should an adult be in a group chat with a bunch of children sending coming for America pictures?
What'd you say, chat? The pictures. Yeah, that's fucking insane. It's fucking insane. And the fact that these are public tweets. Public. Like, on people's TLs and shit. Of all the replies to Lava. Not just the Discord chat, but like, nobody thought to raise a brow at how Tyson was acting towards this person. Nobody. No one at all. That boggles my fucking mind.
Like, that's still bad. That's still horrible. That's still really fucking weird. From what I can tell, most of the screenshots and a lot of the compiled evidence comes from this YouTuber, Prism42. This seems to be where most of it started, and since this video dropped, there's been a lot more screenshots that have come out with all kinds of really bad things that were being said to or about minors. I've only shown a couple here, but there's quite a bit more, and they're all just as bad, if not worse. Like, for some reason, Ava Tyson had a habit of calling a 13 or 14-year-old daddy. Like, you can't just...
That's absolutely fucking disgusting. I mean, I know it's been covered to hell already, but it's still absolutely fucking disgusting. And let's just talk about the fact that this motherfucker supported not only supported Shadman, he had actual lolly art, a real child from Shadman, a print on his fucking wall. We'll get into that, I promise.
Just write that off as being like quirky, inappropriate, edgy jokes that people are blowing out of proportion. That's unacceptable. It's indefensible. Now, the 13, 14-year-old in question for a lot of these messages is someone that has come forward to give their own accounts of the situation. And according to them, they don't believe that they were groomed or anything.
That's because they're underage. They don't understand what grooming is. When you're that young, you don't take it, you don't, unless you've gone through the understanding and you've gone through the therapy to realize it. A lot of the times, kids that are groomed will not believe that they're groomed. They won't. It's sad. It's honestly really sad. But that's the reality of it. They're a child. They were being talked to inappropriately by an adult. It does not matter what the child thinks at that point.
Bad was done on the part of Ava Tyson or anything like that. And I'll just go ahead and give my take on it here. I talked about it on stream. And I'm not trying to be some kind of armchair psychologist because I'm just, at the end of the day, a little reptile brain idiot. But I really do feel like in a situation like this, it's very difficult to process just how inappropriate or unacceptable something was when you lived it. I imagine that it's very difficult to view this.
It's very traumatic. And as somebody who, I haven't been in this situation with celebrity, but I've grown up in situations like this. Yeah, you don't realize how bad it is until it's already, over. Once you've lived it, it can be really hard. Like, that's why Stockholm Syndrome is considered a thing. I mean, there's still debate on whether or not that's real nowadays, but I genuinely think Stockholm Syndrome is a thing, and I will stand by that, because there is no way that it can't be with this kind of shit.
As the person that you communicated to so closely for so long was actually evil or doing things that were wrong. But in reality, no child should have this kind of relationship with an adult where you're joking about sending nudes to a minor or making edgy jokes about coming for America.
Yeah.
So while the person here might not feel like a victim, it really is completely unacceptable that Ava Tyson would be communicating with them like this. It really is.
It doesn't
no
matter.
How it's spun. Now, it is important to mention that right now, most of the evidence is screenshots, so I guess there is the chance that some could be faked, but some of them seem very hard to fake. Like, there's a video going through a Snapchat conversation with Ava. There's also confirmed things that were publicly tweeted from their account over the years, which I'll get to now. And it was also revealed that Ava Tyson had a history of being a Shadman enthusiast. Since all of the tweets have been deleted, it makes it very difficult to find the times that they communicated with Shadman or talked about Shadman and the art. But I did...
Keep in mind, Shadman literally was drawing lolly art of real children. I don't like Keemstar, but this included Keemstar's daughter. He drew Keemstar's daughter in lolly art. And I don't care what kind of person you are. If you draw, like, NSFW of real children, you're a fucking piece of shit. And nobody should be supporting you. If you didn't know that they were real children, it's like, okay, but he's still drawing lolly. Like, there's a difference between Lolita and Lolicon. We should not be supporting Lolicon. I'm sorry. I don't really care. It's just even worse that it's real kids, I'm making that statement very clear. Most people that were friends with Shadman knew he was drawing lolly art. They just didn't know it was real people. So, at the end of the day, you got to figure out where you stand.
Find this from Mudahar's video, who went to the Wayback Machine and showcased this tweet. And Mudahar censored it because the character does not appear to be over the age of 18. For those of you that know that name, that might have just triggered a Winter Soldier moment in your brain with your eyes rolling into the back of your skull, because it is so foul. Shadman was an artist who drew child porn. Now, when you hear that, a lot of people think that you're talking about lolly or lolly hentai type shit, which is characters that look like little girls but are actually 5,000-year-old vampires. Like, that's the meme. Fucking sipping from their Mountain Dew going, uncultured swine. You see, it's not actually a real child. This is a victimless crime. This may look like a 4-year-old girl, but you don't understand the lore. She's actually coming from a sophisticated line of goblin ogres, and she is over 400 years old. So it's completely legal, and you're weird for thinking that it's weird. But with Shadman, he wasn't drawing lolly. He was drawing real children sexually.
Yes.
So one of the most infamous cases was when he drew Keemstar's 8-year-old daughter in a pornographic setting. That actual fucking lunatic drew porn of an 8-year-old girl. That's not hearsay or anything. That is something that actually happened. And you know what's even crazier? I talked about this on stream. A lot of people
It's not misinformation, guys. Chat is not misinformation.
supported him publicly. Like, a lot of people defended that. Back when Shadman dropped that revolting dog shit, there was a lot of people that were pumping their fists saying, "Go Shadman, it's Keemstar, who cares? Doesn't matter, he deserves it anyway." Shadman, do you take requests? Can you do this person's underage daughter next? He received applause for drawing child porn. Let that shit marinate for a moment.
Let that sink in. Let that sink in for a minute. That is fucking disgusting.
So anyway, Ava Tyson has publicly tweeted about lolly, and in particular, there are tweets of Ava Tyson talking either to or about Shadman. A lot of the tweets are gone now because the Twitter account has been nuked, but there are archives of a lot of them. And one thing that still persists, and one thing that a lot of people have been showing, is that Ava Tyson may have actually commissioned a piece from Shadman, or at the very
Yes, they did.
very least purchased a piece from Shadman. There's a clip from a Mr. Beast video where there is Shadman art hanging on the wall, belonging to Ava Tyson. I censored the close-up of the art for obvious reasons, but this is something that is irrefutable. The only question about Ava Tyson and Shadman's connection is whether or not a piece was commissioned or purchased. But at the very least, a piece was owned by Ava Tyson. And I don't think there's any wiggle room to just explain this away as some kind of innocent whoops-a-daisy moment of being ignorant of what the art was. With Ava Tyson having publicly talked about content and art like that, and then also owning a Shadman piece, I don't think it's some kind of coincidence. Like, I don't think it was an accident.
And Chris Tyson is a certified lover boy, let's just be honest.
And they didn't know Shadman drew child porn. I really don't. And then yet another disturbing video surfaced where they had actually made a video a long time ago that linked to revenge porn of Jeanette McCurdy.
The story is
I really hope you don't show this, bro. I really hope you don't show me this. But yeah, it was bad. It was bad. And Jeanette McCurdy has already been through enough. Okay? Not only with Dan Schneider, but her mom. And the abuse she went through. She doesn't deserve any of that.
sent pictures to her boyfriend, her now ex-boyfriend, and he leaked them out. And but the link's in the description if you want to see them. I mean, I'm not endorsing people to go look at somebody else's private business, but I know that people might want to see them, so it's there if you want it.
That's crazy.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here.
That's astonishing. Sharing revenge porn publicly and trying to spin it like, well, some people might want to see this, so for you degenerates, I posted the link in the description. If you want to check that out.
Well,
But you'd be weird to do that, and I'm not endorsing it.
wink.
That's unhinged. Completely unhinged. So
Disgusting.
all of this started to hit the mainstream. More and more people started sharing screenshots as well as other chat logs, all kinds of things with a history of communicating inappropriately with or about minors. And in response, a couple hours ago, Ava Tyson did make a statement, and this is what was said. I would like to apologize for any of my past behavior or comments if it hurt or offended anyone. It was not my intent. Seeing recent events, we've mutually decided it's
Chris Tyson pulled out the fucking ukulele. Pulled out the ukulele.
best I permanently step away from all things Mr. Beast and social media to focus on my family and mental health. That is kind of a textbook non-apology. It doesn't address anything. It doesn't talk about anything. It's just like this blanket boilerplate statement about stepping away. There's no denial of anything, no claims that some of the information is false, made up, fabricated, a lie, a fib, a bunch of malarkey, nothing at all. You would really think that if any of the information was wrong or faked, that would be one of the first things that Ava Tyson would want to set the record straight on. But that didn't happen. Even if it was something like needing more time, I really feel like that would have been expressed in the statement, saying, need more time to talk about all of these things that are incorrect. But again, that's not there. So
Nope.
they're assumed to be all correct at this point, and they're indefensible, the things that have come out here. As I was rendering this video, Ava Tyson dropped more tweets claiming that no one was ever groomed, and then states that the victim vocally supported that that's false. I again, already told you my feelings on that. I really don't think a child who has this kind of relationship with an adult would ever really recognize just how inappropriate it was because it became so normalized to them, which it never should be. It's a horrible thing, and there really is no excusing it in my eyes.
Exactly.
Going further, there's an apology about unacceptable social media posts and then saying that it was edgy jokes and that it was unacceptable humor, that it's like a thing of the past and it's been misconstrued into things that didn't happen, and then not wanting the accusations to impact hundreds of people who work at Mr. Beast, which is why Ava Tyson has stepped away. I just don't think you can write off a lot of those social media posts as edgy jokes or edgy humor when you actually owned art from an artist who draws child porn. That's not a joke anymore. Haha, bought some child porn art. Like, that's not exactly side-splitting comedy. Like, I don't really think you can just go ahead and hand wave that as being edgy and like old humor that you've grown from. And then some of the tweets about it and like requests, what's the joke? Like, what's the punchline of that?
Fuck if I know.
I really don't think you can just say, it's just edgy jokes that are blown out of proportion. Sorry if people are offended by it. Like, that just doesn't really work to me. As of right now, there's been no response from Mr. Beast or anyone else on the team about all of this. So it remains to be seen whether or not Jimmy or anyone else on the team knew about these things or what's going on there. But as of me making this video, there's still no response yet. So
why are we not surprised?
This whole situation is obviously horrible. And there's a little bit more I want to talk about here. And it's something I didn't even think I'd ever need to talk about, but I guess we've reached this point in the internet where this is necessary. I've been being attacked on Twitter, just fucking dogpiled, about my ignoring the situation and refusing to speak on it, being too much of a coward to talk about all this, which is crazy to me. And then people saying like, oh, where was the same energy for or where was the same energy that you had for Dr. Disrespect here? And it's crazy that I even have to talk about this. So last night during stream, this story was still breaking. Things were still coming out about this story.
Yeah.
And I talked about it on stream last night. The same day all of these pieces of evidence were surfacing. I talked about it immediately. Once I became aware of what the evidence was out there and what the claims were and what was going on, I was talking about it right away.
Yeah.
And I even posted a video that is highly edited and short, nice and concise, about the whole bare bones of the situation and my thoughts on it for the second channel. So that way, even if you have the biggest brain rot and can't focus on a video for long, you can still finish that whole video and see just how bad this whole Ava Tyson situation is. So I talked about it immediately, but Twitter didn't see that video. And the ones that did wrote it off as, oh, he's only going to put this on his second channel because he's afraid to put it on his main channel. He didn't do that for Dr. Disrespect. He was like that with Dr. Disrespect. You are provably wrong. All you had to do was activate a few fucking neurons in your noodle. Check my Dr. Disrespect video. I posted it at, I think it was 9 p.m. on June 22nd. June 22nd is when my Dr. Disrespect video went up. The allegation against Dr. Disrespect was on June 21st. So what happened is, that allegation came out. I talked about it on stream. Dr. Disrespect made a statement as well the same day that I talked about on stream. Then the following day, almost a full 24 hours later, I made the video talking about it. And in this situation, it is the exact same timeline. I was talking about it as everything was unfolding. I even had a video go up on the second channel going over everything that was coming out. And now I'm making the full video about it 24 hours later. It's the exact same speed and same energy as the Dr. Disrespect situation. And
exactly.
The person who started this lightning rod of accusations about me ducking it and refusing to address it is fucking Sneako of all people.
Yo, look out. Moist Critical is not going to go talk about the Chris situation because he wants to have...
I fucking hate Sneako. I'm sure most of us do at this point, but I fucking hate Sneako.
The Mr. Beast collab. Bro, you're going to talk about every other trending situation, Dr. Disrespect, Sneako, anything that goes viral goes on your main channel. Chris, the associate of the biggest YouTube channel in the world, you do a 4-minute clip on your second channel. Stop coping and be a journalist if you're going to be a journalist, or just say that you want to have the collab. Stop lying.
Jesus Christ, the fucking drool there is going to drive me insane. I need to go put on the fucking bathrobe here and give him PTSD or something. What do you mean it is a 4-minute clip? Because I did that so people like you who don't pay attention long enough could see my take on it and also get the bare bones information of what makes it so horrible.
Yeah.
That's the reason it's a 4-minute clip on the second channel. It was never going to be the only video I made talking about it. I was always going to make a full breakdown of this because it's bad. It's a horrible situation. So yes, you're right. I do talk about like big trending bad shit like Dr. Disrespect or like Cody Ko most recently.
Exactly.
I don't know why people thought I wouldn't talk about this. I knew Cody Ko far more than I knew Ava Tyson. I talked to Cody Ko at length one time on his podcast and then one other time in DMs. Ava Tyson, I met 1.5 times. I first met them after a poker game with Mr. Beast. They showed up right at the end, right before I left. And then at the most recent Mr. Beast video, also right when I got out, Ava Tyson showed up and I talked to them for a couple of minutes. But I never knew Ava Tyson very well. Cody Ko I did. And I still wasn't afraid to talk about how awful his shit was. So I've never been someone to fucking shy away from a bad situation like this just because I know or am familiar with the person that it's about. So I don't know why people thought that that would be the case here. And also for the millionth...
Like, y'all gotta stop dogging Charlie. He's not fucking playing around about this shit. And y'all need to stop acting like he's only talking about, like, specific things. If something is bad, he's probably gonna talk about it. Like, I know Sneako's the main culprit in this, but I know a lot of people follow Sneako. So, like, yeah, y'all need to shut the fuck up.
Fucking time, I'm not a journalist. I'm like the Z-tier stupid journalist, like this actual layman fucking CTE riddled idiot that reports on stories, and I talk about them usually to make jokes about them. In rare cases, and recently it's been very common, there's serious stories that I am very passionate about delivering and talking about how shitty they are. So like in a situation like this, yeah, this isn't really a story that I joke a lot about because it is serious. When there is a victim who is a child here, that's something to take seriously. But I'm not a fucking journalist. Most of the shit I talk about is the most inconsequential mumbo jumbo ever, like aliens in warp drives, or that recent story about how scientists discovered hippos can fly because they get airborne for a split second, literally like 1/2 of a frame. They're able to get all 4 little legs off the ground. And I talk about those stories and joke about them. It's just talking about shit to joke about it for the most part, except in cases like this, where it is a serious story that I talk about. Now, Sneako, I hope you're ready for the cold water here, because I'm going to be brutally honest with you. When this story broke, I thought for sure, I would have actually bet money that you would have been some kind of contrarian talking about how this is actually not a big deal and everyone who's pretending to be outraged about it is actually just a hypocrite. Because you have been on this crusade for a while now about not agreeing with the age of consent. So I really thought you'd be talking about how, oh, this is just like Dr. Disrespect, who you ran hard defense for with this imaginary 17-year-old you cooked up in your head based off of one fake email from an anonymous source. And I thought you would be going that angle again, saying like, oh, well, that 13-year-old was probably very mature.
Age of consent should be maturity. It's not even 18 in most states. Why do you even believe that? It's because in Hollywood, it's 18, so that gets pushed everywhere. Most places, 16. And if you question that, then they call you a...
You are a dumb fuck. The federal age of consent is 18. You fucking weirdo.
pedo. I believe the age of consent is the age of maturity. It should be called the age of marriage. Age of consent implies that you're gonna have out of wedlock. I think it's better that people get married at 16, 17 than to have a bunch of premarital until they're 30 and they're washed up and then they get jaded and they're on birth control and they have dried up eggs. I think that's better for society.
He's so pseudo-intellectual that he actually argues for things that defend pedophilia. That's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
And when challenged on this, it's even worse. So there's an older clip now, it's quite a few months old, where XQC and Destiny actually challenge him on this right to his face, and holy shit, it's bad.
You see how you want to answer the question? You see how he's going to yap and not answer the question? I'm going to ask the same thing when you're done. Go ahead.
I just answered the question. I just told you.
What was the age?
I just told you at a developed age.
Sneeko thinks you should be able to fuck 9-year-olds. That's what Sneeko thinks, and he won't answer that question honestly. Or he's going to have to give a different answer, in which case he's updated his morality. He's updated his views, and that's really uncomfortable for him. You don't have an answer to any of this shit, bro. Go back to fucking that fucking corner in London where you're getting roasted by year one debaters on fucking Christianity. This is retarded. I don't know what the fuck you're doing in here.
Okay, so you can leave the call. I wanted to go talk about this word.
I don't want to
and
leave the
what
call. I
issue
like
is.
hanging out here. I've talked to a lot of pedophiles in the past, so.
Okay.
Okay, Sneeko, I'm actually curious now. What do you think the age of development is?
I just told you. It depends on where you are. It depends on the world. It depends
Then at what stage do you think something is developed in? What stage of development? Because there's a lot of
It
stages of
varies.
development.
It varies. I don't think there's a
varies.
specific-
Varies on
I
what?
think it varies on the age.
That's
Varies on the
retarded.
age.
It depends on where you are. It depends
You
on the
need to have set ages for that. There are stages of development. As a child, an adolescent, and
You can hear him start to snivel in the background there as he's sucking up snot from his nose, getting cooked, and his brain is fucking overheating, malfunctioning, trying to formulate some kind of response to the easiest question in the world about what he thinks the age of consent should be. He keeps talking about the age of development and then can't even put a number on it. So
Personally, I don't even think the age of consent should be 18 because they're still teen. Teen is in the name. I really think that it should be like at least 20 minimum. But that's just me. There are a lot of 18-year-olds who go through, a lot of the similar shit. And I really don't think that they're developed enough to, do what they, want to do. I really think that it should be 20 at the bare minimum, but that's just me.
So everyone, please feel free to ask Sneeko what he thinks the age of consent should be if you want to see a human being fucking glitch out and malfunction like an Oblivion NPC. Can't answer the most basic question in the world. That is concerning. You realize how deranged that makes you look, Sneeko? That makes you look like an actual danger to society, that you don't agree with the age of consent and try and argue around it. That's what every pedophile ever that Chris Hansen talked to would do. Like, you're a fucking weirdo. So for you, of all people, this fucking putrid vermin, this absolute slimy worm, to have the gall to say that I only care about the Mr. Beast collab, thus this whole story is just relegated to, you'd never use that word, that word's too big for you. This whole story is put on his second channel where no one's gonna see it because it's safer that way so he can keep the Mr. Beast collab alive. He's afraid, he's a coward for it. He has no problem abandoning his morals and defending blatant pedophilia, brushing it under the rug as long as it means it keeps the Mr. Beast collab alive. For you to make insinuations like that and even claims like that is fucking unhinged, considering you make actual pedophile defense arguments constantly, and you have publicly put on the clown makeup and worn white knight armor complete with the shield to defend Dr. Disrespect when he himself publicly admitted to messaging a minor inappropriately. It's fucking insanity. It makes me want to spit that I even have to talk about this, but it became such a huge, fiery issue on Twitter about me specifically.
Like I said, y'all need to stop dogging Charlie because he does not give a fuck. If something's bad, he's gonna talk about it. Like, he may not be the most professional source, because, we have professional journalists in the commentary community, but he is definitely going to talk about it. He's going to make sure people know this is fucked up and you need to stay away from this person.
that I felt the need to have to include this in this video, which should have been entirely focused on everything Ava Tyson has done and why it is so shitty. But now I've had to dedicate a sizable chunk to talking about these claims against me, about how I'm not going to talk about it and was not going to talk about it until pressure from Twitter forced me to, even though I had talked about it as it was developing and even mentioned on stream I was going to make a video on it. So to bring it all back to what should actually be the focus, the Ava Tyson situation and how horrible it is, I believe that it is an unforgivable thing that has been done. Talking to minors inappropriately is horrible. And having this kind of continued relationship with a minor where you're sharing edgy and inappropriate jokes back and forth and being in group chats and voice chats with children and saying gross things around them is so weird that it is not okay under any situation. It's disgusting behavior. And publicly supporting an artist who draws child porn and even owning art from that artist and talking about art like that and the revenge porn, all of it is very fucking bad. It's horrible. I'm not pulling any punches here on my feelings around it. So yes, I wanted to talk about this, and that's really about it. See ya.
Thank you, Charlie, for giving us the main bit of information we need on this. As far as the Chris Tyson portion. But yeah, he's got a point. It doesn't matter what capacity it's in. It doesn't matter if the child doesn't believe, that it happened. What we see and what, we hear are two different things. This is the truth of the matter. This is the meat and potatoes of it, It's bad. You shouldn't be fucking doing it. And you're a piece of shit if you do. I mean, what more is there to say on, Certified Lover Boys? We've been over this. Oh, God.
Well.
Okay, so this is the Legal Eagle portion of the video about Mr. Beast's illegal lotteries and shit like that and rigging his content. So keep that in mind. Legal Eagle is a professional lawyer. He knows what he's talking about. All right? Cool.
In Beastland, Mr. Beast is facing controversy on several different fronts, and all this comes at a terrible time, right when Amazon is investing potentially hundreds of millions of dollars into the Beast games, which is facing its own controversy. Now, a lot of this is outside of my field, but people are claiming that Mr. Beast broke the law, and that is my bat signal, or eagle signal. From Feastables to the Beast games, he can do it all. Or can he? An ex-employee is making waves by claiming that everything about Mr. Beast's empire is fake.
If what we did was scripted, holy shit, this stuff would be easy to pump out.
Have you ever faked a video?
No.
But this train track is CGI, these bus wheels are CGI, this explosion is fake, this shredder is CGI, this car is digitally lifted, this pit is fake, this guy is fake, this raccoon is a paid actor.
And it doesn't stop there. There are claims that Mr. Beast's frequent giveaways are actually illegal lotteries, and that Mr. Beast's contests run afoul of federal anti-rigging laws. And looking at the other side, the ex-employee may have signed a non-disclosure agreement, which he might be violating by producing his videos. Is he going to be in trouble too? Well, to understand all this, you have to understand who Mr. Beast is and what a Mr. Beast video is. Well, Mr. Beast, whose real name is Jimmy Donaldson, is known for his elaborate and philanthropic videos. His videos often feature massive challenges, expensive stunts, and big giveaways.
Can I just make a statement? I have never liked his content. It has always felt fake to me. It has always felt really shitty to me. I don't know if I'm just being weird about it, but it has always felt really fake to me.
Mr. Beast has over 300 million subscribers, and he's expanded his empire to candy bars and to cheeseburgers, and will soon host a game show on Amazon Prime. And now an ex-employee claims that Mr. Beast fakes his videos and runs illegal lotteries. The man, who goes by Dogpack404 on Twitter,
we'll get to Dogpack in a minute.
Alleged that Mr. Beast's company engaged in fake giveaways, rigged videos, ran illegal lotteries, and sold fake signatures. Now, according to Chucky Appleby, who runs Mr. Beast's Ideas and Thumbnails team, the man worked for Mr. Beast for less than a month before he was fired for erratic behavior. But the former worker started a YouTube channel and produced a video alleging that Mr. Beast runs illegal lotteries.
And obviously, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm just going to show you the law and then show you irrefutable evidence of what's being done, and you can make your own conclusions. The FTC defines a lottery as containing 3 elements.
And here he's mostly correct about the legal elements of a lottery. This varies state by state, but most jurisdictions define a lottery as having 3 elements. Consideration, which is payment to participate, a prize, which must be something of value, and chance, which means that the winner is determined by luck. If all 3 of these elements are present and the lottery is not regulated, it is likely illegal, because lotteries in the United States are exclusively run by the government. Now, this is in contrast to what I'll generally call a contest, which is not based on chance so much as skill or intellect. And that's why it's generally legal to have a prize for a contest, even when there's an entry fee, because it's not based on chance and therefore does not constitute a lottery. Lotteries are distinct from sweepstakes and raffles, which are illegal. Sweepstakes are games where a person is chosen randomly to win a prize, and sweepstakes participants do not give consideration to enter. Now, we'll talk more about this in a second, but the reason a sweepstakes is generally allowable in the context of buying something to enter is that there is an option to enter the same sweepstakes without a purchase necessary. And a raffle is an activity in which people buy tickets with different numbers, some of which are later chosen to win prizes, that's organized in order to make money for a good social purpose. And raffles are generally only legal when they're conducted by non-profits. So let's go back to the video that people are claiming is an illegal lottery. During a 2020 live stream, the Mr. Beast crew sold limited edition t-shirts that cost $42. The sign in the background says, "Buy a shirt and I'll sign it."
For those of you who are just joining, if you buy one of our limited edition 40 mil special shirts, we're celebrating 40 million subscribers with a really big video, then we will sign that shirt, and some of them will get random prizes like this.
So the parameters of the offer were that a fan buys an autographed t-shirt and they get the possibility of winning a prize. The winners were supposed to be chosen randomly at different intervals, but Mr. Beast changed the rules of the giveaway midstream.
They would say something like, buy in the next 5 minutes for a chance to win. And then 7 minutes later go, actually, the newest order in 30 seconds is going to win.
Dogpack says that during the 6-hour live stream, Mr. Beast offered 46 illegal lotteries with a retail value of over $47,000. Now, typically when you review the terms and conditions of giveaway like this one, the first disclaimer you'll see is the statement, "No purchase necessary." That's how you get around the lottery rules. You offer people a way to participate in the sweepstakes without having to purchase anything. Now, Mr. Beast's 6-hour live streams look a little sloppy. They're not like the Mr. Beast videos of today. The full video isn't available anymore, so we don't know whether there was a disclaimer in the video or in the description, but it does look like a purchase was required and there was no free way to enter. So in some jurisdictions, Mr. Beast probably would have been running an illegal lottery. And if true, he probably wouldn't be alone. This was, frankly, pretty common on YouTube back in the day. And it's also common for YouTubers to get legal advice later after they become more successful. Remember, kids, talk to your lawyer early and often. We can often save you a ton of headache in the future. But not offering a free method of...
Why do you think Markiplier has a lawyer? He wants to make sure that he's not doing anything that would be, illegal. I remember on Unis Honest, he even called his lawyer up on the video just to make sure.
Participation is a pitfall that I've seen a lot of YouTubers do when it comes to giveaways or bonuses.
My newest film,
It's so common, in fact, that a very large YouTuber, Captain Sparkles, even admitted to doing the same thing while he was talking about this Mr. Beast situation.
I will admit to something here that may be past the statute of limitations, but the way that I found out about illegal lotteries to begin with is because I accidentally did one.
If it were me, even if it were super common, I would not admit to breaking the law on camera. But, you do you. That's more work for lawyers in the future. And a lot of private companies have gotten in trouble for doing the same kind of giveaway. The Department of Justice concluded that the Ironman Triathlon organization conducted an illegal lottery by charging athletes $50 for a chance to compete in its world championship. So the World Triathlon Corp, which runs Ironman, also encouraged people to pay an additional $50 to purchase memberships in a club that would increase their chances of getting into the championship race. They didn't offer a refund to people whose entries weren't chosen and gave them no future credit towards registration for those that were chosen.
Yeah, I remember hearing about the triathlon. No, I'm not big into sports, but, you hear about this kind of shit and you're like, it's really fucked up. It's really fucked up. And, it happens more frequently than you think.
And the company ran this promotion for decades, between 1983 and 2015. But as a result, the company agreed to forfeit the $2.76 million that they had collected and cease the lottery practice, though it denied any wrongdoing. Now, there is one more interesting wrinkle when it comes to Mr. Beast potentially engaging in illegal lottery. Now, we talked about the different elements of a lottery. You have to have the element of chance, there has to be a prize, but also the people looking to participate in the lottery have to offer consideration. Now, consideration for the purposes of lotteries is often construed narrowly. It does not need to include money. If a person has to make an effort to register, this can constitute consideration under the law. So for example, if you pay $42 for a t-shirt in exchange for the chance to win a prize, you've definitely provided consideration. And likewise, if you have to complete a long survey or make several trips to the store, many regulatory authorities also say that you've made a significant effort to get into a lottery. But not everything qualifies as consideration. If you mail a postcard to enter into a contest, the 50-cent postage does not count as consideration in most jurisdictions. So in another one of Mr. Beast's giveaways, he purchased 1,000 Samsung phones and gave them away randomly to people who subscribe to his channel. Now, whether this is an illegal lottery or a legal sweepstakes depends on whether the state law construes subscribing to the channel as consideration. Now, in North Carolina, where Mr. Beast is based, the promotion includes...
My thing is, the subscription is free, but the amount of subscribers and the amount of views contributes towards how much money you make off the video. So I can see it as consideration, but at the same time, it just depends on whether that's a legal loophole or not. Which, I mean, he's going to talk about it, but I just want to give my 2 cents here.
A purchase, payment, or substantial effort, and it's a game of chance resulting in a prize, then it's likely...
Hey Code, yeah, I'm doing pretty good. We're doing the Mr. Beast video. We already went through Moist Critical's discussion on Ava Chris Tyson. We're watching Legal Eagle discuss the illegal lotteries, and you know, since he is a professional lawyer. Also, I hope you know there have been editors in the past who came out. Yeah, I do. I'm aware. We're watching a whole comprehensive playlist on it, so we're not, you know, we're not leaving anything out here.
An illegal lottery. If it's non-monetary consideration, the person would have to make a, quote, substantial degree of effort for it to be considered consideration. In the past, substantial effort examples include attending an all-day sales presentation or going to a scavenger hunt. But simply watching a TV program or visiting a location one time was not considered substantial effort in North Carolina. So I could definitely see a North Carolina court saying that simply pressing the subscribe button does not qualify as a substantial effort necessary to make it consideration.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Now, what makes this situation even more complicated is that sometimes Mr. Beast's videos contain both a contest and a sweepstakes. So take, for example, the video 100 Boys versus 100 Girls for $500,000. Here are the rules.
I built 2 massive circles and put 100 boys in one and 100 girls in the other. And whichever circle has more people after 100 hours wins $500,000.
So if any player steps on the red line, they're eliminated from the game. And during the 100 hours, Mr. Beast tempted the players with various offers, like giving one of the guys $10,000 for solving a Rubik's Cube.
We're going to offer the one guy in there that knows how to solve them $10,000 to leave right now.
He also offered the girls a free car if they agreed to leave.
Look who it is.
Yeah, that's some dumb shit right there. That's some dumb shit right there. Like bribing people to leave so they fail.
It's coming with it. You don't have to get out, but whenever you do, your brand new car's right there.
Now that video was sponsored by a company called Current, and that company offered a separate sweepstakes. Now it looks like by the time of this video, which comes 2 years later, Mr. Beast either lawyered up or learned his lesson, because it seems like he knew what he was doing in this particular video, because this video allows participation in the sweepstakes without purchase. The description reads, no purchase or payment necessary to enter or win. Void outside the US and where prohibited, etc., more legalese. So the contestants, the viewers, did not have to join Current, the video sponsor, to enter into that particular sweepstakes. It links to other terms and conditions, and people had an opportunity to review the official rules to determine how the prize would be allocated. So it looks like sometime in the last 4 years, Mr. Beast got his act together and started complying with anti-lottery rules. Now, obviously, if you're running an illegal lottery, you'll want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my law firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you've suffered a data breach, especially if you got a letter saying that your social security number had been leaked, if you were involved in a car crash or have an immigration issue or just about anything else, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. Because it's...
You definitely want to have a legal team when you get, you know, successful enough as a content creator. A lot of VTubers have lawyers as well, you know, and sometimes they have a team dedicated to, you know, their emails, because don't get me wrong, VTubers have a lot of parasocial people out there that, you know, they get stalked or they get harassed, you know? So if you have the money to afford a lawyer for any legal reason, especially as a content creator, don't be afraid to lawyer up.
So important to talk to a lawyer right away so you maximize your recovery and find out what your options are. So just click on the link in the description.
Hold on one second. What'd you say, chat? Yeah, gotcha. When VTubers are pedophiles. Oh shit. The legal team can't really help in that case because they've done fucked up. But they think they can help. But that's not gonna do them any good. I'm not gonna hold you. But there are plenty of pedophile VTubers out there too. It doesn't matter what your status, your income, how you present yourself. Anyone can be a predator, and anyone can be, you know, a shitty person. Hobie and Hebe is wild. I think I said that right. Yeah.
Description or call the phone number on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle team. So click on the link below. But many are conflating the old video of Mr. Beast offering a prize for buying a t-shirt, which arguably does constitute a lottery, with all Mr. Beast videos that happen to involve prizes in general. But these are very different situations, and the analysis is different too.
Yeah.
Mr. Beast is known for giving subscribers a chance to take part in his videos. And Dogpack takes issue with this, arguing that, quote,
So yeah, the random subscribers you see in challenges are actually never random. They're almost always local to Mr. Beast, and oftentimes friends and family of Mr. Beast employees, or just the employees themselves.
And he highlighted some specific videos he says backs up his claims, specifically the video Boys vs. Girls for $500,000. He says the whole thing was rigged because the contestants weren't random subscribers.
Let's look at this video. Not only were the results of this video completely scripted, but the contestants are not random subscribers.
So many people had jobs.
Oh, that contestant had to get out for her job? I guess you forgot she's your hiring manager. I actually recognize a lot of people in this video, including Jimmy's own girlfriend.
Chucky Appleby acknowledged that some of the players were friends or employees. Quote, the employees in the video were there to fill in for people who tested positive for COVID last minute right before filming. Thea, Jimmy's girlfriend, mentioned this on a podcast over a year ago. If it wasn't for COVID, they would not have been in it. They had the same money on the line as everyone else. And Dogpack also said that he received text messages from another Beast worker who said they had to rig the game so that the boys didn't win by so much.
According to a former Mr. Beast employee, it would have been a PR problem if the boys had won by a lot. And because so many of the female contestants were Mr. Beast employees who got out immediately, production stepped in to actually make the results of the challenge closer.
Now, there's absolutely nothing illegal about using friends or acquaintances in your videos. And it doesn't necessarily follow that just because Mr. Beast might have known some of the people who appeared in his videos,
Fair
that
enough.
he rigged the videos in their favor. Now, your mileage may vary as to whether it's a good or bad look to include friends in videos where there's money on the line. Now, arguably, you might
Fair
conclude that
enough.
if the video makes it
I feel like morally it's not the best idea, but that's just me.
appeared that every contestant is random, and it turns out that that's not the case, then it makes it more likely that the outcome is rigged in their favor.
Oh.
Mr. Beast, after all, might want to patronize his friends. But you might also conclude that there is no connection between the identity of the contestants and the outcome. Now, I haven't reviewed every single Mr. Beast video. I have a life. Personally, I think this is probably closer to the truth, but I can see how people might feel deceived.
Yes.
And as it happens, I happen to know several people who have appeared in Mr. Beast videos. Again, because he needed someone to fill in at the last second, and they happen to be nearby. In fact, you might know them, Dave the Agent and Patrick Willems. And I can tell you, the video was not rigged in their favor at all. They happened to be taking a tour of Mr. Beast's facilities and got pegged to fill in at the last moment to put an entire GameStop inside of a triangle. They actually succeeded, and they've told me that everyone was shocked that they were able to do it.
Everyone's gotta let go at the same time. 3, 2, 1. Everyone let go. Everyone let go. No one touching it. No one. Oh, congratulations!
It was definitely not rigged or predetermined. Now, I can't speak to all Mr. Beast videos, but in at least one instance where he knew the contestants, the video was certainly not rigged. And I do know that logistically, since many of Mr. Beast's videos are filmed in his hometown of Greenville, North Carolina, it's often hard to fill all of the spots for his videos. And I also know
Fair
that Mr.
enough.
Beast and his team invest in hundreds or thousands of cameras, producers, and video editors to be able to record and cull through thousands of hours of footage for his videos. And my feeling is that Mr. Beast will do whatever's possible to make the most engaging and entertaining video possible. But I
I
certainly
get
can't
that.
speak to every video he's ever made, nor can I speak to the audience expectations of the videos that he does make. But let's say that the videos were rigged, completely manipulated, and predetermined. Would that be illegal? Dogpack alleges that Mr. Beast rigged the game so that the boys didn't win by so much. Mr. Beast changed the rules or offered different challenges throughout the 100 hours. At one point, he says he wanted to make the game more competitive by trying to introduce more boys to drop out. And in one sense, duh, this is a Mr. Beast video. He makes various offers and changes the rules to make things more entertaining. He manipulates the events to add drama, much like any game show where things occur to make things interesting. But here, let's make a distinction.
What are you saying? I think it would be sus if in the future a 7th editor comes out and then an 8th. I think it's sus as it is right now, to be fully honest with you. The way things are going right now, I really don't think that it could get any more sus than this. Sure, it could make things a whole lot worse, but at this point in time, I don't really think that there's much that can be said when it comes to this kind of shit, That's my thing, is that there's not a whole lot that can be added on top of this that can make it exponentially worse. Are we going to talk about Matt Turner? Is he part of the Mr. Beast team? Because, like I said, I don't like Mr. Beast, so I don't know who's on the team. Yes. Yeah, we will. Let me get through this playlist and then I'll look into that. Because I didn't know about that. I just know about from Chris Tyson all the way to Rosanna Pansino sending Mr. Beast messages and group chats to the FBI. He's an editor who came out against him. Yeah, I'll check into that. I'll take a look at it.
There are the rules as laid out to the contestants before they participate, and the rules as laid out in the video. Now, you can imagine that the contract between the contestant and, Beast Enterprises lays out certain terms for the relationship. Now, I've never seen one of those contracts. My guess is that it gives Beast Enterprises quite a lot of flexibility to deal with the contestant. But if they breach those terms, then they might be liable for breach of contract or maybe even fraud. And then there are the terms that show up in the final video after the filming. Those might not be the same. Now, whether you're allowed to change the rules in the video largely depends on how much freedom you have in the rules in your contract with the contestant. Now, remember this because we'll come back to it in a second.
Okay.
Now, following up on the allegations from Dogpack, YouTuber Upper Echelon claimed that Mr. Beast videos are just flat out illegal. For example, Rosanna Pansino was featured in a Mr. Beast competition series called Creator Games, which pits YouTube personalities against each other in games like hide and seek. She claimed that Mr. Beast selectively edited the video to make it appear that she did not finish in the top 3, and instead they made it look like Logan Paul did finish in the top 3.
Survivor, despite being mentioned by this alleged former employee in passing, has a particularly relevant lawsuit brought forward by a contestant of season 1, where she alleges that producers of the show engaged in a scheme to prearrange outcomes by persuading, influencing, or intimidating contestants.
Issa saved my fiance.
Okay, I've seen the Survivor lawsuit, and I definitely understand where they're coming from with this.
Range outcomes by persuading, influencing, or intimidating contestants.
And she claimed that Mr. Beast changed the rules. Originally, they were told they couldn't hide in the ceiling, but the winner was allowed to hide in the ceiling. Now, Upper Echelon claims that Mr. Beast did exactly the same thing that landed the TV show Survivor in legal hot water.
47 USC 509, which pertains to, quote, prohibited practices in contests of knowledge, skill, or chance.
Now, whether you think it's a good idea to use clever editing or manipulating the rules to change the outcome is not the same thing as necessarily being against the law. But Upper Echelon points to a lawsuit by Season 1 Survivor contestant Stacey Stillman, who was the third person ever voted off the series.
Well, the weather has spoken, and the tribe has spoken. It's time for you to go.
However, she later alleged that the show creator, Mark Burnett, actually orchestrated her demise. She claims that Burnett intervened in the game by convincing 2 of her teammates to vote her off the island rather than a contestant who had been a fan favorite, Rudy Bosch. Bosch was a gruff former Navy SEAL who was quick with one-liners.
The only reason I'd bring a Bible is I'm religious too, if I needed toilet paper.
Burnett allegedly believed that Rudy was better for ratings than Stillman, and Bosch later placed 3rd in the game. Stillman is a lawyer, so she sued for fraud, breach of contract, and unlawful business practices in violation of California Business and Professions Code 17200, with the predicate being 47 USC 509. Now, the parties settled before trial, as most lawsuits do. But the interesting thing about Stillman's complaint is that she claimed that Burnett violated 47 USC 509, which is a federal law that regulates contests that are run by TV and radio broadcasters and their sponsors. It says it shall be unlawful for any person with intent to deceive the listening or viewing public to supply any contestant in a purportedly bona fide contest of intellectual knowledge or intellectual skill, any special and secret assistance whereby the outcome of such contest will be in whole or in part prearranged or predetermined.
Fly Does YT is another editor who came out against it. Matt Turner, we have a lot more on them than Fly Does YT, but we know both did videos hating on Mr. Beast. I'll make sure to take a look at that.
By means of persuasion, bribery, intimidation, or otherwise, to induce or cause any contestant in a purportedly bona fide contest of intellectual knowledge or intellectual skill to refrain in any manner from using or displaying his knowledge or skill in such contest, whereby the outcome thereof will be in whole or in part predetermined or prearranged. Or 3, to engage in any artifice or scheme for the purpose of prearranging or predetermining in whole or in part the outcome of a purportedly bona fide contest of intellectual knowledge, intellectual skill, or chance. This is the basis for the FCC's contest rule, which provides that it's illegal to predetermine or prearrange the outcome of a contest or to broadcast a predetermined or prearranged contest. It stems from a series of quiz shows in the 1950s that were absolutely rigged. And in fact, there's a great Ray Fiennes movie about this particular situation. But the FCC requires broadcasters to disclose rules and policies applicable to their contests, including the method of entry, eligibility restrictions, entry deadlines, prize restrictions, winner selection procedures, and the value of the prize. And after analyzing the statute, Upper Echelon points to a situation in the Boys vs. Girls video that he claims runs afoul. In particular, he points to a situation where Mr. Beast tried to coax one of the boys who knew how to solve a Rubik's Cube from leaving the contest to make it more fair to the other contestants who did not know how to solve a Rubik's Cube in the Rubik's Cube challenge.
I can't personally say at what...
Thank you for the follow. What do you think of Mr. Beast? I have never liked Mr. Beast. But as time goes on, there's more and more shit coming out that needs to be addressed. And I really don't think that, you know, as much as I don't normally want to react to the situation because it's been covered to hell, I really think that I should. Especially because I'm trying to make a comprehensive timeline on this stuff, so I feel like it is necessary now to talk about it. I think it's sus this is the 6th editor to come out against him, and I think it's sus that the last couple of times have been covered up. Yeah, that too. I really feel like this whole thing needs to be shut down. Like, Mr. Beast as a creator, as a company, just needs to stop. He has too much power and too much ego. That's where I'm at with it. But thank you, Chummy Mean 83. I appreciate your follow. I hope you stick around. Make sure you got beverages and snacks, because this is a long fucking video. But yeah, that's where I stand on it right now.
Specific point in time, a creator who owns a media company that is 10 or 20 times larger and more successful than mainstream broadcast television networks becomes liable under those same rules.
So yeah, seems like manipulation may be in the service of predetermining the outcome. But the FCC does not regulate radio or television that is not broadcast over the airwaves. Its website even says the FCC does not regulate online content. The reason for this is the First Amendment. You're generally allowed to produce whatever kind of TV show you want, or YouTube video that you want.
That makes a lot of sense.
It was thought, and still is, that when it came to shows that were broadcast over the air before cable TV or largely the internet, because that was a limited resource, the argument went, the government had more say over what could be broadcast.
Yeah.
That's why there's always been so much more cursing and nudity on HBO and not NBC. HBO has never been regulated by the FCC. It might be hard to believe, but there was a time when there were only a handful, like 3, TV stations, and you needed an antenna to be able to receive them.
Yep. I remember this. I had an antenna. I had more channels growing up, but I had an antenna when I first started watching TV. I mean, I stopped watching TV, like mainstream TV, in middle school. You know, it just got... DirecTV was too expensive for my grandparents, and on top of that, I just never found anything interesting. I spent a lot more time on YouTube.
Luckily, we have evolved from this barbarity. So Upper Echelon's video incorrectly claims that Mr.
What's going on, chat? Okay. Yeah. Just making sure.
Beast's video ran afoul of this law cited in the Stillman complaint, 47 U.S.C. 509, prohibited practices in contests of knowledge, skill, or chance.
Which deceived the audience, fulfilling basically every single part of this law at one time or another, from what I can tell, in my opinion, to the very letter.
Yeah, that's just wrong. The law does not apply to satellite radio, the internet, or cable. Now, I don't mean
Fair
to
enough.
cast aspersions on this YouTuber. He's upfront about the fact that he's not a lawyer. But this is what often makes the law so difficult. You can find something that looks like it applies, but it's wildly out of context and is basically irrelevant. That's why people need lawyers.
Exactly.
Now, ironically, a commenter to this video who claims to be a lawyer chimed in to proclaim that, quote, those laws do in fact apply to YouTube as well. I've actually dealt with it personally, and it doesn't end well for the accused. This person later says that they've been a lawyer for all of 7 months and, quote, I've already seen so many cases and it's sick. Now, I saw this and it took a second. Was I wrong? Did I learn nothing in law school? That really doesn't seem accurate in the context of the US. Then I kept reading the comments from this lawyer. It's universal. All the ground need to follow is that it was broadcast live. There are exceptions, but this is pretty clear. At least that's how it stands in Canada. Oh.
The US has a different way of handling it compared to Canada. You know, in Canada, yeah, this would definitely, you know, be under some scrutiny by actual lawyers. But in the US, because of the First Amendment and everything like that, we don't have the kind of legal ground to prosecute something like this.
Okay, this is why you don't trust randos on the internet, especially when they claim to be lawyers. Absolutely nothing this person says is true. Maybe that's the law in Canada, but not here. This law does not apply to YouTubers because they stream over the internet.
Yep.
It just doesn't apply. And in any event, the Stillman lawsuit settled, so we don't even know how a jury would have found, and it appears that the FCC never even investigated Survivor for the 509 violation based on her claims. And I don't want to belabor the point, but arguably the terms of the law might not even apply. It's not clear that the manipulating the activities of a contest would necessarily count as predetermining the outcome, and it's not clear that the various contests or games of skill or intellect that would be covered anyway. And often there's nothing secretive about what Mr. Beast is doing in the video contest. He says what he's going to do, and then he does it. As you probably know, game shows often change the stakes all the time, even on broadcast television. Now, whether any of the contestants have a claim for breach of contract or fraud depends on what was in their contract before they agreed to appear in a Mr. Beast video. Now, I don't know the terms, so I can't say, but I'd be shocked if they didn't give Mr. Beast and Beast Enterprises a huge amount of freedom in what they can do or not do during the video. And furthermore, that would be a civil claim of the contestant versus Beast Enterprises. It's not a law that is broken. Maybe it's pedantic, but it's not illegal to breach a contract anyway. Now, ironically, it might be Dogpack 404 who's in hot legal water. Mr. Beast's lawyers have sent 2 cease and desist letters to the ex-worker. The letters allege that his statements are defamatory and violate his confidentiality and non-disclosure agreement. Now, generally, I hate these kind of strong-arm tactics to silence critics. This is exactly what Logan Paul is currently doing with CoffeeZilla. But the situation might be theoretically different from a legal perspective. This isn't just some critical third party, but a person who was an employee. They had a direct contractual relationship with Mr. Beast. So the contract terms will be just as important as the general law on.
Just remember that an NDA has to be a legal printed document. If it's sent online, it is not viable. like the whole Mama Max NDAs. We talked about that. They're not viable.
On defamation. Now, as you probably know, a non-disclosure agreement, or NDA, is a legal contract between at least two parties that outlines confidential material, knowledge, or information that the parties wish to share with each other for certain purposes, but want to restrict from wider access. The NDA essentially creates a confidential relationship between the parties to protect information covered by the NDA. And usually that's any type of confidential or proprietary information or trade secrets. In this video, YouTuber Some Ordinary Gamer explained the purpose of an NDA.
I hired you at our company, right? And I told you a secret about, something we're doing a month from now, a production that we have coming out in the next 2-3 months. If we hired you to be the editor for that video, and we had told you, hey, don't leak any of this at all, not a single ounce of footage. We want this for you to edit, we want you to put these videos together, and we want you to, basically have these ready to go up on our actual collaborative channel. Warning. If you decided to leak that footage, it would be well within our right to take you to court.
Now, Munar is right that a company could sue a person who violated an NDA by disclosing things about that production if those things are within the scope of the NDA. And he's generally right that an NDA cannot compel a person not to disclose a crime. If an NDA attempts to prevent someone from reporting illegal activities, the NDA might be considered void if it violates public policy. However, what constitutes a violation of public policy varies substantially according to the jurisdiction. Some states have adopted laws that strike non-disclosure provisions, which prohibit employees from disclosing unlawful employment practices such as discrimination, harassment, or fraud. North Carolina, where Mr. Beast is based, has not adopted such a law. The issue really becomes whether Dogpack witnessed anything that would be against public policy in the state that governs the NDA. So while it's true that NDAs generally cannot be used to conceal illegal activities, the person really has to have evidence of at least an illegal activity that would be considered against public.
Fair enough. And a lot of these, I hate to say it because a lot of this shit is suspicious, but a lot of it, because of the kind of content that is being made and the way it's set up, a lot of these are not going to come to a legal team as breaking the law, as much as we want it to,
policy to have an NDA against. And it doesn't seem like Dogpack has made any statements of witnessing anything firsthand that Mr. Beast did anything that was against the law. And now Mr. Beast's lawyers have sent 2 cease and desist letters to Dogpack. He appeared on Oompaville's show and declared that he isn't scared.
How do you feel about that? Do you feel nervous? I would be shitting myself if I were you.
No, I'm not shitting myself.
Now, generally, I would agree. A cease and desist letter doesn't mean anything except the sender wants you to stop.
Yeah.
But if he did disclose information that was covered by the NDA, then he could be in trouble. Now, it would be a breach of contract claim. So it's not against the law to violate your NDA, but it does mean you can be sued civilly for a breach of contract. And there's no doubt that he's causing Mr. Beast reputational harm. Whether that's warranted is up to you. But the NDA could also contain a non-disparagement clause. A non-disparagement clause prevents a signatory from disparaging the other party for a certain amount of time, even if the things that they say are true or non-confidential. This clause is meant to stop the parties from making public or private comments that could harm the reputation or business interests of the other party. Especially in a situation like this, where the person can truthfully say that they were an employee for a limited amount of time to add authority to their claims.
Fair enough.
Disparagement is not the same as defamation. Defamation generally only applies when these statements are false. Disparagement.
What is chat saying? The only real grounds you have with most sites is Tuvalu and USA, because .tv, of course, like .io, Indian Ocean, Britannia, which have just become independent. Fair enough. I see where you're coming from. That's another thing that, should be noted. All right.
Just means saying something negative about the other person, even if it's 100% correct. So if Dogpack's NDA has a non-disparagement clause that's still in effect, he could be in a lot of trouble because he's been doing a lot of disparaging. Even if you assume that everything he says is 100% true.
Yeah.
Now, Dogpack redacted the name of the law firm in the cease and desist letter, only quoting a portion of the firm's website, and some have suggested that the cease and desist letters were from the law firm Quinn Emanuel. And the name of the firm, Quinn Emanuel, Urquhart & Sullivan, fits the amount of space in the cease and desist letter that Dogpack shared on Twitter. If so, these are not lawyers you want to mess with. I personally never met a lawyer from Quinn who wasn't a huge asshole, often in a way that's counterproductive to their client. But still, they have a reputation for scorched earth litigation. But on the other hand, with respect to the NDA, it seems like most of what Dogpack has disclosed was already in the public and is based on accounts from other people, not what he witnessed firsthand. He certainly used his status as an ex-employee to make it seem like he has inside knowledge, But from what I've seen, he seems to be largely relaying what other people are talking about rather than using his own firsthand knowledge.
That is another thing that we need to think about too. And we'll get to Dogpack, because Nick Diorio has done a few streams on Dogpack. I'm only putting one in this playlist, but he has done quite a few.
But without knowing the terms of the NDA, it's hard to say how much trouble Dogpack might be in. But on the other hand, it might not be a good look to sue a critic out of existence, another fellow YouTuber. Plus, it just creates more of a Streisand effect, too. But love him or hate him, if you're tired of seeing all the Mr. Beast clones on YouTube, you can see the best videos from the highest quality creators on today's sponsor, Nebula. And it's your...
W-ad, but I'm not doing that.
Over. CuriosityStream has informed us, and even included in their latest SEC filing, that they're not going to pay us bundle revenue through 2024. That means that breaking and you're not going to be able to have access to Nebula anymore after 2024. But if you want to support this channel, the only way to ensure that that money that you spend on exclusive videos from me, original series from your favorite people, movies, plays, Clapper, and your most favorite Legal Eagle. And exclusive on Nebula are getting really good. I've really been enjoying our new series, Hilarious, because the whole thing is rigged, and other exclusive content.
Is this just the... Okay, so this is the whole sponsor. The end of the video is the whole sponsor. So I'll just cut that out in post. Alright. So that was Legal Eagle's stance on it, which gives very interesting advice about how some of these things may not be against law. Some of them may. It just depends on, you know, the U.S.'s laws on content, you know, creation and whatnot. So we have to keep that in mind. I know some. They are not a... Wait. Quinn and Harvard don't make the best lawyers. That's Oxford. Just because international Queen's class lawyers, but they are ruthless. I know some. They're not a great enemy. Yeah. I've heard about the Quinn lawyers. But, yeah, he's given good points. Both pros and cons. Now we're going to get into Amanda Toddhunter, who's going to do a recap for us. So we're going to take a look at that. This is from 2 months ago, so we have these videos time-stamped in order for a general comprehension. We'll go into specifics, like the editors that Code was mentioning, after we get done with all of this.
I feel like you're probably as sick of hearing Mr. Beast's name as I am, but if you're wondering what all the fuss is about regarding him lately, then this video's for you. We're gonna do a comprehensive overview of Mr. Beast controversies, so y'all can get the gist of the conversation surrounding him. Also, this video topic was chosen by my Instagram followers. Shout out to y'all. If you want to vote in the poll for the next video topic, follow my Instagram link down below. Mr. Beast is the most subscribed to YouTube channel in the world. He is currently...
Yeah, I was surprised when he beat T-Series and Cocomelon, honestly.
Standing at 308 million subscribers at the time I'm filming this. He is known on the internet for doing everything to the extreme. And by that, I mean doing extreme challenges, spending extreme amounts of money, giving away extreme amounts of money. He has said that the philosophy of his channel is to pour the money he makes from his YouTube videos right back into the channel. Meaning, the better his videos do, the more extreme they're gonna get. His videos, from his thumbnail style, to the wording of the title, to the pacing of the videos themselves, have impacted the trajectory of YouTube, at least in my opinion. Maybe I shouldn't attribute, as MatPat put it, this era of success solely to Mr. Beast, but I feel like he definitely had a major role in it. And at first, I personally didn't see too much harm in what Mr. Beast is doing. The production of his videos is insane. What he's able to accomplish is insane. I've also found a lot of his videos entertaining. But within the last several years, as his empire has grown, the amount of people speaking out against him has also grown, and my opinion of him has changed. While you may be inclined to think this is the natural cycle of popularity,
Man, I've never liked Mr. Beast. There are a lot of people that never liked Mr. Beast. Because they're, like, regardless of what he's doing with the content, there is a level of ego there. And we have to keep that in mind. Like, he has a level of narcissism to him.
With public opinion shifting from love to hate like the swing of a pendulum, there are some crucial conversations to be had about the actions of Mr. Beast and his crew. But before we get into any of that, I want to talk about the sponsor of today's video. Thank you. Now let's get back to it. So we're not really gonna go through this chronologically. We're gonna take it topic by topic. And also for the record, Mr. Beast's actual name is Jimmy, so I'm gonna use Mr. Beast and Jimmy interchangeably for, you know, a singular man. To start, one of the things that sparked a lot of conversation recently was a video posted by the user Dogpack404 on YouTube with the title being, "I worked for Mr. Beast, he's a fraud." Before we get into the video, there's actually some controversy surrounding the video itself. The title makes it seem like we'll be getting some sort of inside scoop from someone who actually worked for Mr. Beast, but that's not really the case. Most of what this guy talks about, anyone could have put together and made it into a YouTube video. He mentions his status as, you know, an ex-employee of the company a handful of times, but ultimately that's not the main focus of the video. And people claim that he can hardly even say he was employed by Mr. Beast because he only worked there for about a month. According to a tweet by someone named Chucky, who is a current Mr. Beast employee, I quickly want to debunk some of the info in this video since the guy who made it was on my team. It was my decision to fire him for erratic behavior. He worked at the company for less than a month and wasn't an employee for most of the videos he mentions to have knowledge on. There's so much in his video, and I want to specifically address him saying our videos are fake or staged because this is not true, and I was on set for many of these videos. His tweet is longer and mentions specific points in the video that we'll get to later. People have also called into question Dogpack's credibility because he made a comment about being on shrooms when he was making his video, as well as when he was being interviewed by Ludwig, he repeatedly called him the controlled op, and he just overall didn't give a very good impression on viewers. But viewers also bashed Ludwig a little bit for being blatantly pro-Beast and not, you know, diving into some of the more concerning issues that Dogpack brought up in his video.
That is one thing that I will say is that Ludwig, you know, rooting for Mr. Beast and not looking into shit further was a big backlash on his part.
Anyways, Dogpack has since been sent 2 cease and desists by Mr. Beast. He did not really respond to those in a serious manner, even when taking these behaviors that Dogpack has displayed both within and outside of his video into consideration. I think he brings up valid criticisms in the video that are worth mentioning. The first one I want to touch on is that Mr. Beast...
Okay, what are you guys saying? Please, please, please look into him and Sneako. They used to be friends. I know about Sneako. I don't even have to bring up Sneako. I already know. Sneako is a piece of shit. Everybody knows Sneako is a piece of shit. Like, trust.
And his videos are disingenuous. Now already I've read a tweet by a current Mr. Beast employee who has adamantly claimed that the videos are not fake, which isn't surprising because Mr. Beast expresses that same sentiment time and time again. Part of his brand is the fact that what he presents in his videos are truthful to how they occur, so much so that Mr. Beast and his crew commonly joke about faking videos during the actual video.
But no, we have to be the real channel that doesn't fake things.
Dogpack briefly brings up Mr. Beast's use of CGI, possibly fake countdowns, and possible voiceovers that are put in post-production. And personally, if those claims are true, I could look past them for the sake of entertainment. However, then we get into a deeper issue, with Dogpack claiming that the prizes that Mr. Beast claims will go to random subscribers actually go to his friends and family.
I guess you forgot she's your hiring manager. I actually recognize a lot of people in this video, including Jimmy's own girlfriend. So yeah, the random subscribers you see in challenges are actually never random. They're almost always local to Mr. Beast and oftentimes friends and family of Mr. Beast employees or just the employees themselves.
He did provide evidence that at least a few people in Mr. Beast's videos are related to Mr. Beast, whether they be friends or employees. And Mr. Beast doesn't say anything about knowing these people in the video, so it kind of implies that they're random when they're not. However, Chucky, in his tweet that I mentioned before, pointed out that in one particular video, because of COVID and some people had COVID so they couldn't participate in the video, then Mr. Beast employees stepped in and filled some of the seats. Dogpack focused a lot on this guy named Mac, who I believe was presented as a random subscriber or just like a random contestant when really he was connected to the Mr. Beast team and won, multiple different prizes.
I found public records showing that Mac moved from California to Greenville, North Carolina, where Jimmy is located, back in August 2023, 2 months before he appeared as a contestant. Also, he didn't just move into any old house, he moved into $1 million mansion.
What are you gonna spend the $800,000 on?
I mean, my life's changed now.
yeah, I'm sure that $800,000 is really going to change your life.
So in that sense, that could arguably be counted as being rigged.
Yeah.
Another instance is these two YouTubers winning the Mr. Beast Willy Wonka Chocolate Factory thing.
Also, these tickets, one of them just so happened to go to a YouTuber with 700,000 subscribers at the time. Just pure chance.
This was just taped.
It was taped.
No freaking way.
So it is like really like total chance, obviously. Like you're one of like hundreds of thousands of names.
Talk to Jimmy Bell. What do you got to say to
Jimmy,
say
thank
to him?
you for picking us.
Ollie and
No, he didn't. It was random.
Was it though? Was it random? Also, this guy went on to win the Chocolate Factory, and extremely unlikely things do happen, but can we see how the winners were chosen, maybe?
So ultimately, I think that the Chocolate Factory one was likely rigged. I think that the Mac situations were likely rigged. Now let's just say that the only times that Mr. Beast rigged, manipulated...
I can definitely see why they would be rigged. I mean, they had fucking Gordon Ramsay on there, bro. I can definitely see it. Gee Willikers, the stage content was rigged. Hey, Tofu. Yeah, a good chunk of it, I definitely can see was rigged. Tofu knows about the Mr. Beast situation code. Tofu is a good longtime friend of mine. She knows. But yeah, no, we're going deep in. This is the video for me to just talk about this shit. Whether you know about it, whether you don't, you know, we need a comprehensive video on it.
The video, gave the prize to a friend under the guise that they were a stranger, were only these couple of times. That still means that Mr. Beast faked at least a couple of his videos and then lied to his fans about it. You may be like, Amanda, well, if this is true, why does it matter if it ultimately leads to more entertaining videos? Well, in my opinion, and this is a theme we'll touch upon more in depth later, Mr. Beast's channel is built upon the idea that supporting him will reward you. He also knows that his audience is primarily children.
The average demographic is what, 13 through 17? Is that the biggest spike in your analytics?
Well, I mean, mine's horseshit. It says like 18 to 24, but I know all my fucking viewers are little kids.
Personally, I find taking advantage of children by capitalizing on their hopes of winning a prize and then lowering their odds of winning that prize that much more by giving it to someone you know and then lying about it to them to be incredibly cruel. But let's just say that for whatever reason, this whole claim is false. Not once did he rig a video to be more in control of the situation. Every person that has been presented as a random Mr. Beast subscriber is in fact a random Mr. Beast subscriber. Even so, we still have a strong case that Mr. Beast faked at least one of his videos because a little less than a year ago, longtime YouTuber Rosanna Pansino spoke out about the fact that when Mr. Beast released his video of extreme $1 million hide and seek, where big creators were competing for a chance to give $1 million to their fans, Mr. Beast rigged who won and lied about who were in the top 3. In the video, Mr. Beast said that the winner of the competition was Zach King. He was awarded the $1 million to give to his fans. Lorray was in the top 2 but was disqualified for sleeping in his hiding place and failing to move when he was told to do so, and Logan Paul was in 3rd. However, Rosanna said that after Lorray was disqualified, she was in 3rd place, Quackity was in 2nd place, and Zach King was still the one who won. However, technically, he should have been disqualified because he was hiding in the ceiling, and that was deemed off limits. So ultimately, in reality, Quackity is the one who should have won the entire competition. There is a clip of Quackity saying on stream near around the time the video came out that he came in 2nd place.
So I ended up being in 3rd place. I ended up being in 3rd place because they found me, but Lorray was in that video and Lorray was asleep. So I was technically 2nd place. So I was the 2nd place in that video.
So I got out of the X-ray machine right when Jimmy is driving by on a golf cart. Just, oh my gosh, just bad luck. But I made it to top 4, 4th place. So I'm really proud of myself because that's just a miracle. Never thought I would make it this far.
So for seemingly no reason at all, Mr. Beast manipulated the narrative of the video, rigged the outcome of the video to be that Rosanna and Quackity weren't in the top 3 at all, and he allowed Zach King to win even though he went against the rules. He didn't tell Rosanna about this change, so she was completely caught off guard when the video...
Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, Jennifer. Hi. Welcome to the Mr. Beast video. I'm finally talking about it. Grab your snacks, grab your drinks. We've got a playlist to go through, so we've got a lot of stuff. What about all the videos he edited? It was hours worth taken off his channel. Yeah, I know. We're going to get into that. Pump the brakes a little bit, dude. We got it. We're going to get into it, I promise. But yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm from Louisiana and currently reside in Texas, so I've got a little bit of a southern accent here. But yeah. Just, you know, we're going to get into everything you need to know in one comprehensive video. You can play it in the background, you know, however you want to do it. But I promise you, this is going to be the whole shebang. All the editors that have came out, all the hours of footage that have been removed, we're getting into all of it today. So, if you know about the Mr. Beast controversies, if you don't, either way, this will be an informative reaction towards everything. So, I am a VTuber. She sounds like a really Northern Valley girl. What you mean? What do you mean? Me or the YouTuber? She's probably from California. We don't know. But yeah, no, we're gonna make sure that everything is covered. I do. Well, damn. Alright. I see how it is. Just bullying me over here. Not really. You sound like you're from Atlanta sometimes. God damn it. Okay. I mean, I would hope that I sounded like I was from Atlanta rather than a Valley girl. Respectfully. But either way, thank you. Let's get back into the video.
Video came out, and then later on when she asked Jimmy why he did that, he replied, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? And if you're asking yourself why this matters, Quackity was robbed of $1 million that he would have been able to give to his fans.
Yeah, if you have rules and the winner violated those rules to win, they should not have won.
That's an awful thing to do, to have rules set in place to make it a fair competition and then completely disregarding them. It also seemed like Mr. Beast wasn't all that concerned that his seemingly small decision to alter the narrative impacted the lives of a lot of people. I don't think that's something to take lightly, and maybe, you know, his mind can't comprehend how large of an amount of money $1 million is now that he's dealing in hundreds of millions of dollars. But anyway,
yeah.
The situation is actually what caused me to start seeing Mr. Beast in a different light. And this isn't the last time that Rosanna would speak out against Mr. Beast. More recently, she's been using her platform to publicize the stories that people have been telling her about the conditions of Mr. Beast's production on set of the upcoming show Beast Games. Basically, Amazon Prime gave Mr. Beast $100 million to create this competition reality show, aka Beast Games, in which 2,000 people would compete for $5 million. And on the actual show, Beast Games, I'm pretty sure it'll be 1,000 people, but it started out as 2,000 people because Mr. Beast will make a video about that, whittling that number down to 1,000. And on that note, actually, I don't think that contestants were told that the number would be 2,000. Like when they were signing up for the competition, I think the promotional thing said 1,000. So they weren't aware that their odds had been cut in half. And they felt, you know, betrayed at that. And then things only got worse from there. Rosanna made a series of TikToks explaining claims being made by past and present contestants because this is still being filmed. There are people that are still competing for the $5 million, as well as some crew experiences and from people.
I mean, don't get me wrong, $5 million is a lot of money, but people shouldn't go through abuse at all. Yes, we're going to talk about the Schween pics. People shouldn't be going through abuse just to compete for a monetary prize. I'm sorry. I don't think that's right. That is fucking bullshit to me. That is fucking bullshit to me. I really feel like, it would be better if there were EMT crews on standby, if, people were given the proper resources to take care of themselves. It's really ridiculous. Yeah, it is wild. We will get into the Schween pics, I promise. But yeah, you shouldn't have to go through abuse to participate in a contest. I really find that disgusting.
People behind the scenes, so they've been messaging her, and the gist of it is they claim the games cater to young athletic men because the challenges in the games favor speed and strength. Some contestants even went so far as to target the weaker ones, a lot of them being women. And so I don't know what the challenge is because, it's probably still confidential, but apparently they started tackling these women. These women ended up with injuries, broken bones. These guys were not penalized for it. There were mosh pits. There are claims that multiple people had seizures because they weren't given timely access to their medication. One person didn't get timely access to their insulin as a diabetic. Claims that they were being fed very little, very infrequently, scarce access to water, really bad sleeping conditions. They barely got any sleep. Sometimes they were expected to sleep during the day, and they were living in the stadium. Claims that they had delayed access to clean underwear, that they were supposed to be provided with plane tickets home, but they weren't given in a timely manner, so they had to resort to paying out of pocket to find their own means of transportation home because, these people gotta work. A person claimed that the people running the games offered contestants who lost $1,000 to agree that they would not join any sort of class action lawsuit, and later they offered these same contestants an additional $1,000 for any sort of inconveniences. In general, it seems like this event was poorly planned and poorly executed. Rosanna said that she heard from a trusted source that Mr. Beast and his crew specifically requested that the production of Beast Games be non-union, meaning that there would be less regulation and they didn't need to spend as much money on compensation. And Rosanna showed an email from the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees stating that Beast Games had been deemed an unfair production and that no member is permitted to work on this production. In a New York Times article titled "Willing to Die for Mr. Beast and $5 million," they wrote that a spokesperson for Mr. Beast said the shoot was unfortunately complicated by the CrowdStrike incident, extreme weather, and other unexpected logistical and communications issues. The spokesperson said Mr. Beast had started a formal review and had taken steps to ensure that we learned from this experience.
Sure.
Representatives for Amazon MGM Studios declined to comment. The rest of the article shared stories that were very, very similar to the ones that Rosanna had been sharing. I remember when Mr. Beast did his rendition of Squid Games, people were joking about the fact that he was doing that, because why are we creating our own version of a show when the TV show Drama on Netflix is originally based on extremely wealthy people using human lives as commodities and using human suffering as entertainment? It's weird that pretty much the
Has anybody watched Salo or 120 Days of Sodom? Okay. I'm not gonna go into the plot of the movie because it's fucking horrific. But they kind of did the same thing. Human lives as commodities, human suffering for entertainment post-World War II. Okay? So, in a way, Squid Game, it's its own take of that premise. So why are we going and making our own version of Squid Game? Why are we going and making our own human suffering show? That's what I don't understand.
The only thing that's separating fiction and reality at this point is the fact that no one...
Broken Bones is lawsuit in the making. Are we going to talk about his FPS days and all the racial shit he said? We will try to get to that. Okay, yeah, you understand, Salo. Don't stress too much. We will get into that, but right now I'm going over the current stuff. I don't want to hyperfixate on this just yet. I want to get to where we talk about it, the current shit, and then we'll go into the past shit. So we have like a comprehensive video of everything. Just bear with me. I am not delving into everything immediately, you know?
One is actually dying. That may sound dramatic, but according to the claims brought forth in the New York Times and brought forth by Rosanna, there have been abysmal living conditions, violence, and mobs that went without any sort of repercussions, and a multi-millionaire overseeing the project, valuing entertainment above all else. And it's not like this is anything new or that no game show has ever done this before, but I think the direct comparison from watching the TV drama on Netflix, Squid Game, where a lot of, you know, the public, us, the viewers, shared a moral opposition to the wealthy people running and enjoying the games, followed immediately by one of the most popular YouTubers stepping into the role of the villain. And now we're hearing that the contestants on the show were legitimately suffering. But I mean, that's literally the theme of Mr. Beast's channel. How far will you go for the chance to win a lot of money? And that actually brings me to the primary topic of Dogpack 404's video. Dogpack claims that Mr. Beast employs illegal lotteries. He cites multiple cases happening primarily during these two live streams, the other big one being Feastables, his brand of chocolate bars. Dogpack did a good job explaining what an illegal lottery is in his video. Captain Sparkles also made a video about this situation in specific regard to illegal lotteries, but I'm also going to explain as well. To reiterate what they both say, in general, lotteries are illegal unless you're talking about the lottery, as in the one run by the government. There are a few exceptions, but usually a person can't just run their own lottery. Lotteries are usually formatted as, if you buy this, then you have a chance to win this. If a gamble has all three elements, A, consideration, which is, you know, usually payment, B, random chance, and C, having a prize, that's a lottery, and that's illegal. You need to take out one of these three elements in order to make it legal. For example, a contest takes out random chance by having people, you know, use a skill and compete. A sweepstakes takes out the pay to entry. Dogpack adamantly claims that Mr. Beast has employed many illegal lotteries throughout his two live streams where he's selling his merchandise that are no longer publicly available on his channel. Captain Sparkles pretty much acknowledges the same thing. The reason why I hesitate to say that what Jimmy has done is illegal is because I feel like the methods Mr. Beast employs are probably technically legal through some loophole or other. The entirety of Mr. Beast's brand functions on a similar system. If you support Mr. Beast, you may win a prize. A lot of giveaways function like this, and a lot of creators do giveaways. If you subscribe to my channel, you'll be entered for a chance to win the newest iPhone. Does that sound familiar? Now, giveaways are allowed because that's technically a sweepstakes. You don't have to pay to enter. No purchase necessary. You're good to go. Subscribing, following, commenting doesn't cost any money. You get into much riskier territory when you are encouraging people to buy things from you in order to be entered in a chance to win something, like Mr. Beast does all the time. Mr. Beast has done a couple of live streams, and in both of these live streams, the main message was, if you buy this shirt, then you may win a massive prize. Because in these live streams he doesn't say no purchase necessary, it would seem like this is an illegal lottery. But then it got me thinking, don't creators do this all the time though? David Dobrik's QR puzzle immediately comes to mind. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, David and Jimmy have some similarities. But then you also think about the ones that you've seen on television, like the Danimals cruise and the ones on the cereal boxes and other food products. And they advertise these grand prizes with the not so mandatory, but basically mandatory condition of buying the product. The reason that these types of things are able to function is because, like I, briefly mentioned before, the no purchase necessary option needs to be available. And in my opinion, I'm no lawyer, but not only does it need to be an option, but it needs to be a publicized option. It needs to be adamantly clear to the public that there's no purchase necessary. With Danimals and like cereal boxes and stuff, it is pretty adamant because in the commercial itself, there's always that line at the end that goes, "No purchase necessary. Many will enter, only one will win." So buying the product they're advertising is not a condition for entering the sweepstakes, and it would be considered a sweepstakes in this case. Instead, you usually send a letter to indicate your interest. Sending a letter isn't technically free, but you know, I digress. And sending a letter is the no purchase necessary option, which will give you an equal chance in the drawing, supposedly, as buying the product would. However, unlike food products where you're probably buying them like cereal on a regular basis, so it doesn't even really feel like an added expense, buying merchandise like a Mr. Beast shirt, you're definitely going out of your way to make that purchase. On top,
especially when it's $40, dude. Are we gonna go over his big controversy with the teen situation, or are we gonna go over his hold the finger on the phone games? I don't know yet, Code. Pump the brakes. Pump the brakes. You're like, I am trying to go over everything as concisely as I can, but I cannot. We're not even halfway through the playlist yet, so hold on. We will get into that.
On top of that, the glaring problem that I see with Mr. Beast's method of sweepstakes is that he does not make the no purchase necessary option abundantly clear. For example, for this particular Feastable sweepstakes, nowhere on the main page does it say no purchase necessary. In fact, it preaches the exact opposite. And that's the thing, unless you know about this clause and are specifically searching for it, you probably won't come across it. To find it, you need to click how to enter and then go to the official rules, and only then will you get information on how to apply without purchasing. Dogpack brings up Mr. Beast's first live stream, where apparently, and we don't know for sure because the video is no longer public, which is sketchy in his own right, he is not heard saying even once in the stream that no purchase is necessary, and it didn't appear to be on the website or in the description of the video. That's what Dogpack claimed. I don't know if that's, you know, completely accurate, but in the second live stream, again, he wasn't heard saying in the actual live stream that no purchase was necessary, but there is a disclaimer in the description of the live stream. Captain Sparkles did a video on this, like I mentioned, and he actually admits that he accidentally ran an illegal lottery. He says that it's a common pitfall for creators who want to give back to their community. In his particular case, he was running some sort of charity event and he wanted to give back to people who had donated, and that, you know, when people give that's his whole scheme, isn't it? Money and then you enter them in a chance to win a prize, that's, you know, that system is an illegal lottery. And so he gives Mr. Beast the benefit of the doubt because he knows that it's a common pitfall for creators to fall in, and if you aren't aware of the logistics of lotteries, I certainly wasn't. I had no idea about any of this stuff before I was researching this video. So Captain Sparkle said that Jimmy probably has good intentions and wants to give back to his community. I disagree with that. I'm not giving Jimmy the benefit of the doubt, because if what Dogpack 404 said was true about the fact that Mr. Beast didn't have the no purchase necessary disclaimer anywhere in the first live stream, but then he did in the second, that makes me believe that someone told him about the, you know, legality of the situation, which caused him to add the no purchase clause, but he continues to employ these manipulative methods anyway because it makes him a lot of money. Saying no purchase necessary adamantly throughout the duration of the live stream would completely
I definitely understand where she's coming from on that.
Defeat the purpose being he wants to sell merchandise. You may be like, Amanda, there's only a few clips, a few segments available of these live streams, you know, they're no longer public. How do you actually know what you're talking about?
The Wooble sent me
because I was there, bitch. This live stream took place 4 years ago. I had just turned 17. It was
God damn. Yeah, I definitely see you were an avid Mr. Beast fan, so you do have some credibility in this.
The first and last time I bought merchandise from a creator. Consider me swindled, but damn it, I was curious. What if I was one of the lucky few who would get a Tesla? Over and over, Mr. Beast would tell me to buy a shirt that I could win, that I would probably win with all of the prizes they were throwing in each and every package. Heck, he was
Yeah.
giving so much money away, he might not even make any. Granted,
Hi, love. Are those from me? Ah! My packages. Hold on, chat. Before we continue this video, I do want to... My little Baphomet! You want to see him? Look at him! I love my plushies. We interrupt this program because I have cute things. Do you have a pokey? There's probably one in the drawer. No, I meant a blade, sir. Oh my lord. I'm gonna edit that out of the video. Because it's in the top drawer. Bubba. The butterfly one. We interrupt this program for packages. You got mail. I do want to see what they are. Don't worry, chat. We're getting back into the video. And YouTube, I will be editing this out in post. Yeah. It doesn't relate to the video. Thank you. What is this? Not when it's in a box. Oh! It's my light up mask. Okay, and? A lot of these are going to be used during the Halloween party too. You mind setting this next to the Xbox? I promise it won't take long, chat. I just am eager to see. Huh? Close. I will keep these in the Ziploc bag. Yeah, if I can get it back in there. And then the big boy. What? Oh! There's more in here. My wand. For my spells and stuff. Uh-huh. My crow skull hair tie. Isn't that cool? It'll sit nicely on my dreads. Set that in there. More dreadlock beads. What? A lanyard. I got most of these. I ordered most of these a month ago. I don't know if I ever go to a convention. Alright, that one's empty. Eeh. I get all of the trash. Yeah. Okay. Got my backup mic in case I ever need it. It's nice. A lot of boxes. Can I see the butterfly pokey? Thank you, love. We're almost done opening the packages, chat. I promise it won't take much longer. But I have a lot of stuff that came in today, so. Another mask. Little bitty mask. Still cool. Got a hoodie, I think. Yep, this is my hoodie. The sleeves say, headless and I like you all, unalive you last, which is dope as shit. I got my foam panels for the streaming room. I'll put those up later. Whoop. Got my ring light for streaming. My tech wear pants, which I'll probably wear tomorrow for the Halloween party. And then more foam panels. Fuck yeah. Alright. Chat, sorry. But, you know. You gotta get your packages. Alright, back to the video.
Memory is a fickle thing, but I watched several hours of this live stream waiting for my time to buy this stupid goddamn shirt. Not once did I hear him say that you do not need to purchase something in order to win one of the prizes. So like I said, I was waiting for my perfect moment to strike. The lotteries were very unorganized. He was telling you to buy a shirt in 5 minutes to get a prize. No, wait, 7 minutes. No, wait, 3 minutes. I actually remember regretting buying my shirt immediately after the fact because right after I did, he offered another prize that was bigger and better. But I got my order confirmation. I waited patiently for that package, containing what I could only assume would be my shirt buried beneath piles of cash. But when the order arrived, it just contained this shirt. Now, if we're being real, did I actually genuinely believe that I would be one of the people who would win a massive prize? No. I was mostly doing it for the memes. And I only...
Yeah, I can see that. People doing shit for the memes. I mean, a lot of people they watch iShowSpeed for the memes.
Bought one shirt, so you know it's not like I did anything crazy, but that's what gambling does. It preys on your hope until that hope wins out over you know your logic, and then before you know it, you just spent $50 on a shirt you don't even want. With this particular shirt, there was a guarantee that came with it. It would be signed by at least one member of the Mr. Beast crew, including Mr. Beast himself. My shirt had a signature MB in the bottom right hand corner. Now back then when I saw this, when I opened up my package and saw who signed my shirt, I was immediately skeptical. You're telling me the Mr. Beast signed my shirt? But who is I to question the all-powerful Jimmy and all his beastliness, renowned for staying true to his word? However, literally on the live stream, there's evidence of someone forging Mr. Beast's signature.
Here's a clip of Tyler using Mr. Beast's signature. So Tyler signs MB, which is Mr. Beast's signature. Then he covers it, signs his own initials, TC, smirks, looks around, and then quickly slides the shirt away. Could you make it any more obvious? You know, you don't accidentally have someone else's signature as muscle memory.
There are even different variations of the MB in different handwriting styles, presumably because they were written by different people. What variation is mine, you may ask? I have no goddamn clue. Because I watched this bitch over and over again without a single regard for the safety of the signature. Why? Because like I said, I had my doubts about whether it was even real, and I spent $50 on this bitch. You best believe I'm aware. If you think for whatever reason like this is a fake shirt, or I washed this shirt over and over again recently to make this point, guess again. I made a video 7 months ago where I played Just Dance featuring the shirt in all its glory with no signature to be seen anywhere. I dare you to find a lick of ink on that bad boy. Anyways, why is this so harmful? First of all, promising a signature and then having it forged is completely unacceptable. All we have is Jimmy's word, and I guess the word of the employees that the signature is real, and that's not looking too good right now. Second of all, I will reiterate that Mr. Beast's audience is primarily children. I was a child at the time. He knows this, and still he employs manipulative tactics, borderline illegal. And
Yeah.
I mean, the reality is that it's straight up gambling for the purpose of profiting off of their fundamental innocence and for profiting off of people who are already susceptible to gambling. And then we get into his latest endeavor, selling chocolate bars through his brand Feastables. It was
Don't even get me fucking started on Feastables, bro.
originally marketed as this like super healthy chocolate bar in comparison to bigger name brands like Hershey's. It only has 5 ingredients. Well, technically the bars differ, ranging from 4 to 6 ingredients. He has called it infinitely healthier than Hershey's, whatever the fuck that means. Apparently recently Feastables changed its ingredients without really, you know, an announcement. The new ingredients look more or less the same to me. Maybe they're more processed. I'm not really educated on this topic. Maybe they thought if they kept the number of ingredients more or less the same, people wouldn't notice. But it's not like
No.
Hershey's has an incredibly long list of ingredients. I don't know, they all seem kind of more or less the same to me. First of all, putting the words chocolate and infinitely healthy in the same sentence is absurd. Then packaging it as a barely legal lottery and marketing it towards children is crazy. Beware of candy from strangers, kids. Mr. Beast is not your friend. Now, tricking me into gambling is one thing, but he got my mother too. I came home one day to find a package of Feastables in the pantry, and I was like, who the fuck bought this? Who was Jimmy's latest victim? Turns out it was my mom. We did not win $10,000 through that purchase, in case you were curious, but she actually does love the chocolate. That's an endorsement for you right there, Jimmy, one that you could not pry out of Keith.
Not crazy, Jimmy. No? You don't like Crunch Bars? I do like Crunch Bars, but...
Alright, this brings me to the last...
Bro looked dead inside. He's like, you better say you like it. You better say you like it.
And final topic, which is Ava Tyson. She has been featured in many a Mr. Beast video because she is Jimmy's longtime friend. I believe they were friends before they started working together. News started circulating around her because about a year ago, she shared to the public that she had separated from her wife. She is a transgender woman and goes by she, her pronouns now. The amount of transphobia I witnessed after this announcement was made at the time was absolutely disgusting. I remember it vividly.
I have a weird take as a non-binary person. Like, I am not condoning transphobia at all. But now I do feel like some people use being trans as an excuse to do heinous shit, which is how I feel about Ava Tyson. You know? That's just my opinion, though. That is just my opinion. It is what it is.
But thankfully a lot of people spoke out against the harassment that Ava was experiencing, including Mr. Beast and Ava's ex-wife. During this time, there was one particular video that was making its rounds. It was originally entitled, "Why Chris Will Soon Be a Nightmare for Mr. Beast." Lots of people spoke out against this video and lent their support to Ava because the sentiment of the video is that Ava will be a nightmare for Mr. Beast because she now identifies as a woman. Some people are now looking back on this video with everything that's...
I do feel like a lot of people transition as an excuse to be a pedophile, but that does not mean that because they're trans, it is a nightmare. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is a weird way to just be a dick.
Come out about Ava and are being like, whoa, actually, this guy predicted the future. He's so right. No, the fuck he was not. If someone a year ago said that Trisha Paytas will give birth to a girl because the late Queen Elizabeth will be reincarnated as her baby, you can't single out the first part of that sentence and be like, oh, well, since this part is true, the whole statement is true. That's not how it works. Ava did become a nightmare to Mr. Beast, but it's not because of the reasons discussed in this video, and it's harmful to perpetuate that narrative. And the crazy thing is that at the time, the creator could have made a video about Ava discussing past problematic behavior because the stuff that's coming out now is stuff that had already happened back then. But that's not what it was. It was a video with pretty blatant transphobic undertones disguised as commentary. And the thing about this is that Ava's identity as a trans woman has nothing to do with the conversation about her past problematic behaviors. So basically, to get into it, in terms of why
she does have a point. Her being trans has nothing to do with it. However, I do feel like she transitioned to, you know, get by with being a pedophile. There are people who do that.
She's trending right now. Basically, this was sparked by a guy who made a video on YouTube saying that Ava groomed someone named Lava when Ava was in her early 20s and he was 14. Essentially, he made the video an allegation on Lava's behalf without Lava's consent. So then, Lava came out and said, "What the fuck? That's not true at all." However, even though this particular allegation was false, this sparked people to look into Ava's history. And that's where we get into problematic behavior and disturbing activity. The first of which is, and this term has been thrown around a lot, edgy jokes. I think that undermines the severity of what was being said a little bit, but nonetheless, Ava was making really inappropriate comments in her early 20s on a public Discord server that included kids as young as 14 years old who were not only a part of this public Discord server, but were moderating it. This would include Ava contributing to conversations with these minors, calling each other, you know, mommy, daddy, calling each other sexy, sharing sexually explicit drawings, which is completely and utterly inappropriate. Lava had been really defending Ava up until this point, but after reading the Discord leaks and after reliving the messages after all this time, he amended his earlier statements about only the Discord comments. And he said, "I thought I had a good memory of the situation, but I was wrong. After reading the chat logs, this stuff was inappropriate and wrong. I was a minor in the situation and not the adult influencer who shouldn't have allowed this to happen." Jimmy had his fair share of edgy jokes in his past as well, like when he allegedly responded to a comment about selling black people for money, and he said, "The most I would pay is probably $300." Also, he was on a podcast and Jimmy jokingly asked one of the people he was on the podcast with if they would stick their dick in Bad Baby. I think that's how you pronounce her name.
What the fuck? Both of these things are just fucking absurd, bro. Like, why? Why? Why do people think this is okay to say with their whole chest?
Who was 14 years old at the time. The person on the podcast, that wasn't Jimmy, later came out and said that they were purposefully trying to clip farm, aka they were trying to have people take this clip out of context. They were purposefully trying to be edgy. And so about these particular statements, Mr. Beast's spokesperson strikes again, came out and said that when Jimmy was a teenager, he acted like many kids and used inappropriate language while trying to be funny. Over the years, he has repeatedly apologized. Has he?
Has he?
The spokesperson, and has learned that increasing influence comes with increased responsibility to be more aware and more sensitive to the power of language. After making some bad jokes and other mistakes when he was younger, as an adult, he has focused on engaging with Mr. Beast community to work together on making a positive impact around the world. Aw, that's so
positive impact.
Nice. Jimmy, why don't you use the power of language to speak for yourself? I mean, maybe he has. I haven't looked into his specific apologies, but so far, I haven't seen anything that he's said directly, except actually for a tweet that we'll get to in a second. But what's up with speaking through a spokesperson? Is that some sort of business tactic? But something that is...
It's a business tactic for a lot of celebrities, yeah. Think P. Diddy as a spokesperson as well. Either that or his lawyer just decided to be a spokesperson. I can't remember. But, yeah. So, you know, keep that in mind.
Been really concerning that has come out is that Ava had been a longtime supporter of this artist named Shadman. They are well known for creating lolicon art. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. This phrase derives from the English phrase Lolita complex, which, if you know the whole Lolita complex thing, it's derived from a novel. But this particular type of art is a genre of fictional media in Japanese popular culture which focuses on young girl characters, particularly in a sexually suggestive or erotic manner. Ava bought a poster from Shadman and displayed it in a living room, and there is a video on the Mr. Beast channel, I think, or was at one point, of Mr. Beast being in the room and looking directly at the poster. Ava's apology on Twitter is as follows. I would like to apologize for any of my past behavior or comments if it hurt or if...
We've already seen this apology, so I'm just gonna let her yap, but, like, it's just a blanket statement. Let's just be honest. It's a fucking blanket statement.
Offended anyone. It was not my intent. Seeing recent events, we've mutually decided it's best I permanently step away from all things Mr. Beast and social media to focus on my family and mental health. I never groomed anyone. The person who gets brought up in these accusations has vocally supported that they are false. Having said that, I humbly apologize to anyone I've hurt with my unacceptable social media posts, past actions, and to those who may feel betrayed by how I used to act online. Mr. Beast then made a response, not by a spokesperson. Over the last few days, I've become aware of the serious allegations of Ava Tyson's behavior online, and I'm disgusted and opposed to such unacceptable acts.
You're in the group chat with Ava. You need to shut the fuck up.
During that time, I've been focused on hiring an independent third party to conduct a thorough investigation to ensure I have all the facts. That said, I've seen enough online and taken immediate action to remove Ava from the company, my channel, and any association with Mr. Beast. I do not condone or support any of the inappropriate actions. I will allow the independent investigators the necessary time to conduct a comprehensive investigation and will take any further actions based on their findings. Interesting that Ava said it was mutual, but Jimmy said that he removed her. Anyway, I have problems with these statements. What is up with the vague language? Ava's apology and Mr. Beast's spokesman apology and Mr. Beast's statement on the matter reduced the actions to past actions, bad jokes and other mistakes, inappropriate actions. What are you talking about specifically? What are you referring to? To me, that's a generalization that lacks true accountability. Ava, you made jokes of an inappropriate sexual nature to minors as young as 14 in a public Discord server. Purchased and proudly displayed lolicon artwork. And then, not only that, but you exposed these same children to these types of artworks. It's one thing to partake in that yourself. It's another thing to actively, perpetuate it to these kids.
And the fact that they're drawings of real children in inappropriate situations. So we know what you are, motherfucker.
Mr. Beast, Jimmy, you say that you've only been made aware of certain actions within the last few days. There's evidence of you looking at the poster that Ava purchased from Shadman. He was also in the Discord server that Ava was in, joined in on an inappropriate joke or two. What do you mean you've just become aware of this over the past few days? Now, he could be referring to the lava allegations as well as an SA allegation that also came out during this time, posted by Nuskina on Twitter, which he might not have known about and is investigating further. She met Ava as an adult, but there was a power imbalance because she was Ava's assistant, and as a result, this woman claims that she felt coerced into doing various sort of sexual activities. Ava hasn't spoken on this though. Don't really know what's going to come out regarding that. In conclusion, I feel like we have a pretty good understanding of what Mr. Beast's goal is. He wants to be the best, and if I were to guess why he would want that, perhaps it's to gain recognition, to entertain, to make money, and in part to give back as well. Although it's important to point out that whether intentionally or not, Mr. Beast's philanthropy has shielded him from criticism to an extent, but I do think he genuinely likes giving back. But again, that doesn't mean that
doesn't make this shit okay. Let's just be honest.
That he's immune to any sort of criticism. Someone can donate a lot and still do awful things. What Jimmy seems to neglect is the how in the equation. How does he achieve his goals? How has he managed to become the best? By sometimes lying and sometimes manipulating his young audience, by excusing his own harmful behavior as well as the harmful behavior of his close friend until it was bad for his business, by encouraging gambling to children, by cutting corners in production leading to an abysmal set quality for the cast and crew alike. I really hope he's going to change how he runs his business.
Fiddle-dee-doo, fiddle-dee-dee, Mr. Beast is a piece of shit to me.
Though I can't realistically see it because it's hard to imagine the Mr. Beast channel functioning without the psychological tactics of, hey, support me and I'll maybe get you a Tesla. At the very least, don't have your fans pay to enter a sweepstakes masquerading as a lottery. I think working on accountability, humility, and safer working conditions is very doable, especially in terms of taking immediate courses of action. Will Mr. Beast be able to let go of his ambitions and prioritize the well-being of others now that he's number one?
No.
Only time will tell. And
No! No, absolutely not. Also, I have a plushie and I'm playing with his little feet. So, if you see me fidgeting, that's probably what I'm doing. But no. Because he's number one, he'll more likely take advantage of more people. That's normally how it goes. Beep, 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 beep. I have a child. I have a child. It's a little fur child. I wish you could see it. It's either a Wendigo or a Baphomet type creature, but he's pretty cool. I like him. He's very round. I think he's a squishable, but I can't tell. Sorry. Got distracted for a minute. Boop, boop. Alright. Let's get back into the video.
You know what's so crazy? This man is only 26 years old. So when he started popping off, like, what, 4 years ago, he was 22? What made me think he was older? The facial hair? He's the same age as Lorray.
The stress.
Brett Rivera, Tana Mojo. He's definitely old enough to know better, that's for sure. But in the grand scheme of life, he's young, so hopefully he has some growth left in him. Thank you all for watching today's video. I hope you enjoyed. Let me know if I missed anything, questions, comments, concerns, and I will see y'all next time. Bye.
Bye. Alright, let's go to the next video. God damn it. Let me, pull up. Let me get my hair fixed right quick. Okay, got it.
I will allow the
Alright, next video. Sorry for the random fidgeting. I do that with longer form content. Alright, here we go.
About the ongoing drama and controversy surrounding the Beast Games TV production. And how what's supposed to be the biggest game show of all time, with 2,000 contestants and a $5 million cash prize, is being called out by an article and multiple viral videos for lack of food and water, taking people's medication, injuring dozens of others, and so much worse. But I pulled together all of the details you need to know in order to get caught up on this situation involving the TV show production of Beast Games. Today's story was sent to me by a dozen different people, but the first person that told me about it was Dev Limes. If you ever find a story you think I should cover, don't hesitate to DM me on Instagram, Twitter, or TikTok. Now, let's get into it. Back in March of this year, MrBeast signed a deal with Amazon to create the biggest competition series in TV show history. The show will be called Beast Games and will include 1,000 contestants competing for a $5 million cash prize, the largest single prize ever offered in TV or streaming history. When asked about his plans for the show, MrBeast said, "My goal is to make the greatest show possible and prove YouTubers..."
Okay. You could say, I've heard we need to prove that YouTubers and creators can succeed on other platforms. But you know who is actually doing that right now? Markiplier. Go watch The Edge of Sleep. It's really good. He's an actor in it. And he's working really, really hard to make that. And he's also making a movie called Iron Lung. You should check that out instead of watching this bullshit.
and creators can succeed on other platforms. Amazon gave me the creative control. I need to try and make it happen. I hope to make the YouTube community proud. A couple months after this deal was signed, the show's production was already underway, with an application to compete on the show being officially posted on May 10th. However, some people had reservations over the production of the show taking 9 weeks. Recently, in the first half of July, the show's competition in filming has kicked off. However, despite the rumored $100 million budget, more than a few issues have already started popping up, which began to be revealed on July 18th, when the website Vital Vegas posted this article titled, "Mr. Beast Shoots Beast Games in Las Vegas. Controversy Abounds." I'll be honest, the article's written in a tabloid type of way, so it doesn't come off as the most professional or legitimate, which is why I wasn't as quick to cover the situation off of this article alone.
Yeah.
But with recent additional reporting from Roseanne,
I really feel like, you know, that more people could have covered this more professionally on the news end. But we've got what we've got, you know. That's the frustrating part about it. We have what we have. However, you know, I definitely feel like there could have been a lot more journalists on this shit instead of just YouTubers. But the YouTubers do help. So, you know, it is what it is. Anyway, let's get back to the video.
Rosanna Pansino, there is some weight to the experiences shared in this article. So let's go through the highlights. And I'm sorry, but first, I need to take a quick second to thank today's sponsor. Money back guarantee. Thank you so much to Surfshark for sponsoring today's video. Now, let's get back to the story. At the beginning, they write that Mr. Beast says, think Squid Games, but on steroids times a billion. We do know the show will feature physical challenges, as there was a call for paid testers by an audience and seat filling company recently. The ad offered Las Vegas locals $150 and a free meal to run, jump, and pull ropes. They include this photo of the ad that was put out. Next, they report that contestants were spotted at the Rio and Plaza wearing garbage bags in order to cover the uniforms worn on the show. After this, they write that there was an update to the situation the next day, with a source claiming that Desert Springs Hospital has seen countless patients today coming from Beast Games due to a lack of food and water. Somebody also replied to the Vital Vegas tweet about the story, and they said, here were the folks lined up across from Fool Us, all in garbage bags, and all with weird responses, and refusing to confirm it was Mr. Beast.
That is
a few days
insane.
Later, Vital Vegas provides another update saying, they heard back from a Mr. Beast representative who stated Mr. Beast was working on an upcoming video with 3 medical issues out of
sure
of 2,000 participants. 2 were medical events unrelated to the games or production, and 1 involved dehydration. There was plenty of water and electrolyte drinks on site, and a full medical staff. Personnel attended to the people immediately. They were all released shortly after and are doing well. Below this, they claim that one contestant reports contestants were instructed to provide producers with 5 days worth of medications. And as of today, contestants have not received a single dose. They have denied food to diabetics, denied water to contestants, and at least 2 individuals have had seizures as a result. The Mr. Beast representative says this information is inaccurate. Then, Vital Vegas explains some details regarding the production. They have confirmed Rio was the main staging area for the production. It seems this portion of Beast Games will feature 2,000 contestants being narrowed down to 1,000 through a series of competitions. The first competition involved teams of 400 lifting 10,000-pound weights.
Why?
With pulleys. The 3-day production in Las Vegas ends Saturday, July 20th, 2024. The competition in Las Vegas is for YouTube and isn't part of the Prime Video series. Round 2 of the competition involved contestants choosing one of hundreds of briefcases. 50 of the cases in each batch of 400 contained automatic eliminations. There were also red cases containing $1,000, along with elimination, which many contestants chose. The article then talks about how Amazon and MrBeast's team were not prepared for how difficult it would be to film a competition with 2,000 people, saying that many contestants assumed the conditions of the production, including hours of waiting at various stages, were psychological endurance tests, which does not appear to be the case.
Why would they be psychological? You're literally depriving people of food and water and their medications and clean clothing.
One contestant's account claims that the locally hired production staff were treated poorly. Medications were surrendered, which caused concern among the medical staff. The 2,000 trash bags worn were thrown in the trash. Contestants had to wait for hours to get on regular guest elevators. Contestants were asked to give the production team several pairs of underwear, which did not get returned. There weren't enough buses, everybody had to stay in their hotel rooms, and the food was described as hideous porridge. After this, Vital Vegas writes that questions about the fairness of the competition have also been raised. The 2,000 contestants were divided into groups of 400. Some of the contestants reportedly stacked the deck in their favor by creating teams of mostly young, strong men. The first group eliminated was largely older people and women. The article then includes this ominous-looking photo that was taken of Mr. Beast and someone cosplaying as the Grim Reaper if he was into crypto and wearing boots with jeans. The next day, on July 21st, Vital Vegas updated the article with more information after hearing from a member of the Beast Games production team. They start by confirming that they did collect 5 days of medication and undergarments, which were mostly lost and not tracked by production. They did run out of Gatorade at one point, but they did have water. Also, they did run out of food during filming on Friday, and after being eliminated from the competition, they note that contestants have to retrieve their luggage and personal belongings, including their phones, from a big meeting room without organization, trying to find a couple of bags in a room of 4,000 to 6,000 of them. The article goes on to mention that during the competition, contestants had to sleep 2 nights in a sleeping bag on the field in Allegiant Stadium, including a photo of one of the games unfolding on field.
What the fuck is wrong with people?
You can tell by the photo's caption that so far, it's hard to tell what's actually credible in the story. But they continue by including a photo of the Beast Game shirt that was hidden by garbage bags, also showing a photo of the $5 million in prize money stacked up in $1 bills. Since the stories come out, more contestants have commented, adding to the story. 2 people say that the challenges were highly athletic and strongly favored young men, who they claim bullied the female and elderly contestants, pushing and shoving them, without any punishment or safety concerns raised by the production team. Another commenter claims that during the 3rd challenge, a smaller woman was tackled by a large athletic man, so he could grab the flag for a game, saying that the woman was knocked out cold due to the impact, and medics had to wake her up, with the man not being eliminated from the game.
What the
fuck? States that they treated everybody like animals, denied people meals, and wouldn't feed them for 10 plus hours at a time. Also claiming that women were bleeding through their clothes. Multiple people had seizures, and they denied medication to contestants. The entire art.
That is fucking horrific. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? If you're gonna run a show, you need safety is a top priority, especially in contests like this.
Article wraps up with one more competitor's experience during the briefcase challenge, which included 400 briefcases placed on tables around the stadium. There were 100 people on each team, and this was a challenge against your 99 other team members. Between each briefcase was only a single file line worth of space, so once the game began, it was impossible to get around without pushing and shoving. The Jumbotron screen flashed which cases were safe and which weren't. And this instantly led to 100 people trampling each other to get to one first. This, of course, led to a bunch of people getting injured. After this article came out, a few people made videos about it, but MrBeast has been facing far bigger controversies. So it's mostly flown under the radar. Until 5 days later, when the creator, Rosanna Pansino, tweeted this on July 26. I have confirmation from at least 5 people on site that the details in this article are at least 90% true. And she followed up the next day by reporting more details in this now viral TikTok.
Hey guys, so it is time for a video because I have received messages from over a dozen people involved with the current Beast games.
Then she quickly recaps what the Beast games are, and then gets into the messages she's recently received, saying they're from a mix of people that have competed or are still competing on the show.
I recently heard
with people she personally.
Oh god. I would never, ever participate in that shit. You're a good lurk. I mean, I would never participate in this shit. I would if I were a production crew, thank you. If I were a production crew, I would never endorse this. Like, as soon as I found out how bad it was, the whole thing would have been shut down. It would have been shut down. Why is Amazon still allowing this man to continue doing this?
Knows that are working on the production team. For this first video, Rosanna goes through one contestant's account of the competition.
I wanted to read you one of the messages with the permission of one of the contestants to give you an idea of why I'm so upset and why I simply just can't let this go. It's absolutely not okay. I was a contestant until the end. I also didn't accept their hush money. It was really bad. People were having seizures because they were not getting medication, even though we were promised we would. And it was 100% rigged. They presented it as though the game would be like Squid Games, basically a type of game show where all the games are an even playing field. That was not at all the case. All the games were about speed and strength. So only the young athletic males were at an advantage over the women, and elderly people were also casted. To make things worse, men started realizing that they could take out the women without being eliminated. Guys started tackling and hitting women.
What the
Two girls
fuck?
were tackled and passed out on the field and were dragged off to continue filming. I saw people with broken bones, stitches, etc., and most were women. We were given maybe 400 calories a meal
What the
and
fuck?
only fed every 12 hours. Food would run out and people would fight over, steal, and hoard food. Water was scarce and kept running out as well. I had to sit with a bloody pad for 2 days before I could get undergarments.
That's so disgusting. Like, why? Why would you put people through this? Why would you put people through this? What the fuck is wrong with people?
And my reusable pads because I'm allergic to regular pads. We were also sleep deprived, only allowed 3 to 4 hours. We all slept on the floor in the stadium in a $10 sleeping bag. They offered anyone who lost $1,000 to sign away their rights to join any kind of class action lawsuit of any kind. I didn't sign, so I didn't get the money. After this article came out and things started blowing up, they called everyone back and decided to offer an additional $1,000 per person to make up for any of the inconveniences.
What
they
the
knew
fuck?
it was bad because they also offered to provide therapy through their insurance. And it wasn't Amazon Prime that called me, it was Mr. Beast's crew. And 5 of us so far have tested positive for COVID. Also, someone was allowed to go in with pink eye, which of course is also contagious.
What the fuck?
The video ends with Rosanna claiming that there's even more details to come, which she follows up on the next day in this TikTok. It starts with Rosanna saying that she now has DMs from over 100 different people that have participated in the show. And journalists have been giving more attention and looking into everything that's coming out.
Man, somebody needs to fucking shut this shit down. ASAP.
Then she goes through another contestant's experience on the show. At one part, they say, no one was using a microphone to make announcements, so it was very hard to hear what production was saying. A lot of things got missed. I had to hear through the grapevine about certain things, like when they had Gatorade, when we could go to medical, when they had snack bags on the last day, when we could get our undergarments, etc. They handed out undergarment bags to everyone alphabetically by last name. I did not receive my undergarments until the second day of filming. These should have been handed out to everyone day one. People were using their undergarment bags as pillows when we slept on the stadium floor.
Oh
After
my
the first
God.
competition, they hadn't fed us in a while, and I was feeling lightheaded. I asked someone if they had anything to eat because I was feeling lightheaded, and they told me to push through and basically suck it up.
Whoa!
On the first day, after 12 hours of having contacts in my eyes, I asked someone if I could go to medical to take them out, and they told me no. I witnessed 2 people that had seizures, and it took medical several minutes for them to get there. I'm assuming this happened because they did not have access to medication, but I could be completely wrong. I was told by production they were working up to 20-hour days, as all of us were. We were all sleep and food deprived. The timing between feeding us was not consistent. In the first meal they gave us, around 6 to 7 p.m., I had no protein. All I had was a little container of oatmeal.
They're giving them like school-type lunches, bro. That is awful. Jesus. How the fuck?
A little container of vegetables, and a little container of fruit. We didn't eat again until the early morning. When I returned from the competition, my 3 bags were separated at the hotel and not where I had originally put them. I had to search for 30 minutes to find all of my luggage. Our sleeping bags and undergarments were all thrown and scattered into another room, and I had to search for that for 20 minutes. There was no organization whatsoever.
What the
when
fuck?
All of the contestants arrived back to the hotel from the competition, we were supposed to have flights booked for us to go home. I woke up the next day after I got back from the competition with no flight information. With so many contestants trying to go home, I heard they would not have all the flights booked until a few days later. I had to book my own flight and use money out of my pocket to leave because I couldn't wait that long because I had to.
You literally were putting people out of jobs by doing this and putting people in danger. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Return to work. They are going to reimburse us, but there is no telling when I will see that money. They gave out Feastable chocolates to contestants at times. My group hoarded chocolate because we weren't sure when the next time they would feed us would be, and we were afraid we would get hungry. Rosanna wraps up the second video, saying that this doesn't even cover half of what she's been hearing. Also sharing rumors that there were only 2 ambulances on site for 2,000 people plus the entire crew. The next day, Rosanna posted a video.
Have you ever run a back?
It's actually today, July 29th, when I'm recording this. In this third video about the Beast Games production, Rosanna reports that Mr. Beast specifically requested to hire a non-union crew.
What the
he
fuck?
did this because unions usually come with stricter safety standards and better pay. However, the Mr. Beast team couldn't find enough non-union people to hire. So they were forced to hire some IATSE union members to be part of the production crew. But despite this, the Mr. Beast team stated,
yeah, and the IATSE were the ones who were like, this is not a safe production. You should not be participating. It needs to be shut down.
That they wouldn't pay for any of their regular benefits. This then led to an email that Rosanna explains was sent from IATSE to their branch in Canada, which is the next location for the production of Beast Games.
Dear members of IATSE, Mr. Beast (Beast Games, aka Project Greenlight, has been deemed an unfair production. No member of IATSE is permitted to work on this production. A member refusing to leave a job declared unfair or which falls under the definition contained herein shall be expelled from the membership. So at a bare minimum, this shows that Jimmy never planned to make Beast Games a union show. He wants to hire union workers, he wants the quality, but he doesn't want to pay for them.
But that's the latest we've heard about the situation. Still no official response from the Beast Games team regarding everything. However, I think Mr. Beast has a lot going on at the moment, so I'm not sure if we ever will get a response.
Probably
but
not.
Now that you're caught up on pretty much all the drama and controversy surrounding the Beast Games TV production, I need to know, what do you think about everything? Please let me know that along.
It needs to be shut down is what I think. That's what I think.
With any story updates or things I missed down in the comments. If you want to get caught up with even more internet drama and news, subscribe to either channel to catch the next story, or check out any of my recent videos. Thank you so much for making it all the way to the end, and I'll see you in the next one.
Alrighty. Before we continue, I did add some more videos so we could cover more stuff, but I need to head to the restroom right quick and, you know, try and get something to eat as well as just organize the stuff that I got. So I'll be back, chat. I promise. I'm back, chat. So the next video that we're going to watch is Rosanna Pansino talking about the Beast Games as well. And then her video on the leaked documents.
So, a lot has happened over the last few days,
Yep.
and I wanted to update you. It is truly so much to cover in a single video, but it just definitely needs to be talked about. First of all, the fact that hardly any large YouTubers are talking about the Beast Games is honestly pretty disappointing, although not too surprising. In general, I think basically all the top YouTubers are hoping this blows over so they can keep their chance to do business with Mr. Beast or be a part of his juicy collabs. As someone who has done 3 of these Beast collabs and having tried to do business with me twice off of YouTube, let me tell you, it's a complete waste of time. But hey, I'm not going to go into that right now. I would just like to remind them, the other big YouTubers in this community, that dozens of people were injured and thousands of people were denied their basic human rights, all for a Mr. Beast YouTube video. It's giving David Dobrik 2.0. And the sequels are always worse. There's still no update from TikTok on why my first video about the Beast Games is blocked in every country except for the US. Also, thousands of comments are being deleted daily on Mr. Beast's newest video.
Mr. Beast has been deleting all the comments that speak on the situation about him being a fraud. It doesn't matter if you don't space out your comment, they will all be deleted.
Much of Reddit is blocking threads on the topic. This includes his own subreddit that's ran by his staff. Even Twitter deleted a community post about Mr. Beast. So overall, it looks like there is a pretty concerted effort to hide this story, which pretty much explains why I'm making the video today. A lot of you had asked for verification of the other stories I was making videos about, which I totally get, and I wanted to read one of the articles that came out this week. This one is from the New York Times. They vetted about a dozen Beast Games contestants and listened to their stories. Many other news outlets have also interviewed and vetted other contestants and crew as well. So I hope that gives you some assurance that these stories are real. All right, so let's read through. Send thoughts and prayers. I'm dyslexic.
Oh no.
The title of the article is Willing to Die for Mr. Beast and 5 million. I'm gonna read about half of it because it would probably take me a couple hours to read this whole article because I'm such a slow reader. During the intake process this year, several contestants told the New York Times that they have been asked whether they would be willing to be buried alive or travel to outer space. One contestant recalled being asked if she would be able to swim to shore if thrown overboard from a boat. I understand that such activities may cause me death, illness, or serious bodily injury, including but not limited to exhaustion, dehydration, overexertion, burns, and heat stroke. Read aloud line in the contract reviewed by the Times that applicants were required to sign. Such language is commonplace in reality television contracts. What they did not expect, however, were the more mundane yet potentially dangerous inconveniences that they said had befallen them during the competition. Speaking with the New York Times on the condition of being anonymous due to non-disclosure agreements, over a dozen people who participated in the first installment of Beast Games said that they had not received adequate food or medical care and that some competitors had suffered injuries from the physical challenges. The event was being filmed for Mr. Donaldson's YouTube channel to select contestants to participate in the Amazon MGM show later this summer. Some of the contestants left the company.
The fact that it's on YouTube too is horrendous. Like, it's already bad enough that they decided to make a full TV show, but the fact that, you know, they filmed the first, like, the pre-screening on YouTube and still had all this happen was insane.
Competition arena on stretchers. A contestant said, though it was unclear if any of those contestants had faced serious medical conditions. Another described watching fellow contestants vomiting and appearing to pass out. There were several hospitalizations. So I'm going to stop right here to give a little bit of context. The local hospital that took patients from the Beast Games described it as a pretty chaotic scene. I've also talked to at least 100 contestants. Some of the injuries described to me, I would definitely describe as serious. Okay, back to the article. In a text message, a spokesperson for Mr. Beast said that the shoot was unfortunately complicated by the CrowdStrike incident, extreme weather, and other unexpected logistical and communication issues. The spokesperson said Mr. Beast had started a formal review and had taken steps to ensure that we learn from this experience. Okay, we're going to take a quick break again. So Mr. Beast's PR team is blaming everyone but themselves. I don't understand how CrowdStrike prevents people from getting their medication. I don't understand how CrowdStrike prevents women from getting feminine products that they need. I don't
understand how CrowdStrike and the weather has to do with people not, you know, getting food and water.
I don't understand how CrowdStrike gives low-quality food with no protein to contestants doing physical challenges.
Yeah.
They were giving out cold oatmeal. Yeah, great, wonderful. I don't understand how CrowdStrike caused people to be nearly trampled. I just don't understand how CrowdStrike caused fully grown men to tackle women. And severe weather. Spoiler alert, it's Vegas, it's hot. How is that an excuse? And unexpected logistical issues. That's literally the entire point of hiring an experienced crew. Remember when I said Mr. Beast's team intentionally wanted to hire non-union?
Yes.
And Mr. Beast has started a formal... This is the second time in 2 weeks that started a formal review. So this is the second time in 2 weeks that Mr. Beast is investigating Mr. Beast. I'm gonna investigate myself. After I investigated myself, I have found that I myself have done no wrongdoings. After this totally legitimate
Exactly the fucking point. Exactly the fucking point. Exactly the fucking point. Bro, I can't stand these people. I can't.
Investigation that I have done myself on myself. Trust me, bro. The company that will be investigating me is Mr. Beast's Investigations. All right, let's go back to the article. Some former employees have spoken out about safety concerns on Mr. Beast's sets, but his vast fan base has continued to see him as fundamentally charitable and well-meaning. Amid allegations about Beast Games, as well as recent accusations about inappropriate language used by Mr. Donaldson and a former collaborator, his reputation, as well as his multi-million-dollar YouTube empire are on the line. We signed up for the show, but we didn't sign up for not being fed or watered or treated like human beings, one contestant told The Times. Before they arrived at the stadium on July 18th, the contestants had to turn in their phones and belongings, including medications. The group ranged in age from members of Gen Z to a competitor who said he was 82, a contestant said.
If somebody is that old, they definitely need to be, you know, handled, taken care of appropriately.
Right from the start, things seemed off. Some contestants said they had originally been told that the competition would have 1,000 participants. This was also the figure advertised by Prime Video earlier this year. But upon arrival, contestants received a video message from Mr. Donaldson, reviewed by The Times, informing them that the number of contestants was higher. Obviously, there's 2,000 contestants, Mr. Donaldson said in a video. I don't remember if I said that publicly or not, but there is. A spokesperson for Mr. Beast said the intention had always been to have 2,000 competitors during that phase. There's that spokesperson again.
I'm telling you, if you had just stated it publicly that this first phase would have 2,000 people and it would whittle down to 1,000, nobody would have a problem.
And that PR team, they're just working overtime. I talked to a bunch of contestants. The contestants that I talked to, many of them were not told that it was going to be 2,000 participants. They were told it was 1,000. They were upset by this. They were also upset because they felt they were misled because they thought they were going to be on the Amazon Prime show, not on a YouTube video.
Exactly.
Like many of the people who appear in Mr. Beast's YouTube videos, some of the contestants said that they needed the cash to pay for things like student loans and medical debt, which is the #1 debt in the United States. This is a part that seems small, but it really bothers me because it's obvious that they're just trying to film people's reactions of like, what? But you're really messing with people's lives. And people who may really need money, a lot of the contestants that I talked to, they signed up for the show, not because it sounded super, super fun, but because they really needed the money and they wanted a chance to compete for that money to really change their lives. And so to dangle a really high price carrot, $5 million in front of people's faces who need the finances and then do this to them, it just seems cheap. I'm getting older. I'm just fed up with the BS. Several contestants also said that they had not been warned about how little they would be given to eat and how infrequently. They described going on long stretches without being fed by the production. One said she had gone over 20 hours, both during the games and while they were in Las Vegas before and after filming. Contestants said they had expected the production to provide them with meals for the duration of their time in Nevada. One meal described by several contestants included a teeny portion of cold oatmeal, one hard-boiled egg, and a few pieces of raw vegetables. Meals throughout the games were small and sporadic, contestants said. It was difficult to keep track of time without watches or phones, but the contestants estimated that they had been fed twice a day, once early in the morning and again in the afternoon or evening. A spokesperson for Mr. Beast said the contestants have been offered 3 meals a day. Here's that spokesperson again. One of the most common...
There's that cover your ass person again. God, it's annoying.
Things amongst all of the contestants that I talked to was just how dire the food situation was. On a few occasions, the production staff passed around small Feastables chocolate bars, a brand created by Mr. Donaldson, and filmed some people eating and praising the candy, contestants said. Nothing better than a cheap chocolate bar on an empty stomach. Pretty much everyone I talked to said that they were starving, and I cannot believe that they use this as a cheap way to promote their candy bars, like advertise their candy bars on the show. People with food allergies and dietary restrictions said that they had experienced even more trouble. Before the competition, contestants filled out forms detailing their dietary needs. An FAQ document provided to contestants in advance of the event and reviewed by The Times said that all dietary and food restrictions would be taken into consideration. Either they knew about the dietary restrictions and they weren't able to meet them, or they casted people with dietary restrictions knowing that they wouldn't be able to feed them correctly. Either way you cut it, it's not good.
No.
You can't feed people? Jimmy, don't you run food banks? An FAQ document that says taken into consideration. Yeah, it seems like they considered it. They were like, I'm going to consider not doing anything for the people. But several contestants said that they had been served food that they were allergic to and that alternatives had not been provided. Quote, they took on this challenge of 2,000 competitors. They should have known they needed an enormous crew to handle this correctly. Hungry, bruised, and bleeding. Mr. Donaldson presided over the field as the first scenes of the competition were filmed in the stadium. Contestants described how he had stepped out of the shrine-like structure and onto a platform above $5 million in cash as they were instructed to cheer. Quote,
what the fuck? Why would you instruct somebody to cheer for you? No. Don't. That's fucking insane.
we're all just looking up at the sky, screaming at him like he's God, one contestant said. Guards dressed entirely in black, complete with face coverings, flanked the field. A psychologist also introduced himself to the competitors at the outset, explaining that
do not stare the
and safety were priorities on set, several participants recalled. Reached by phone by the Times after the games, that psychologist declined to comment on the event. In what world is one psychologist enough for 2,000 people? When I went on to a reality game show years ago, this is over a decade ago, there was 10 women and we had one psychologist. Just so you guys can kind of compare, several contestants said that
when I was in a group home, a maximum of 3 kids would have one caseworker. Because we had so many people, there was a caseworker for every 3 kids. There was a psychologist for every 3 kids. You don't fucking use one person for 2,000 people.
That when they had sought out production staff members for assistance with medical care, food, and hygiene issues, the staff members were often not helpful and appeared disorganized. Some staff members yelled and cursed at contestants, one participant said. Sorry
That's
if you guys
disrespectful.
hear snoring. My dog just fell asleep, and I don't have the heart to wake her up. They just look so cute when they're taking those little puppy naps. She's this one. She's right here. Boop, boop. This is our little booty. Back to it. Despite reassurance that contestants' medications would be distributed to them when needed, several contestants said that they had not received their medication on time, including one contestant who needed insulin, instead receiving it hours or even days after their scheduled dosing times. This is so dangerous to a diabetic. This is awful.
To a diabetic, to a schizophrenia patient, to people with, personality disorders. What the fuck are you doing?
One contestant said that she had initially been denied food that she required to take with her medication and had been told by staff members that she didn't actually need to eat. After asking repeatedly, she was given half a banana. Something else that really bothers me is people online are saying, well, it's a competition, it's supposed to be hard. And I'm like, why is Mr. Beast production casting people who need specific medication and specific food and then not giving it to them?
In every reality show I've seen that's a competition, Minute to Win It, Forged in Fire. Well, Forged in Fire has some of their own safety issues, but fucking Iron Chef America, shit like that. There's always a safety crew. They always make sure that anyone who has any dietary restrictions, they're known about and they are provided. If they need medication, they're given. Come on now.
That has nothing to do with the competition games themselves. Nothing. It is taking care of basic human needs. Contestants were instructed to supply the production staff with a Ziploc bag containing 5 days worth of undergarments, which would be distributed to the contestants once the games were underway. But several contestants said that they had waited hours or even days to receive their clean underwear. I'm gonna stop here again. Why the is Mr. Beast production team taking contestants' underwear? I get not having a cell phone or something you can cheat with, but underwear? There is one contestant that I'm talking with right now who has never gotten her underwear back. One woman said that when she and a group of contestants who were menstruating during the event had asked the production staff about getting their underwear more quickly, she had been told that it was not a medical emergency. And she recalled that a nearby member of the production staff had laughed at the woman's pleading. How disgusting are these people? Could you imagine these people treating your sister that way? Your mom that way? And yes, it is a medical emergency. It's called toxic shock syndrome. People can die from it. Can we please make Markiplier the #1 YouTuber already? I'm so sick of this. Ick.
Same, girl, same. Make Markiplier #1. Or at least get, Felix has done a lot for himself. Bring Felix back,
Contestants felt that the staff was overwhelmed by the volume of competitors. In addition to these behind-the-scenes issues, things did not appear to run much more smoothly when it came to the competition itself. The first challenge involved 5 teams of 400 pulling ropes attached to a 10,000-pound weights as fast as possible. The issue began, participants said, when they were broken into those teams. A scramble for team pennies, which I think means jerseys, quickly became chaotic and frightening, several said, describing a crush of people pushing and shoving other contestants while the production staff was unable to calm the crowd. One contestant described hyperventilating amid the scene. Another said she had been almost horizontal and had feared being trampled. How this was described to me from contestants was basically, it was a free-for-all mosh pit just to grab these jerseys. Why didn't production just pick the teams and hand out the jerseys. Some
Yeah.
male contestants refused to pass pennies to female contestants, with the result that one of the teams was predominantly women, contestants said. Several people interviewed in this article felt they had not had a fair chance at winning the prize money given the way the teams were formed. One contestant said she left the stadium bruised and bleeding after being injured and eliminated in the first challenge. She was handed $1,000 in a stack of dollar bills as a consolation prize, but said she had to hand the money back to the producers after the cameras were off. Competitors were told that they would receive real payments later, she said, but as of publication time, she has not yet been paid.
What the
Contestant,
fuck?
a self-professed longtime fan of Mr. Donaldson's, who is still in the game, said she was nervous about her safety, but planned to continue. That just really paints a picture of what's going on. A contestant who doesn't feel safe, but she needs the money so much, so she's going to try to stay. Oh,
Yeah.
it's that spokesperson again for Mr. Beast. Quote, "We are grateful that virtually all of those invited to Toronto for our next production have enthusiastically accepted our invitation," the Mr. Beast spokesperson wrote. So to end this video, I just wanted to read through this article and give you a good idea of some of the things going on in Beast Games. Nearly every part of this story was confirmed to me by multiple contestants in private. I personally do not believe that the production is fully prepared to keep people safe while competing on Beast Games. It has
Yes.
been told to me that future challenges potentially include swimming in the ocean to an island, being buried alive, and God knows what.
See, this is what I mean. It's just capitalizing on suffering. It's just capitalizing on suffering. Just remember the other editors who came out. I've got them in the list. While I was behind the scenes getting my food, I got them in the list.
Hey guys, so I'm sure most of you have seen that there's been a lot of news coming out about Mr. Beast, Jimmy Donaldson, some of his employees, and his, in my opinion, terrible business practices, some of which I've seen honestly may be illegal. There are a lot of really good videos about this topic that have been coming out in the last few days on YouTube, so I highly encourage everyone to go and watch some of them. Also, I have some more updates and stories from the Beast Games, which I will continue to talk about. They are filming the beginning of part 2 of that series in just a few days, and I am still very concerned about the contestants' well-being. So if you're competing in the Beast Games, please be aware of what's going on around you. The rumors I'm hearing is that they're still essentially hiring almost all new people to work on the set of Beast Games, which if you ask me is not enough time to adequately prepare everything safely for the next phase. Which brings...
They're hiring all new people because they don't want the bad publicity, but that's fucking stupid. Like, you should have just hired more people to the already existing crew that actually gave a shit about helping these people.
To why I'm making this particular video. A very concerning document was sent to me who says that this is an internal employee manual written by Mr. Beast Jimmy himself. I confirmed the legitimacy of this document with 2 former Mr. Beast employees. I think that this gives you a little insight to the type of person Jimmy really is. He lays out what he expects from his employees in great detail. To me, the mask has begun to slip, and it truly is a small look into the mind of the Beast. One last thing that I'd like to point out is that this is a document that Jimmy expected people to read. If I had to guess, I'd say he's even having to filter himself in this document. Yeesh. I'm gonna be posting the full text on my Twitter, and I highly recommend you download it and take a look for yourself. It's long, it's 36 pages. We'd be here for 10 hours if I tried to read the entire thing because I'm a slow reader, so I'll just be reading some of the more concerning parts. Okay. The title of this document is How to Succeed in Mr. Beast's Production. I'm gonna start on page 4, a section he titles, I Only Want A Players. As I type this, I realize it may not be the wisest to categorize everyone into 3 buckets. But this is how I believe we should look at everyone a part of the production team. So basically, he already knows what he's about to say is inappropriate, but he can't help himself from doing it and saying it. You're either an A player, B player, or C player. There is only room at this company for A players. A players are obsessive, learn from mistakes, coachable, intelligent, don't make excuses, believe in YouTube, see the value of this company, and are the best in the goddamn world at their job.
the obsessive part really does kind of portray how Jimmy handles this kind of situation. Because the way he does things, he seems very obsessive. He seems like he cannot stand to, one, not make content, two, accept any criticism, three, come on, I guess that'll have to work. Three, he cannot stand people who have any sort of physical fallacy, which is honestly stupid.
B players are new people that need to be trained into A players, and C players are just average employees. They don't suck, but they aren't exceptional at what they do. Okay.
Wow.
As he's saying, they don't suck, but they aren't exceptional. He misspells aren't. The hypocrisy. Let's move on. They just exist, do whatever, and get a paycheck. They aren't obsessive, aren't spelled wrong again. C players are poisonous and should be transitioned to a different company immediately, all caps. It's okay, we give everyone severance, so they'll be fine.
What the fuck?
I don't even know where to begin with this because he essentially is putting everyone into a system, and he definitely plays favorites at his company. Anyone he considers an A person, those are his close friends who behave exactly the way he wants to behave, and then everyone else is treated less than. And if you're just a hardworking, everyday person who goes to your job on time, does your job, stays the full hours, gives it your all, and then goes home and has a normal life, like a work balance.
If you were a normal human being and have a normal life, Mr. Beast thinks you're lame. Whatever.
Life that's healthy, that is considered a C player. That is considered unacceptable in his eyes. That is considered poisonous in his eyes. Anyone who has a healthy work-life balance relationship is poisonous. All right, moving on. On to page 17, own your mistakes. This coming from Jimmy, someone who has never owned his mistakes, never taken accountability, and never apologized for any of his poor behavior. He pays someone, a PR team, a spokesperson, and now a crisis management team to speak on his behalf. He never apologizes or takes accountability for anything. This is so hard for me to read.
He has other people to speak for him.
Because the hypocrisy is so strong. I hate excuses and despise with my entire soul when people just try to save face instead of learn from how they've messed up.
Ooh, that stare was like, bitch! You have no room to talk. You have no room to fucking speak. Oh, that fucking stare, man, that was great. Fuck. That was fucking fantastic.
Mistakes are okay. Genuinely. They are, and I expect you to make a lot. That's perfectly fine. Every veteran here has cost me $1 million at one point or another, and you can go ask them yourselves if I've ever held it over their heads. I'm sure you never hold it over their heads. I'm sure you never bring it up again. You don't mention it again. You don't write it in an employee handbook. And now that Jimmy's brought it up, I just want to ask the question, are there any veterans out there who have worked for Jimmy where you feel like he has held things over your head?
Jake Weddle, I think.
Let me know, my DMs are open. The reason I'm okay with fuck-ups is because I know that's how you learn. I see it as me investing in you and your brain. Parentheses, hence why I have zero tolerance for C players and they must go immediately. Those fuck-ups could be done by an A player that will retain the information learned.
So if it's one of his close friends or anything, he'll vouch for you. You know, he'll vouch for you. But if you have a healthy work-life balance and you're just a normal person, any mistakes, you gotta go.
Again, to my point, he plays favorites. If you're one of his favorites, you can fuck up as much as you want and there's no repercussions. But if you're not one of his favorites, if you're not on his good side, you fuck up and you're gone. I just beg you that you learn from every mistake and try not to repeat it. That's when it gets annoying. The hypocrisy.
Ooh.
Jimmy, you don't even learn from your mistakes. I've never, ever, ever once fired someone on the spot for messing up. You have nothing to be afraid of. Own it so we can address how to fix it and then move on. I like that he's boasting about how much self-control he has, that he's never, ever, ever fired someone on the spot for making a mistake. What a great guy. And I have confirmation that instead he has his mom fire them the next day. Wonderful self-control. Page 18, nothing comes before your priorities. When you're being assigned tasks, you should have what I call a prio list. If Ali says your prios are to 1. Get a Lamborghini under 200K. 2. Get it wrapped in anime characters. 3. Make a custom steering wheel. Then nothing on this freaking planet is allowed to come between you and getting those priorities done. If the other team asks for your help and you spend 2 days helping them and fall behind on getting your Lamborghini secured, that's your fault.
What the fuck?
If the studio is burning down and you stop working to put out the fire and don't get the Lamborghini, that's your fault. Parentheses, jokes, ha ha ha. But seriously, don't let anything come before your prios.
Are you sure that's a joke?
I'm just gonna read that again.
Are you sure that's a joke?
For anyone who is missing this. If the studio is burning down and you stop working to put out the fire and you don't get the Lamborghini, that's your fault. That's wrong. This is psychotic. This is dangerous.
I don't give a shit if it's quote unquote jokes. Yeah, no. This doesn't work in this situation.
He's literally saying that the company culture is if the studio with employees is burning down, you should not go help and save their lives. You should go wrap that car with anime characters. That is the #1 priority. This way of thinking is psychotic. This is dangerous. It is absolutely unacceptable. Which rolls us right into page 19. No does not mean no. For the people.
No means no. It does not matter the context. No means no.
People out there who are saying he's not edgy anymore, he's learned. This document is pretty new and references some of his newer videos. He has not learned. This is who he is. So the title No Does Not Mean No is a very obvious reference to essay. Instead of communicating in a professional manner, saying be persistent when you're producing or working, no does not mean no is the company culture of Mr. Beast. When dealing with people outside Mr. Beast Productions, never take no at face value. If we need a store to buy everything inside and you call the local Dollar Tree and the person that answers says, no, you can't film here, that literally doesn't mean shit. Talk to other employees and see if any are fans or if any have kids that are fans. Try talking to their boss's boss. Have me DM them on Twitter and try their social team, etc. If all the other avenues are exhausted and you are left with a no, that doesn't mean don't try the other Dollar Trees because the manager of those could be huge fans and willing to bend the rules. This is literally so disgusting because this is putting everyday working people's jobs at stake. If it's a company policy not to film there and you're pressuring them to do so, they could get in trouble. They could
entire stores could be shut down at that point.
Lose their jobs. That's their income. That's their livelihood. And for what, a YouTube video? You are not more important than any other person in this world.
What? No.
Basically, what I'm trying to convey is what we call Pushing through no. Don't just stop because one person told you no. Stop when all conceivable options are exhausted. This is one of the many tools that, when combined dramatically, improve your probability of success when producing here. This is more the Jimmy I know, someone who uses their money, power, and fame to bully other people into positions that they don't feel comfortable with, that they could get in trouble for, they could lose.
That's all Mr. Beast is. He's a fucking bully with money.
Their jobs and lose their ability to make income for their family. Next section, work on multiple videos every day. Please do not come in and only work on one video during a work day. That's how you fall behind on future videos and create a nasty cycle that I'm trying to stop. If you drop everything and go all in on one video for 3 days, then that's 3 days your other videos will fall behind, and eventually you'll have to drop other videos to focus on those videos, and it will snowball into you can't do anything but focus on what's right in front of you because you've murdered any lead time you had. If you ever only work on one video during the day, you failed as a Mr. Beast employee that day. Wow, what a fun boss. Jimmy, this...
What a wonderful boss. What a wonderful boss that has no concept of time management whatsoever.
Just sounds like people are overworked and you're hiring people who are drowning in work. I think there are some circumstances where you should be just focusing on one thing a day, like safety, having a safety director where that's all they do. That's their job. That's how professional sets are ran. All right, so here's a section with a bunch of random Jimmy thoughts. It's called Random Things You Should Know, page 23. Let's read a few of them. Do not leave contestants waiting in the sun, parentheses, ideally waiting in general, for more than 3 hours. Squid Games, it cost us $500,000, and Boys vs. Girls, it got a lot of people out. Ask James to know more. Well, have I got stories about people you kept out in the sun for days. We'll come back to that later. Also, when he says, ask James to know more, he's referring to an employee called James Warren. You'll probably be hearing this name a lot more in the future, and I'll be covering stories involving him as well. Here's another thought. I'd rather you be honest with each other than nice to each other. I also believe in honesty. I'm a big fan of it, but
I'm a big fan of honesty. I'm a big fan of bluntness. But there is a certain level of compassion that you have to have for somebody. Don't sugarcoat it, but don't be a dick either.
Did you know you can be honest and respectful at the same time?
Yes.
You don't have to be honest and mean to someone. You can do both. Again, the hypocrisy. Jimmy cannot take honesty. He can't take honest criticism. He can't take honest feedback. And if you are honest with him while working at his company, you will most likely be fired. This next random thing you should know is why I have said that Jimmy plays favorites, and he truly cultivates a boys club, his favorite boys. Do not talk down to talent or do anything to make them feel like I need them to be happy and in good moods, and those boys are special to me. Ideally, most talks with talent, parentheses, Chris, Carl, Chandler, and Nolan, go through me, or Ollie, or Tyler to avoid confusion amongst them. Another thought, we pivot a lot. Be ready to have everything flipped on its head at a moment's notice. Lol, as someone who's worked on many professional sets, to some degree, this can be true. Especially on location, you can run into factors that you didn't plan for correctly and you weren't prepared for. The ability to adapt and make changes on set is important.
Yeah, the ability to adapt is important, but when you have planned things, you have a set plan, and then as you're recording, you change and there's not really a given reason why, that becomes a problem.
As little problems arise, but however, when it comes to people's safety, like on the Beast Games, you can't just make changes last minute on the fly at a production scale that large with that many people and have it be okay. And I've been talking to members of the crew who said that they were making changes minutes before some of these dangerous challenges, and they were scared people were gonna get hurt, and they did. Oh, here's a great one. I want money spent to be shown on camera, ideally. If you're spending over $10,000 on something and it won't be shown on camera, seriously think about it. And this is why so many people say that he only does charity for camera, because if he can't film it he doesn't want to do it. Pull all-nighters weeks before the shoot so you don't have to days before the shoot. If you planned with adequate time, preparation, and staff, your staff wouldn't have to be doing all-nighters. Also, the way he worded it is that there's gonna be all-nighters no matter what. So it's either days before the shoot or weeks before. So he's encouraging people, don't sleep weeks before the shoot. And remember, you have to be working on multiple videos at the same time. It pretty much sounds to me like you guys are always pulling all-nighters and you're heavily overworked. Here's the last Jimmy thought I'm gonna read. Never do anything that can make us look bad from a PR perspective.
Oh, that's an interesting one. Wow. I never thought about it like that. Wow. I wonder what he could be referring to. Chat, I wonder what he could be referring to. Interesting.
Jimmy only cares about his image, and Jimmy can also not follow his own advice.
Yep.
If you download the document and read through it, they mention multiple times how important their PR image is. But not once in the entire document do they ever reference doing the right thing. Page 28. The longer people watch, the better a video will do. This is why I'm such a stickler about every single second of content. I wanted to pause and point this out because I see a lot of people, Jimmy fans, leaving comments saying, well, Jimmy didn't do that, his editors did this. And I want it to be very clear that Jimmy approves every single second of footage that goes onto his YouTube channel. He is obsessive, he is extremely involved, and nothing goes onto his channel without his approval. I've confirmed this with people who work on Jimmy's videos, and he has literally confirmed this in a document. On page 31, I wanted to point this.
Also, let me see if she's got it. Yeah, the full document. We're gonna look at that as well. I'm gonna read sections of it, but out loud, but I will be reading the whole thing.
This out because Jimmy is very aware of his demographic and who his audience is. It's very strategic, it's pointed. He says, but despite saying that, at its core, if I had to describe it, I'd say the average MrBeast viewer is a teenage memer that likes video games. I'd like you to keep this in mind as more news comes out and unfolds. He is very aware that his audience is youth. Page 34, it's okay for the boys to be childish. It's okay for boys to be boys. The boys club is back, and here we are. If talent, he's referring to his best friends, wants to draw a dick on the whiteboard in a video or do something stupid, let them. Parentheses, assuming they know all the risks and aren't missing context on why it's not safe. People like when we are in our natural element of stupidity. Really do everything you can to empower the boys when filming and help them make content.
God damn it.
Be idiots. This just shows the culture that
yeah, it's literally toxic masculinity at its finest.
He is intentionally building. He plays favorites, there is a boys club, and they are allowed to do things that other people aren't. Page 35. I want famous people in our videos. Next line. I can't even read this. We don't fake things.
Yeah. Sure.
The absolute delusion.
Not just delusion. The caucasity of this bitch.
Yes, you do, Jimmy. The majority of all your videos are faked. And yes, there is a range of the authenticity. Some of the videos do have some authenticity to them. But overall, they are fake. Creator Games 3 was not authentic. Logan Paul did not place second. You can't fake intensity in videos.
Really?
Blink,
blink.
Really, Jimmy? What's this?
We literally found him 1 minute before Zach.
We literally found Logan Paul. That never happened. Fake. The document ends with talking about your career at Mr. Beast. If you've made it this far, you're probably at least semi-interested in this being your career. So I wanted to chat about it. Because if you're ambitious and want to dedicate your life to work, you pick the best company in America to do it at. The Delusion. I would love to see the benefits of the best company in America. I would love to see the policies about.
Do you have a retirement policy, 401k? Do you have health insurance? Do you have, financial benefits?
About your maternity leave, paternity leave, paid time off, which it doesn't seem like working for you is encouraged ever. And from what I'm hearing, you don't even like people taking holidays off, such as Christmas. This sounds like the worst company to work for in America to me. If you want to become a production
and that says something, because a lot of people do not like Walmart.
manager, tell James your intention and ask him why you suck and how you can become better. Seriously, he will give you a list of things that you need to improve to become what we need, and if you actually listen and master those things, we will give you a shot at the role. Parentheses. Only problem is most people think they are better than they really are and don't take seriously when we give them things to improve and then wonder why they never move up. I actually agree with Jimmy here. I do think that some people think that they're better than they are and that they don't take things seriously to improve. This isn't a stepping stone. This is your final destination.
That's ominous.
All I can think about are the horror films, so moving forward. Now, read this all over again because I guarantee you didn't retain enough. I literally love that he ends his document by getting in one more jab to the new employees who are reading through this. Now read it again because I guarantee that you're an idiot. Read it again because I guarantee you couldn't retain something. Like just throwing an insult in there and talking down to people. A lot of people can read something.
Just because you don't retain the information the first time, that doesn't make you fucking stupid, chat. That doesn't make you stupid. Okay? No. Hello! Welcome to the stream. No, but that last jab was a dick move. It really was. Mr. Beast, just because somebody doesn't retain the information the first time does not make them stupid. And honestly, you need to get your shit together. No means no. No means no. You can't just bend the legal rules with shit. Okay? Yeah, people retain stuff after reading things repeatedly. Yes. But because people retain stuff after reading things repeatedly, that's why people revise. Yes. It does not make them an idiot just because they read it once. You know? That's what I'm trying to get across. Retain it, yeah, by reading it repeatedly. But you're not stupid just because you read it one time. Thank you.
And retain it. Projection much? All of that just barely scratches the surface of what's in here, so I'll be posting the whole thing on my Twitter, so if you'd like to read through it, you can. To me, working for Mr.
Again, chat, I will be reading certain portions aloud, but I will be reading the entire document. We will do that today.
Mr. Beast sounds very toxic and dangerous. It's a boys' club where everyone is overworked. It is almost cult-like. It's someone who cares about the work and not about the people. To end the video, I wanted to read some quotes, excerpts from an article written by the Rolling Stones and a journalist who visited Jimmy in person at his company in North Carolina. I'll be posting the link to the article down below if you'd like to read the entire thing. Quote, Donaldson says he doesn't give a fuck about money and plans to give it all away before he dies. Quote, I don't want to live my life chasing the next shiny object to the next shiny object. He says this as we drive around in his Tesla Model X. This is the journalist pointing out the hypocrisy.
Yeah, exactly. Bro, you're rich. You are rich. You're constantly chasing one shiny thing to the next.
A sad, miserable way to go about life. I agree with you, Jimmy. It is. His assistant, a model handsome Utah transplant named Steele, says that prior to his hiring and Donaldson's ex-girlfriend redesigning his kitchen, YouTube's biggest star had lawn chairs in his living room and mattresses on the floor. I don't give a shit about looks, Donaldson says. I just care about functionality. Yet he also seems to be fixated on how much some shiny objects cost, pointing out that his custom-built double-sided refrigerator, which he had made so his chef could deliver meals from the outside without disturbing him, was $50 grand to install. So he literally paid $50,000.
Huh? You making kolaches? Nice. Boyfriend has entered the room. Chat, say hello. I'm doing the Mr. Beast video on all his controversies. Everybody else is doing that for me. I don't have enough of a viewing for that. Mr. Beast is not a VTuber. Okay. Okay. It fell off. I opened the door and it fell off, so I got tired of it and threw it away. Yeah. Hey, I've got so many decorations. What you mean?
So that he wouldn't have to see his private chef deliver some meals to him. Perhaps the
That's
greatest
weird.
threat to Mr. Beast's family-friendly brand was in 2021 investigation by the New York Times that quoted several former employees alleging that Donaldson had fostered a toxic work environment, screaming at workers, forcing them to work long hours, and calling them slurs. Two of the
racist bastard. I'm just quoting something. But nah, we'll get into the editors, promise.
Former Mr. Beast editors who spoke out against him, Nate Anderson and Matt Turner, deleted the videos they'd posted about their experiences because of the harassment they got from Mr. Beast fans.
Yeah.
Direct quote from Mr. Beast. Jimmy, I want to be the biggest YouTube channel ever, he says. Not even for my ego. I don't know. I just want it. It gives me something to strive for, to get out of bed and grind for. But it's also just vanity.
Vanity and ego are the same fucking thing.
Which is ego. I wanted to read this section of the article because I noticed online that a lot of Mr. Beast fans are harassing Mr. Beast's ex-girlfriend, Maddie. I thought this would be interesting for you guys to hear. This article came out after they split up. He recently split from lifestyle influencer Maddie, who has appeared in a handful of his videos. And those in his circle told me that Maddie had been a positive influence, forcing Donaldson to prioritize work-life balance more. Donaldson did not want to comment on the record about the breakup, yet Tyson, which is Chris David Tyson, who is his best friend for his entire life and roommate, yet Tyson says Donaldson's singular focus on work was a major contributing factor. Quote, I think that's what he's going to be looking for next. Someone who can match his obsession with business and money. All that kind of stuff. Now, normally when...
I mean, he is obsessive, both in the financial and content departments. We have to remember who we're talking about here. When do you ever see him, rest? We just heard in the document that you have to be working on videos. You have to pull all-nighters. Like, doesn't that fucking bother you?
When you have a breakup, your best friends are the first people to villainize an ex. But that is not what happened in this situation. His best friends are saying that she had a positive influence in his life. She helped him have a more healthy and normal work-life balance. They have all said positive things about her. She's a sweetheart. For today's video, I just want to read one last section from the Rolling Stones article. The one word that those in Donaldson's orbit used to describe him is obsessive. He has a tendency to fixate on one thing at the expense of all other subjects.
Which is why he approves of every single second of a YouTube video that is in production. I sent you his Twitter, the former editor, so yeah. Yeah, I got the notification. I will take a look at that.
There's a 5-year point of my life where I just relentlessly, unhealthily obsessed with studying virality, studying the YouTube algorithm, he says. I woke up, I would Uber Eats food, and then I would sit on my computer all day just studying nonstop with other YouTubers. There was also a Settlers of Catan phase that's led to Donaldson's assistant buying at least 5 copies of the strategy game a month, so there'd always be fresh ones lying around. Donaldson relishes the strategy and machinations it demands deadpanning. I'm great at lying.
Dead ass. Just says it straight up. I'm great at lying.
Deadpanning to the journalist. Quote, I'm great at lying.
Huel has changed the game for me.
Alright, chat, before we get into the swoop video, we are going to go back and read that document. Okay?
Hey guys, so...
Okay.
Hey guys, so...
Stop doing that!
Hey guys, so...
Fuck. Okay. I'm downloading the document right now. So we're going to take a look at it right quick. We'll put it in my assets folder so that we can see that. Huh? No! I'll chopstick you! I'll chopstick you! Chopstick fight! Chopstick fight! Can I have my chopstick, please?
You've been disarmed, madam.
Yes, I have. Oh no, decapitation! I need to pop this chicken back in the microwave for like 6 more minutes. Because they're not cold, they just need to cook more. Okay. So I got the document. Okay. Alright. Assets folder. WPS office. Alright. I want to look at some of this shit right quick too. So let's take a look. Let me change my screen capture over to the Mr. Beast production right quick. Alright. Here we are. Alright. I will be reading this whole thing, but I'm only reading certain parts out loud. And I am a speed reader, so just give me a sec. On top of that, I want nothing in here to be taken literally. I need you to repeat this in your head 3 times. I will apply everything I read with a grain of salt. Uh-huh. Pardon the bluntness, but this is not Hollywood, and I do not want it to be Hollywood. We aren't here to make a small movie once or twice a year. I want to make one a week. Produce content our way, not the way you were taught before. The amount of hours you work is irrelevant. Before you get mad, recall the story about James solving a problem in 30 minutes a team of 5 couldn't in a week. In that example, does it really matter how many hours they worked? Yes, they're an employee. Unless you're paying them commission, they have to have hours. Obviously, we want grinders that put in the hours, and we'll love you guys to death that do. But at the end of the day, you will be judged on results, not hours. Get shit done and move the goalposts. Alright. I spent 5 years of my life locked in a room studying virality on YouTube. What the fuck? Okay. 30,000 hours of just watching YouTube videos just so you could go viral. Click-through rate, average view duration, average view percentage. The ketchup one is easy. I spent 50 hours in my front yard is lame and you wouldn't click it, but you would hypothetically click I spent 50 hours in ketchup. Both are relatively similar in time and effort, but the ketchup one is easily 100 times more viral. Titles are equally as important for getting someone to click. A simple way to up that CTR even more would be to title it I survived instead of I spent. The more extreme, the better. I don't like bananas won't perform the same as bananas are the worst food on earth. You must know the title and thumbnails of the videos you're making. I mean, yeah. That part I can agree with. I didn't match the expectations of clickbait. Bro, don't be clickbaity about it. Just be honest. Be more genuine so your clicks and views are genuine. Another way to look at this is it's a segment that only Mr. Beast can do this. Lastly, we have what we call back half content. I have to be careful writing this because I don't want you to ever for a second think I'm okay with content being subpar. Okay. Eventually, the difficulties of the videos will outgrow you if you're not growing. Every single day you must check in on Tyler, for example, and make sure he is still on track to hit the target date. Well, less excuses in this company. Don't give your project a chance to fail. Check in daily. Leave no room for error. It's your fault. Track the contractor. I know I already talked about this, but there's one thing I really love to impose on you from all this writing is that you can't just dump and forget your projects. Can't stand when people dump and forget the project on a contractor and then the day before the shoot blame them when it's not ready. No excuses. Stop leaving room for errors. Check in daily. Receive videos and know weeks in advance if you're fucked, not days. I am not always right. Yeah, we know. I have to be the main talent for every gaming video, every Reacts video, every philanthropy video, every TikTok, Insta post, and every main challenge video. I have to work with each channel to make sure the creatives are always evolving and not getting stale. In other words, you have to monitor everything. Without what you're working on, we do not have a video. Protect it at all costs, check on it 10 times a day, obsess over it, and make a backup. If it requires shipping, pay someone to pick it up and drive it. Don't just trust standard shipping. And speak up the second anything goes wrong. The literal second. Always have a backup date. No one will ever have a 100% success rating when it comes to filming our videos on time and on a budget. Okay, but you still want people to not get sleep and to constantly be working on multiple videos at a time. Uh-huh. We read these. Rosanna read these. Consultants are literally cheat codes. Need to make the world's largest slice of cake. Start off by calling the person who made the previous world's largest slice of cake. Spent almost a decade of my life hyper obsessing over YouTube. Repeat this 3 times in your head. I will always check for consultants when I'm assigned a task. You're making it sound like you're a teacher and not a good one. One out of 10 good, 10 out of 10 bad. Spectacles are videos only the Mr. Beast channel can do. Not every video should be a spectacle, and we realize these videos are hard, but that's the point. Me like simple. The simpler, the better. Uh-huh. If something goes wrong on shoot, always check to see if it can be made into content. A tree fall over and your car and breaks 100 vases we needed to give away? That's fucking hilarious, and we should mention it in the video. So if somebody is in danger and you can make it into content, do it. Wow. Okay. Okay, Jimmy. Just like me, they don't know what they don't know, and you can't just say, I'm in production, I'm not very creative, because that's literally the equivalent of saying, I suck at what I do. Okay, not everybody's a creative thinker. Some people are analytical thinkers. Some people are, more visual thinkers. Like, some people are more tactile. That's fucking ridiculous. I'm willing to count to 100,000, bury myself alive, or walk a marathon in the world's largest pairs of shoes by much. I'm so emotionally connected to the channel that it's sad. We can literally turn anything into content. Always have an open mind and never stop innovating. The viewer may think they want a format forever, but they don't. They want new and fresh things. If you're going to be working for the Beast brand, you should be a fan of the Beast brand. You don't have to be a fan of it, of a brand to work for them. You know, if you like the kind of job that you're going to be accomplishing, because they'll obviously tell you what kind of job you're doing. I'm not saying in this case. This case is fucking ridiculous. But I'm saying, like, for example, Sephora or, you know, a gas station, things like that. If you like that kind of job field, you don't have to be a fan of the company themselves. I love for you to watch all the channels, but especially the main channel, seeing how you're working on it. To get 60% of the speed, I watch our last 50-ish videos. If you really want to understand the history and the company and the innovations we've been through, I'd recommend you watch every video back until you hit the 10 million subscribers special. That's like asking somebody to watch One Piece in an entire sitting. Consume things on a daily basis that help you write better content. That one I can agree with. Like, I definitely get inspiration from a lot of YouTubers. Not Mr. Beast at all, but like Markiplier, for example. Game Grumps, you know, Darby Valentine. If you wrote a banger piece of content, but it's a 50-50 chance of working, write another piece of content. Content is unlimited. Don't be lazy. Bro, shut the fuck up. If it has a 50-50 chance of working, you know, still try it out. Don't be afraid to try out your ideas, even if they may not get good retention. The video endings must always be abrupt to protect retention. This isn't really a creative thing, but in general, when on set, be attentive and engaged. Filming days are stressful enough. Be useful, please. So if we're tired, we're not being useful. Every single department has an opportunity for you to grow in, and you're in luck because we don't need yearly reviews. We do whenever the fuck you want reviews. Okay. I want nothing more than for you to go all in, obsessive all day, every day, and become so goddamn valuable this company can't operate without you. Uh-huh. You're asking people to fucking overwork themselves. I don't want to save that. But yeah, I did read the entire document. And I wanted to go over some things that Rosanna didn't talk about. So, before we get into the swoop video, let me go to the restroom and do what I gotta do, and I'll be right back.
Mr. Beast. There we go.
And everybody else.
You guys should join her and subscribe.
Why does Jimmy make us wear this ugly merch all the time?
Wait, what'd you say?
I said this is literally my favorite sweatshirt I own.
Me too, man. I'm glad you like it.
Did you cover all the Mr. Beast stuff?
The Chris Tyson situation could become a complete disaster for Mr. Beast brand.
I spent $50,000 on scratch-off tickets.
We're talking about the most subscribed creator on YouTube.
Ava Chris Tyson of the Mr. Beast crew had a ton of evidence surface about horrible behavior with how they communicated with minors, as well as a past of really disgusting shit.
The Discord logs of Chris Tyson just got leaked.
Would you date someone your age?
Why would I do that?
No.
Chris Tyson talked inappropriately to a 13-year-old.
Chris Tyson from Mr. Beast used me, manipulated me, and did very inappropriate things with me while I was about 15 years old.
I knew to hide it before I even understood what it was, because I was like, this is not going to be received well.
Drama is good for growth, 100%.
Let's be real, if it was 16 or 13, it's still pretty f***ing bad.
I mean, Twitter is suppressing the Mr. Beast video because he said
says the F word and is super racist.
Mr. Beast fired longtime friend and collaborator Ava Chris Tyson.
It's really cold and I'm by myself now. And people are staring at me. I don't know what to do.
Let's do it,
I want you to
Swoop.
close your eyes and imagine that you're seated back, reclining in the first class cabin of an airplane as the flight attendant comes over and tells you to prepare for landing. You sit up, locking your tray table in the upright position and taking in the view outside your window as you slide up the shade. Below is the rolling green farmland of North Carolina. Nerves are building in your chest as you feel the airplane start to dip below the clouds, but it's not just the flight that's giving you butterflies. No, you're about to meet one of your idols, someone you've looked up to for years, and it just so happens that your idol noticed you out of her whole Twitter timeline, and you're not even at 500 followers. When you first sent her a DM as a fan, you never thought it would go this far, but all of your exchanges lead to an offer to be in a video for one of the world's biggest YouTubers, and now he...
Well, damn. Yep, I definitely see where you're coming from, Swoop.
Here you are, flying first class on a one-way ticket to meet her. You almost can't believe how lucky you are. When you ring the doorbell, it feels surreal to have this person open the door in front of you after only seeing pictures and videos, so you don't think much of it when she shows you to the bedroom to put down your things since you'll be sleeping there. But there's only one bed, hers. So when night comes around and you get into bed, she starts to get closer to you, cuddling you, kissing you, and eventually her clothes come off. She asks you to do things you're not really sure about. After all, aren't you going to be working together? But she just so happens to be best friends with one of the most powerful YouTubers on the planet, and you don't want to risk this huge opportunity, so you do as you're told. The next morning, you're not sure how to feel anymore. Is this a relationship? Is this a one-night stand? And what about your role in the new video and working together? Her friends seem confused when you mention it to them because, as it turns out, your new friend doesn't have anything to do with casting videos, and now you're here at her house in North Carolina for another week with nowhere else to stay, knowing that it was all just a lie. And this is what we know.
Damn. That was such a fucking good intro.
Let's start from the beginning. So I know a good portion of the internet has been following the allegations against Ava Chris Tyson, one of the team members of the Mr. Beast YouTube channel, as well as the allegations against Mr. Beast. Like, you've seen them through your YouTube homepage, right? Like bright, poppy thumbnails featuring a cutout of a guy with an exaggerated expression accompanied by titles like ages 1 through 100 fight for $500,000, or would you sit in snakes for $10,000? Sometimes there's a picture of a fanned out wad of cash in the thumbnail for good measure, and you know what? The algorithm eats it up, honey. But let's say you've been living underwater with no Wi-Fi and haven't heard of Mr. Beast. Let me put you on to a quick breakdown. The main Mr. Beast channel has over 311 million subscribers at the time of filming, but let me try and put that number into perspective for you. So there are more than 336 million people living in the United States, meaning Mr. Beast's following is almost large enough to repopulate the entire country, and it will very soon. And that's not even counting all of the spin-off channels that comprise the Mr. Beast empire.
Fucking
There's
A.
Beast Philanthropy, their giveaway channel with 25 million subscribers. Unlike the competitive prize competitions on the main channel, these videos features charity stunts and selfless acts like building wells in Africa or giving out school supplies to underprivileged children. Mr. Beast Gaming, with over 44 million subs, is their gaming channel that's seemingly abandoned. At least they haven't posted any new videos there in over a year, but his second channel, Mr. Beast 2, is at 44 million subs. Now, for comparison, my second channel, Swoop 2, just hit 200,000 subscribers, which is less than 0.5% of the subscriber count just on Mr. Beast's second channel. So, you know, there's still time for us to catch up if you want to subscribe, just saying. Now, Mr. Beastie Boy has dipped a hand into various business ventures.
Beastie Boy is diabolical. Goddamn.
over the years. The short-lived era of the Mr. Beast burger, his interesting line of Feastables chocolate bars, and even an app.
Wait, stop.
I think when I lived in Colorado Springs, I believe there was a Mr. Beast burger in Colorado Springs. You could order off a DoorDash. Never bought any, because I'm not like that, but you know.
I just dropped a brand new app and you can win lots of money. And all you have to do is put your finger on the app like this. And
the finger on the phone thing that Code was talking about is this. If I remember correctly, it's games like this. You don't actually win properly. Like it's like those casino apps.
Person to take their finger off the app wins $25,000. The competition starts in 8 days. You can be in practice mode right now and get some training in. If you're the last to take your finger off this app, you win $25,000. Good luck.
He's basically like a human slot machine. Like, push random buttons, like, comment, and subscribe, join my giveaway, and you too could have an infinitesimal chance at winning enough money to pay off the rest of your life. Some people love it, some hate it. Arguably, he has done a lot of good deeds. I'm all for wells and homes being built.
The good deeds, cool, but most of his shit, like he said, if it's not on camera, he doesn't want to do it. So there's that. And also, it's just, he said it himself, it's all for vanity.
Built for vulnerable populations that no one else seems to give a shit about. Now, whether or not that outweighs the people he's potentially allegedly exploited to make those videos happen, we will need another doc and several hours to cover all of that. Let me know if you want to see that. Now, Mr. Beast might be the most recognizable face of the channel and his brand, but the videos also feature other members of the Beast Gang, who he also sometimes refers to as the boys. This has been a rotating cast of characters over the years. People like Tyler Conklin, Garrett Ronalds, and Jake the Viking, who we will be coming back to later on. It's interesting to me that Mr. Beast seems to primarily, almost exclusively surround himself with men in the Beast Gang, with the exception of one person in particular, and that's our primary focus today. Ava Chris Tyson, a trans woman who was known as a member of the Beast Gang, the host of the Beast Reacts channel, and Mr. Beast's childhood best friend. Yeah, they go way back.
Jesus Christ. That makes sense why Mr. Beast defends, Chris Tyson so much.
But first, oh hi there, hello, hi, it's my face
hi.
Again, Swoop! Hi, if you're seeing me for the first time, welcome. My name is Swoop, and I'm a documentary filmmaker, commentary creator, and professor and dean of Petty University, and I make Swoop docs on...
Holy shit! Petty University. I like that.
Unsolved cases, true crime, and social media influencers who abuse their power and manipulate audiences because, as they always say, it's not drama, it's dangerous. We also dig deeper into psychology, perspectives, play devil's advocate, and sometimes, depending on my mood, we take it to Petty University, okay? Have y'all enrolled fall semester? It is upon us. Classes in session. All are welcome.
Yep, I'm doing dual enrollment with my college and Petty University. Let's fucking go.
Professor Petty is here to take the student body on a deep dive field trip, and for extra credit, you can connect with me on Instagram and Twitter for a chance to be featured in upcoming Swoop docs. You'll see that I did some interviews in this one. Of course, also you can grab your very own apparel pieces from the Valid Ribcage and Valid Social Club collections, like the one I'm wearing here, in the Petty University shop link below. As always, they
W
may
merch
not be there much longer. Okay, I'm just saying. Okay, we've been working on some new things.
W merch, I like it.
So just a heads up. Okay, real quick, and then we're gonna dive in. Can we talk about boundaries? I'm talking tune out all the noise around you kind of boundaries. You know what I mean? And y'all, hands down, the easiest, most satisfying way that I have found to shut out the chaos of the world around me is by putting in my Ray...
W ad, but no.
And it's a pretty relevant part of the story. I want to make sure that this doesn't get confusing, and I've consulted with the trans individuals on my team. I am so grateful to have them part of the team. So Tyson goes by both Ava and Chris with a K, so I will be referring to her as Ava, so it's not confusing. Thank you for always being respectful and for keeping it cute in the comments, especially as we get into the interviews that I conducted later on.
Please form your own opinion. Yes. Then that's your opinion.
Cool. Okay, let's dive in.
Okay.
Crack. A sub. Okay, we're going to start this off by providing more background than I have seen covered anywhere, as I believe that's important to form a more nuanced perspective to any story.
Okay.
The tone may sound one way at first. It might feel sympathetic in ways that don't make sense, but hang tight and let the story unfold, because like most things in life, it does not finish the way that it begins. Wow, it does.
Yeah.
It just not. So, the date was...
I definitely understand. Please continue.
May 7th, 1998. The American R&B group Next was topping the Billboard charts with their deep-cut classics Too Close. The Titanic movie starring Kate Winslet and Leonardo DiCaprio was at #1 in the domestic box office for 140 days running. And in the town of Wichita, Kansas, a little boy named Jimmy Donaldson was born, who would become to be known as Mr. Beast. Jimmy was an army brat, and both of his parents had military careers and worked away from home, meaning that mommy and daddy Beast mostly left Jimmy.
Is that the Kalachi doll? It's very cute and round. I'm just making it into a little dude. Little guy. Yeah. Just a little guy right now.
And his older brother CJ in the care of a nanny. And of course, their family was constantly moving. It just kind of comes with the territory. And because they never stayed in one spot for too long,
gotcha. He been through some trauma. I hope it turns out good. Look at him. Hold him. Thank you. Don't bite my eyebrows. No. Ah!
Give me a hug.
Hold him. He round. Don't take him away. Bring him back. Okay.
You said it so sad, but you're like, okay.
He's a little Wendigo baby. He put him on his head. He's so round. He's like a bowling ball. Right. Yeah, we gotta go get the vodka for the party and Xbox controllers. And paper towels. Okay. 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 He's been through a lot. Alright. Let's do this.
It became tough for him to make friends until finally the Donaldsons landed in Greenville, North Carolina.
Okay. You want to share them with my subscribers?
Picture of food. Come on, man.
Fair enough.
If one of them can get our address from that, then goddamn, they kind of deserve it. That's some Sherlock Holmes level shit.
Yeah, I'll put it in the community tab.
Or Greenville if you're, from the South. This time, Jimmy wouldn't be yanked out of class in the middle of the school year. This time, he could start the school year at Greenville Christian Academy. And it was here that Jimmy met Ava Chris Tyson. Born and raised in Greenville, Ava knew from an early age that something was different.
I've known for a really long time who I am. I've not always known
the exact terms and exact names. But I've been very sure in that, like, a cis male is not correct. So
what's that like? Like, how do you know, like, oh, that something's not adding up? Or
so, I mean, like, it started when I was younger. Like, as a kid, I've always been obsessed with fashion. And, like, you know, like, when I got pushed back into the closet by myself, like, I just wore jeans and t-shirts.
But then in the closet's where you found all that fashion.
I did find, but it was actually my sister's closet, so oops.
Her conservative Southern family spent their Sundays sitting in church pews, and though Ava had described herself as a country boy in the past, she didn't always know where she fit in.
Because of where I was and, you know, growing up super conservative and religious and all that stuff, I was like, even at a young age, I had no clue what it was, but I knew I had to hide it, which has always been so fascinating to me. I knew to hide it before I even understood what it was, because I was like, this is not going to be received well.
Now, Ava doesn't get too specific about how old she was when these secret games of dress up all started, other than referring to herself as a kid, but she felt that repressing those feelings was necessary for her survival.
I was going to a lot of church every time the door was open, and I was raised in like a really Southern church. And so, you know, I'm sure there were messages as a kid probably stuck with me, because I'm sure the preacher thought he was preaching a very general-based message about, like, you know, what his interpretation of gender was. But to me, it was a direct message. And, you know, as a little kid, that can have a really harming effect.
But back in the early 2000s, when Ava was growing up, trans visibility and acceptance was not what it is today. And even today, obviously, has its...
Yeah, it still has a major impact, especially in southern states. It's still really frowned upon. But it's not to the same level it was in the early 2000s, you know?
Many issues. Movies like Silence of the Lambs back then portrayed trans people as violent. The hit 90s comedy Ace Ventura: Pet Detective features a joke where Jim Carrey vomits at the thought of kissing a trans woman. All the signs in our culture pointed to the idea that trans people were revolting, which will play a part in this story later. Young Ava internalized that message that you are not accepted here, and so Ava turned to a place where she could be anonymous. The internet. Many of us of all walks of life turn to the internet, right?
But I had a friend who was, she was like my best girlfriend growing up during that time. And we would send messages, and then one day her mom took her phone and read through her phone and found out everything about me. And, you know, a parent being a parent felt the need to, like, disclose that information, and it had, you know, a lot of falling out, and that drove me back into the closet really hard at a time where I was, like, very much discovering myself.
Now, Ava doesn't go into much detail about the relationship she had with her parents growing up, but it's safe to say that she didn't feel like it was going to be an accepting environment. So back into the closet she went, or, you know, maybe I should say back into her sister's closet.
I've had it happen a couple of times where it's like, I'll discover myself, I start to come out, and then something happens and I'll go back in. And then, you know, when I was like, you know, 13 and 14, I would pack a book bag with some of my sister's clothes and sneak into the woods and spend the whole day like that.
But it was when she entered her junior year of school at the Greenville Christian Academy in 2012 that the course of Ava's life would drastically change. That same year,
I've definitely felt like that. Being raised Mormon, you know, you have to repress those thoughts. Like, not just the emotions, but the thoughts. You can't even think those kinds of things.
When Jimmy D began his freshman year of high school at Greenville Academy, he started experiencing unexplained health symptoms. His stomach would clench, feeling knotted and soured, and he rapidly began losing weight. And soon after, like, Jimmy had to stop playing baseball and, like, pull out of school entirely until he was eventually diagnosed with Crohn's disease, which is not an easy diagnosis for someone. But all that time away from the baseball diamond allowed Jimmy to focus on his other passion.
Crohn's disease. Is that why he's so obsessed with, you know, when he dies, he's gonna give all his money away?
And YouTube.
What's up, guys? Game Hard or Die here, and this is an insanely epic cat.
Have y'all not seen the video this whole time? Chad, have y'all not seen the video this whole fucking time? Ah, shit. Okay. I'll just have to edit that in post then. I'm sorry.
Asshole. What's up, guys? I just bought a new microphone, and if you've seen any of my older videos, this mic sounds like 30 times better than my old mic. And in my desperate quest for topics in order to maintain my daily uploading schedule, I thought of talking about Crohn's disease because it's something I have, obviously, or I wouldn't be talking about it. I've done a video on it before, but that was a really long time ago, and I've doubled my subscriber count since then, so, you know, why not do another one?
He spent hours playing Call of Duty, like Clash of Clans, and like all those like mobile games. Jimmy was obsessed basically with YouTube. Like he's spoken about this before, but he did nothing but study the website for 5 years, trying to break down the factors that lead to viral success. And I mean, you gotta give the man credit, okay? He has definitely figured.
I mean, he did figure it out. We will give him credit, but I'm a very honest person when it comes to how I make my content. I don't have that innate obsession to constantly peer over YouTube. How I make my content is how I make my content. I make it the way I want, the way I feel like it should be made. I don't care about the view count as much as, you know, sometimes I portray. I mean, yes, I would like to get monetized off of it, but, you know, as long as I can pay my bills, I don't care how long it takes. I've already been doing this shit for 2 years.
Figured it out. Holy shit, dude.
Groundbreaking.
Back on February 19th, 2012, Jimmy started a YouTube channel called MrBeast6000, and who was sitting right there beside him? Ava! Quote, I remember the day he created it. Me and him were hanging out at his house, and he created the YouTube channel MrBeast6000, which is now MrBeast. I made sure I was the first person subscribed when he made it. Now, Ava has been there literally since day one. Like, I didn't even know that before I was digging into the story. And the isolation, like, away from friends while Jimmy was recovering from his illness, like, only made their relationship stronger. I also should point out that Ava is actually 2 years older than Jimmy. She was originally friends with Jimmy's older brother, CJ, but their love of YouTube is kind of what cemented their bond together.
Our favorite YouTuber.
Oh, we did. Mr. Bro.
Mr. Bro. Back in the day, CJ was in my class. Me and CJ were good friends, but me and Jimmy got way more, we had way more in common. And we just had such a small school, and it was like, you know, each lunch table clique was just like 10 people.
Yeah.
So it was like, there was gamers, there was jocks, there was nerds. It was like your classic tropes.
You all of them in one.
Yeah.
The birth of the Beast Gang, I'm gonna have to keep saying that, happened right there at the lunch table of Greenville Christian Academy. Their shared interest in things like gaming and YouTube eventually meant the two of them became what, you know, seems like best friends.
And Jimmy would call me on Sunday mornings, and he would be like, do you want to play COD? And I would be like, yeah, 100%. And he would be like, watch this newest video. And like, I would watch them because like I cared about YouTube.
And just like, for reference, these are the sort of riveting, action-packed uploads that Ava was racing over to see. Listen, basically, if you don't have cringe content in your past as a creator, then you probably didn't do it right. Okay, that's just a rite of passage around here.
Yeah.
All right. Where am I? Just a second. What did you say? From Saul, before you can advance.
But like, yeah, that's definitely like ride or die behavior, because it's not just that Ava was eager to hang out with Jimmy. Her home life seemed complicated.
You guys want to know, honestly, the real reason, the tell-all why I just was like, I'll be Jimmy's sidekick forever? I told you, I grew up, this is legit, I grew up with no internet and 5 TV channels. Like, that's all I had. I would go to Jimmy's house to play video games, or my cousins, or my mom had a job in town. And I had a TV that I could carry on my back because it had a strap on it. And I had my PlayStation would go in my book bag, and I had a crappy laptop with a capture card.
Damn.
I had no clue how to edit. And I was just terrible at trying to be a YouTuber. But I just knew, like, I wanted to make people laugh. I just enjoyed being funny. And so it was just too stressful for me to try to be a YouTuber, try to pretend to be a YouTuber. And Jimmy just has always been, like, hyper obsessed. Like, Jimmy's a weirdo when it comes to YouTube. They gotta study his brain when he dies. He's like obsessed with it.
They're gonna find a lot of weird stuff.
They're gonna find so much weird stuff on that brain.
There's no question that
Yeah.
Jimmy's passion was YouTube, but these early
Yeah.
videos never really gained much traction, and as graduation approached, Ava's interests had branched off into more traditional career pursuits, though she did have a now defunct gaming channel called Tyson Boy 34, so at one point maybe she considered going the MrBeast route. Instead, Ava
Fair
went
enough.
to college to study computer science while MrBeast continued to study YouTube. You know what this makes me think? Like maybe we should actually add that as a major to the Petty University curriculum. What do we think? Study YouTube at Petty University, where you'll master the art of creating content, maybe an apology video, having to bob and weave being called a clout chaser anytime you do, literally
And Bob and Weave being called a pedophile, apparently.
anything. Or how about this, like how to respond to the age-old cliche lines such as, why don't you get a real job? In which case you'll take your fake job and work
I just want to point out, Chad, I did not insinuate she was a pedophile. I'm just talking about most major content creators that have been called out lately.
tirelessly as a self-starting entrepreneur who came from nothing to build yourself up to the point of creating your own production company that in turn can help create real jobs and employ other people, therefore stimulating the economy and helping put food on more tables than just your own. So does anyone want to take that class, Petty University? Okay, let me know in the comments. But I digress. Anyways, where was I? While Ava was off at college, Jimmy hit it big with his first viral video on the MrBeast channel where he counts to 100,000, which is proof that people really will just watch anything on here. It's great.
Yeah.
This is after years of exhaustive trial and error, and by this point he had dropped out of college at East Carolina University to make YouTube videos full time. His parents actually even kicked him out of their house after discovering that he hadn't attended essentially much of any classes his first semester of college, which prompted him to move into an apartment with Ava. Now, Ava would split her time between attending classes, working part-time at the local Best Buy, and helping Jimmy make content for the channel. Some of these early videos featured Ava doing things like wrapping Jimmy in 100 layers of saran wrap and toilet paper in 2017. It was very on brand for that year.
Yeah.
Or this.
Bro, what are you doing? Bro? Did you just assume my gender? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to misgender you. You're such a heliphobe. Get out!
What the fuck?
I sexually identify as an attack helicopter. Ever since I was a boy, I dreamed of soaring over the oil fields, dropping hot, sticky loads on disgusting foreigners. People say to me that a person being a helicopter is impossible. I'm having a plastic surgeon install rotary blades, 30mm cannons, and AMG 114 Hellfire missiles on my body. From now on, I want you guys to call me Apache and respect my right to kill.
Yeah, well, anyways,
What the fuck?
By that point, the MrBeast channel had 750,000 subscribers, and Jimmy had secured the channel's first brand deal. Big deal.
I was always been obsessed with the internet, so I was like, why don't I learn about it?
Yeah.
And then that became my passion. And then, Jimmy came along and was like, hey, I'll pay you the exact same thing that job is paying you if you just, come be funny with me on camera. And I was like, I think that might be my passion.
Sounds like a good deal.
That sounds like a good deal. And it's become something that's really changed the course of my life. Honestly, I told Jimmy this the other day, I don't think I would have been able to transition without the fame.
And so Ava quit her job and began making videos with Jimmy full time. Their other friend, Chandler, soon joined in, and
Well,
the
damn.
MrBeast channel skyrocketed to success. But Chandler and Ava weren't just Jimmy's sidekicks. They were active members of, yes, I'm gonna keep saying it again, the members of the Beast Gang, okay? Beast Gang.
The Beast Gang. The Beast Gang. Shitty people. Shitty fucking people. Wow.
Beast Gang. You can tell that I'm probably not the target demographic. From video ideas to writing to planning, production, logistics to editing and uploading, Jimmy and Ava and Chandler collaborated on the MrBeast channel as a team, but Jimmy would remain, basically the face of the channel and its subsequent brand. And after reaching 1 million followers at 19 years old, the growth became exponential. 4 million,
Well,
then
shit.
18, 34, 61, until at 26 years old, MrBeast is now the most subscribed channel ever with over 310 million. Oh, sorry. He just gained 1 million more subs since I wrote this, 311 million. Honestly, by the time I post this doc, it'll probably be 350 million. So yeah, you might ask, with all the success, what could possibly go wrong?
A lot.
The countdown.
April 1st, 2023, Mr. Beast released a video titled $1 versus $500,000 plane ticket.
We're gonna fly on this jet that costs $500,000 per flight. And we're also gonna fly on this $25,000 private jet, a $10,000 first class seat, a blimp, and so much more. But before I show you what it's like to fly on some of the most luxurious planes on the planet, we're gonna fly on the cheapest plane in the world.
It's really rickety.
Here's the dollar.
I'm very nervous.
Nothing to be nervous about. I've done this half a dozen times.
You've done this 6 times.
Why does this sound like a lawnmower engine?
This is, by all accounts, a pretty typical Mr. Beast video, but regular viewers had noticed that Ava had undergone a noticeable change in appearance.
Oh, this is crazy. I've never seen anything like this.
Holy cow. Our space on this plane is literally 4 times bigger than the last one.
I've never seen a plane where I can comfortably do jumping jacks. I wouldn't recommend this. I would recommend a car.
Buy a car instead.
And now the best part of the room. A queen-size bed.
Ooh, why don't they just make every seat a bed? That was really good sleep.
And so fans flooded YouTube and Twitter with comments about Ava's longer hair and...
I'm like, regardless of what you think about these people, I really just, I feel like phobias should not be around. Like, obviously they're a piece of shit, and there are people who use transitioning as an excuse to be pedophiles. We've seen it with Kai. We've seen it with if you don't know who Kai is, that's Onision's partner. We've now seen it with Ava Chris Tyson. Like, there are a few. Here we are.
Painted nails, with this tweet by Huncho getting over 60 million views. Quote, bro, WTF happened? Which, first of all, like, why do you care? But Ava gave them an answer. Basically, Ava had started HRT, or hormone replacement therapy, to begin her gender transition, and the internet lost their minds. Jimmy immediately came to his friend's defense, but of course it would only stoke the trolls' appetite even more. Now, before we get into the backlash, I want to rewind a little bit, because this wasn't the first hint on Ava's Twitter TL that you know, some changes were happening. As far back as March of that year, Ava tweeted photos of herself with her nails manicured and polished, and this took fans by surprise, because Ava had a reputation among Mr. Beast fans as being a traditionally masculine member of the Beast Gang, because, you know, she liked trucks and guns, which is maybe like less of a function of her gender and more a function of being like from North Carolina. I'm just saying. Ava clarified further in several other tweets from her alt account on April 5th. Informed consent HRT saved my and many others' lives. The hurdles GNC people have to jump through to get life-saving, gender-affirming healthcare in a first world country is wild to me. Just let people make informed decisions about their own bodies. I'm generally so glad so many people are learning what HRT is and how it can.
I don't understand why people got so mad about that, but, you know. It is what it is. So, I don't know. People will find anything to be mad about. But there are also serious things that people will be mad about too. So, I don't know. I don't know, man.
And has helped so many people because of my tweet. I was super nervous to be public about this because I've always been so private when it comes to this, but seeing conversations started because of me is amazing. Transitioning can be a slow process. I know a number of trans individuals, and I think that like Ava knew that the response was going to be intense just with all of the eyeballs on this. I mean, just like honestly, just look at celebrities like Elliot Page, for example, like the star of Juno and Umbrella Academy, like who have publicly transitioned while continuing to have a career in entertainment.
There's no debate to trans people's existence. Full stop. It's not a debate. To debate our existence continuously over and over again, I think it's appalling.
Now, Jimmy has known that Ava was trans since she was still in college. And it's also worth noting that Jimmy continuously leapt to Ava's defense online from the start.
Jimmy's known it since we were in college together. I accidentally walked out of a bedroom, like my bedroom and his bedroom were apart.
Just straight up naked.
No, but obviously not very cis het male. So, you know, I told him, and he told me, like, I told him, I was like, I don't really know what it is, and I don't know if I'm ever gonna be ready to like deal with it. And he was like, oh yeah, you know, he's like, I don't care, just like whenever it becomes a thing, just let me know. And then for like 7 years or however many years, I just didn't let him know.
But fans had noticed signs that something was going on long before the April 1st video, because a week earlier on March 28th, Ava had dropped a bombshell on Twitter. Quote,
well, wild. That's gonna be some wild shit.
For a little over a year now, me and Katie have been separated. We are finalizing things soon, but these things take time. We like to keep our personal lives private, which a lot of people don't understand because we share so much, but this is the only time I want to discuss it. Ava and her wife, Katie Tyson, who she had been with for almost 7 years, were in the process of getting a divorce. And immediately, fans had questions about Katie's role in Ava's life. By even as far back as 2020, there was already speculation online about the state of the Tyson marriage.
And they had a kid together. I would have at least continued to be friends.
They had dated for 3 years prior to the marriage in 2018 and welcomed their first and only son, Tucker, in June of 2020. But during the pandemic, viewers noticed that Ava had taken off her wedding band in videos and seemed to espouse more liberal and agnostic opinions, especially on her alt Twitter account, while Katie identifies as a conservative Christian. Ava also came out as bi in this tweet from 2020. All us kids who were suppressed and shamed for being who we are or told our opinions didn't matter are finally standing up and letting our voices be heard. I am bisexual, and when I told the few people I did when I was 16, I got a lot of negative backlash from friends, family. Just know, if the people around you don't love and support you, we always will.
I'm going through a lot with the transition, you know, even though the separation is very clean and very like, me and Katie are doing great and co-parenting and spending time together. It's still a hard process for anybody to go through. So I got a little defended, and I did the bit where everybody gets a little emotional on Twitter. But you know, I'm taking strides and I'm doing things to recognize that like I have a huge image and I need to, you know, be careful with that.
But you know, like it's easy to sit there and blame Ava. Like if she's known she was trans for this long, why did she even let it get that far? But again, this is where we spend some of that time on the backstory and I mean on any story that I cover.
I mean, you grew up in a conservative household, you grew up in a Christian family, you grew up in the South. It happens. I just want to make it clear I'm not justifying Chris Tyson in any way. I just understand as far as the transition part. The actual choices that they have made, no. That will never be justified.
Cover to have a more nuanced perspective, right? Like we sort of go back in time and remember that, you know, fear of rejection or religious trauma and so many factors can make a person stay in the closet. And bottom line, I think like none of us were directly in their marriage, and it's probably healthiest for everyone, including their child, that it stays that way, okay?
Yeah.
Just, you know, that's my thoughts there.
Very demure, very mindful.
But of course,
Chat, I'll be right back. I gotta go blow my nose right quick. I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
The internet got really weird about it. Now, don't get me wrong. There was a lot of support from the Mr. Beast community, which is great. But also, this is Twitter, where Elon Musk has decided that the word cis is a slur and won't acknowledge his own kids. So, of course, there was a wave of nasty trolls popping up and seeing their own shadows and screaming like diaper poopy babies, but way less cute than poopy babies. On the same day that Ava made her HRT announcement on April 5th, Twitter user and certified poopy pants live with Evan tweeted, "There goes a father figure the kid won't ever be able to look up to." Okay, so Ava fired back. This is just more dog whistling that somehow trans and gender non-conforming folks aren't safe around kids. Tucker begs me to come back when I leave for like 2 days to film. He is so loved and happy. Kids aren't born with hate. It's taught by people like you, and my child will only know love. And these tweets about Ava, harmful to the trans community, yes. Did they also age incredibly oddly in ways unrelated to trans that we're gonna get into? Also big, giant, poopy, yes. Remember when I mentioned the tone will be shifting? Yeah. In the meantime, all of this online discourse only reinforced the idea that trans and queer people are gurus, which, dear God, can people please stop using that word incorrectly and also get the facts right? Like,
not all trans people and gender non-conforming people are certified lover boys. There are some that are. And there are some that use transitioning as a reason to do it. Do we not remember 4chan where there were trans people basically blackmailing minors into getting HRT and testosterone? Do we not remember that? That was a whole group of fucking people.
Just speaking plainly, that sentiment is statistically kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
When we know that in the United States alone, 93.7% of sexual offenders are cis men. Just thought I'd point that out. Now, the poop is really about to hit the fan, and yes, I am aware that I have dragged the poop bit on too long. It's a shitty joke. Sorry, I had to. So one of the largest, most controversial videos commenting on Ava's transition was from a YouTuber named SunnyV2, who on April 13th, 2023 made a video called "Why a Dead Name is Going to Be a Nightmare for Mr. Beast," which has since been edited on SunnyV2's channel to have a slightly less crappy title.
The Chris Tyson situation could become a complete disaster for Mr. Beast's brand. However, it may also provide some unique benefits. So let's begin by going over the drama before explaining exactly how this will impact the Mr. Beast channel.
The response to this video was huge. Today it has over 9 million views, and SunnyV2 has over 4 million subscribers. Now, it's nowhere near the numbers that Mr. Beast puts up, but it was enough to spark an entire wave of videos on the situation with their hot takes. And at this point, Jimmy was getting fed up with people putting words in his mouth, so he tweeted this in response to the SunnyV2 video. "Yeah, this is getting absurd. Ava isn't my nightmare. She's my friend, and things are fine. All this transphobia is starting to piss me off." Now that Ava had come out, there were a lot of questions about her future on the Mr. Beast channel and on YouTube in general. But aside from the trolls, the whole situation felt like kind of a positive step. Like, you've got a YouTuber with a following as large as Mr. Beast, nearly the size of the United States, being openly supportive of his trans best friend. That's pretty great, right? All is well, right?
Right.
So I know that right now what I'm focusing on is being the absolute best version of myself, being the best example and influence for not only my kid, but millions of kids out there, because that's a big responsibility. Now that I'm trans, I'm not allowed to be cringe, because everybody knows trans people specifically can't be cringe. It's a rule.
Okay.
It's right here.
I
Look it
actually
up.
didn't. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Now
Wow.
I know that rule.
Wow.
This is gonna be the most
Jokes.
Who's laughing now, Ava?
Who is laughing now?
Recently, and for no reason at all, I asked Mint Mobile's legal team if big wireless companies are allowed to raise prices.
How's it going, you guys? So, recently everybody's been hearing about the Jeanette McCurdy leak of her photo. What the story is, she sent pictures to her boyfriend, her now ex-boyfriend, and he leaked them out, and you'll probably see the photos get taken down at some point tonight, maybe tomorrow, because Nickelodeon has that kind of power. But the link's in the description if you want to see them. I mean, I'm not endorsing people to go look at somebody else's private business, but it's there if you want it.
Now, as a heads up, we're about to get into some of the dark stuff in this section of the doc, including mentions of inappropriate actions around minors and CSAM, as well as transphobia. Now, there will be no graphic discussions, and everything will be censored to adhere to the platform's policies and try to make this as digestible as possible for everyone watching. Everything I told you about Ava and the battles online is only setting the stage for the new information that came out about her just a little bit ago. In June of 2024, allegations against Ava were made in a YouTube video titled The Chris Tyson Journey by a user named Prism42.
I was concerned with what I saw. This is how it started. I was on 4chan and I came across a post and people were posting about Chris Tyson's interest in pedophilic art. And when I saw that, I knew that this guy, Shadman or Shaddai Pergine, is bad news. And the fact that he's in the children's entertainment industry, like there's pictures of him going to the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards.
Yeah.
It's very concerning. I decided to look into it myself, and I found more and more disturbing stuff.
So let's go step by step. Prism says that he came across comments on 4chan that alleged Ava Tyson was interested in adult art that depicted underage nudity. Basically, in other words, child P or CP. They specifically mentioned an
COD points.
Artist called Shadman, who is a figure that we will get into later, but all you need to know for now is that their artwork is essentially thinly veiled CP, and I mean thinly veiled, thin, like the entrance to the Brandy Melville store thin. Now listen, there are a mixed bag of burritos regarding how people feel about Prism's approach.
Mixed bag of burritos is an insane way to start this off.
And I don't have the energy, so I will just give my observations of what transpired and y'all can form your own opinion or not. I'm going to show you the tweets and DMs that support some of these allegations, but I think that we need to back up a little bit to understand exactly who Prism42 is. Prism has ties to the conservative organization Turning Point USA with totally stellar moments with people like Kyle Rittenhouse, yay, and he also has ties to Charlie Kirk.
But they hate Thanksgiving because they believe there is nothing you should be thankful for in America. This is an awful place. It is cancerous, rotten to the core. Tear it all down, burn it from within. Why would you be thankful? Instead, we need a revolution.
And he originally tried to contact them about these allegations in addition to other news outlets, and even tried to get the scoop out via Charlie Kirk's personal driver, because that's the traditional hierarchy of a newsroom. I don't know. Listen, when that didn't work, he contacted a YouTuber known as EDP445 for sake.
Fucking hell, dude. What the fuck?
To try and spread the news online. Yeah, actually, he had to pay for access to EDP's website so he could contact him, posing as a show, which you'll also find out later. Prism seems to be a big fan of posing under false pretenses, but he posed as a show to convince EDP to cover these emerging allegations about Ava Tyson, so EDP did just that.
Chris Tyson supports child. He's into that freak ass that nasty ass, disgusting mother, man. And see,
him in the cesspool.
Like, he faked an interview with AI Obama. He was trying to say that him getting caught meeting up with a 13-year-old was supposed to be for a movie or something, a movie trailer. And he was saying that they tricked him and tried to frame him as a wild, stupid stuff. And he like photoshopped these emails. It's ridiculous. And so I saw that and I was like, wait a second. The answer's staring at me right in the face. As long as the information gets out, why does it matter?
So there you have it. It seems like Prism didn't care who was the mouthpiece for this information as long as it got out there. One of EDP's victims even contacted...
Which is fucking ridiculous. Like, EDP, who is a known predator, you used him as the mouthpiece for this? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Prism to say she was bothered that EDP was the one mouthing these allegations against Ava. I mean, like, you know, really the whole great gluten-free hypocrisy of it all.
Yeah.
I told you it's getting weird, and it's just gonna get worse.
To get started in dating.
Part is that Prism 100% knew what kind of person EDP was, and that's precisely why he contacted him. Maybe, I don't know.
I didn't want to be a attached with this whole thing. I didn't want to be associated with this whole thing. People, like my family and friends, were expecting me to get this out like it was my responsibility just because I discovered it.
The sense of duty Prism has to get someone to report on Ava Tyson is interesting.
And I want to say this because people are going to say that Chris Tyson thinks he's a woman or he's transgender. They're going to say that's the sole reason that you went after him. I'm going to say this right now. That's not true. That's not true at all. Although it is true that I don't think that people that say that they're the opposite gender, I don't think it's appropriate for them to be around kids and say those kinds of things and, like, you know, wear dresses or whatever. But at the end of the day, that hardly has anything to do.
Prism, just shut the fuck up.
With me talking about this.
Cool. When ADP's
Cool.
rants about it fizzled out, Prism attempted to contact more news outlets, including Chris Hansen, you know, the To Catch a Pred guy.
How you doing? All right, have a seat over in that chair, please.
Well, Chris Hansen disappeared, probably because the producers thought it wasn't a story worth pursuing, maybe
Also because of the Onision shit, because he fucked that up, and he fucked up the Davi Vanity interviews.
because Chris Hansen was going to, you know, maybe possibly botch another YouTuber story. You didn't hear it from me, and yes, I do.
How did you know Chris Hansen was going to talk about Mama Max? That is insane, Swoop. How did you know?
Have a doc on it. It's just been, you know, sitting in my drafts for a while. Let me know if you want that one. But Prism...
Yes, Swoop. Give me that information. I want to know.
I'm talking about Mama Max, by the way, if you didn't know. But Prism openly admits that he was feeding all of this information to EDP and that he, quote, emotionally manipulated EDP into continuing to cover this story. And I am trying to find the to care, but I just don't. Now, this is where Prism
I don't blame
really
you.
crosses the freaking line, in my opinion, though, which is so counterproductive to literally everything. When Prism didn't get the reaction that he wanted, he took it a step further and tracked down Ava's ex-wife, Katie Tyson's address, her personal address, and sent a
You doxed this bitch?
FedEx package to her home. And what was in that package? Printouts of evidence of the allegations against Ava.
I'm gonna go over some of the people that I reached out to, some of the notable ones. One of the notable ones is Chris Tyson's wife, Katie Tyson. I went through notaries and I was able to find out, you know, where she was, and I was able to send her a package, a FedEx package. She signed for it, she picked it up, and in the package was evidence about all the stuff that I was going to cover. I sent her quite a bit that didn't look good, and of course she never reached out to me, but at the same time I know she never told Chris Tyson about it because otherwise he would have deleted all the messages. That kind of shows what kind of relationship they have, but that's none of my business.
That to me is unhinged behavior. Like,
Yes.
I can only imagine.
That shit is diabolical. That's like Onision fucking, you know, going cross country to meet his underage girlfriends. It's that kind of unhinged. Or, you know, pouring kombucha all over himself.
Imagine how unsafe this would make Katie feel to be alone in the house with her young child and have an internet stranger track down her address and send her disturbing information about her ex-partner. That is some illegal line-stepping shit, and she should have a right to file charges. I think that any public figure who has their or their family's private information invaded should always file charges.
Yeah, I think so. The fuck? Yeah, I know you sent over some stuff. I've already got videos on it in the playlist. You sent me quite a bit. But I've got a video encompassing all of the editing stuff. There are some YouTubers that I will not react to, just because you can't trust them to be reputable. But most of the YouTubers that I have on this list, I've dug into their shit, so yeah, I do have a video covering all the editors. I haven't forgotten code. It's in the playlist. I added it in during one of my breaks.
people shouldn't do that, and they'll always get caught. Go ahead and file those charges. Anyways, Prism then released a follow-up video to these claims, and this is where the evidence all starts to finally come out.
Chris Tyson reached out to this guy when he was 13 years old. Except the problem with that is Chris Tyson started an online friendship with this guy when he was only 13 years old. Now, the problem with that is Chris Tyson was born in July of 1996. Lava GS was born on November 12th, 2003. The problem with that is that there's a 7-year age gap. He was only 13 years old. He was in middle school.
Yeah.
And you were in college. You were 20 years old. This is all really, really, really bad, considering all the other stuff with the art that I talked about. The fact that you're also bisexual, and you also had made this guy your moderator. You also had sent this guy
The bisexual thing has nothing to do with it.
Snapchats, which by the way were inappropriate. When you are in college, you should not be talking to any middle schoolers.
So this user, LavaGS, DM'd MrBeast on Twitter years ago when the MrBeast channel had like less than 500 followers, and won a giveaway for a CS GO branded knife. That's Counter-Strike GO, which is an online multiplayer video game, which...
Yes, they also have Counter-Strike Nexon Zombies, which it is my personal favorite of the two. I like Nexon Zombies a lot more.
Kind of weird that MrBeast is sending knives to kids on the internet, but we need a whole other video to get into all of that behavior, don't we? Just ask Rosanna Pansino.
There's been a lot of news coming out about MrBeast, Jimmy Donaldson.
Anyways, years pass, the MrBeast channel grows, and it seems like Lava has remained a loyal subscriber, not only keeping up with MrBeast, but on her streams. On March 26, 2018, Ava tweeted a poll to her followers, quote, "I really enjoy playing Fortnite. Would you guys want to watch me stream?" Lava responded enthusiastically to please stream again, and Ava asked him if he wanted to moderate the Discord for the stream, which is already strange considering Lava was 14 at the time. But what's even weirder is the way that she asked it. Thanks, Dad. Want to moderate it? It meaning the Discord server, and Dad meaning
I don't know
what exactly. Lava seemed unfazed though and replied and said, "I'd love to." And already the foundations of a power dynamic are being laid here. In March of 2018, MrBeast's main channel was just shy of 4 million subscribers, and Ava was branching off into a gaming channel and streaming of her own. The invitation to be part of the inner circle of MrBeast's team, especially for someone that young, would seem like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Can you imagine? And this wouldn't be the last time Ava would kind of dangle a job with MrBeast in front of someone either, but we will get to that later. So we can see from the public tweets and later through private Discord messages that Ava frequently sent inappropriate messages.
A lot of inappropriate messages. Not just that, but that MrBeast was also in those fucking chats as well. Yeah, he was. So that's a whole thing.
Photos and links in her Discord chats like this. Or how about, I posted some fire nudes for you. Yeah, unless you're talking about pictures of spicy ramen, this is a crime.
Yeah.
Right? Like, are we talking crimes here? Are we are we criming now? These were all the public exchanges between Ava and Lava on Twitter, which reference the more illicit material that Ava would send over Discord allegedly. Things like her nudes, corn with a P, I hate that I have to say that word, corn, and specifically like hentai, which is essentially anime corn, which brings us back to Shadman.
Bad man, Shadman.
These days, Shadman is a name you only hear about if you're visiting some deep, dark, twisted corners of the internet. Please don't visit those corners. His name alone sounds menacing, like whisper Shadman 3 times in the mirror and an asshole will appear behind you. But once upon a time, he was a Swiss YouTuber who was expelled from art school for his disturbing depictions of underage subjects. Now, just a reminder, there will be nothing graphic, and this will be censored, and everyone discussed is now an adult. So this is officially our Petty University university segment, but Petty is gonna kind of take a college nap today. So the emphasis is on a university today for education for the student body. Do not look these images up. Do not look this stuff up.
Understood.
Also, quick sidebar, is it like a prerequisite origin story for like evil guys to get rejected from art schools? I'm just asking. Naturally, Shadman turned to the internet to display his work with some of his most egregious and offensive projects, including creating inappropriate drawings of an 11-year-old YouTuber and even a drawing of Keemstar's 7-year-old daughter. Yeah, fucked up. We could follow Shadman down.
I knew about the Keemstar shit, but I did not know about the fucking 11-year-old. What the fuck?
Down a very dark rabbit hole, but all you really need to know is that Shadman was known for a type of cartoon, a P classified as lolicon, which I'll probably refer to as lol, the subjects of which are underage anime, like cartoon girls.
No, God!
Yeah.
No, God, please, no! No!
Yeah,
No!
Unfortunately.
No!
Now, the term is derived from the title of the 1955 novel Lolita by Vladimir Nabokov, which is basically about an older guy wanting for a 12-year-old. This art, also sometimes called Roricon, is literally a contraction of the term Lolita complex, which can be used to define the condition of being attracted to people underage. And Shadman is far from the first person to create these sort of pictures. Quote, the lol genre emerged in Japan during the 1970s. Inspired by the works of artists like Hideo Atsuma and Ken Akamatsu, it features a suggestive content depicting fictional, childlike characters, often in manga, anime, or related media. Now, this is an entire genre that Ava seemed to enthusiastically enjoy frequently and express it on a public forum and in private to underage people on the internet. But liking something online is, we have to be fair, it is different than engaging with something in real life. Right? Just because someone enjoys this doesn't make them a PDF file, does it? Well, from a psychological perspective, here are a few thoughts. Quote, within the realm of fantasy, people can express desires that may be socially and morally unacceptable in real life. It is a big part of why fantasies exist. For instance, it's common for people to engage in fantasies involving taboo subjects like in or are. However, indulging in these thoughts does not equate to an intention to ever act upon them or even desire them.
I'm sorry, but I feel like if you watch and engage with content like this, you have some form of interest in it.
In real life, it's crucial to emphasize that fantasy remains distinct from action or even from other kinds of desire. Even so, though, that doesn't excuse the fact that Ava was allegedly sharing these fantasies and images with people and with underage people on that Discord chat, including Lava, who was 13 while Ava was 20, and I think old enough to know better. At best, many believe Ava...
No. There's no excusing that. None at all. None at all. I'm sorry. It's not. There's no excusing that.
Ava is guilty of some creepy behavior and could benefit from some counseling. And at worst, well, possessing this art is largely considered a federal crime in the United States, thanks to something called the PROTECT Act. The PROTECT Act of 2003 is a United States law designed to prevent, CA, and prosecute violent crimes against kids. PROTECT stands for Prosecutorial Remedies and Other Tools to End the Exploitation of Children Today. It significantly strengthens law enforcement's ability to investigate and punish crimes against kids. This act also strengthened the federal government's ability to prosecute these creeps for the creation or possession of virtual images, which honestly in the age of AI is already a huge concern.
I wish the UK had something like this, because maybe we could have taken care of Smart Schoolboy 9 a lot faster.
And there's been academic research published on the topic dating back to at least 2001. Now, people who defend this art see it as a victimless crime. You know, it's just pixels on a screen that aren't inflicting trauma or any real person. You know, it's all created art. But thankfully, in the eyes of the law, This normalizes the illicit depiction and contributes to a very damaging culture. Like, while fantasies may not translate to reality, it can at times be argued that this art could encourage someone to act. And if someone is sharing this online, then I have to ask, isn't that kind of bringing it into reality? I mean, people saw these images. That's kind of...
And they're drawn images of real children.
reality, right? Possessing lol is illegal under federal law if the anime depiction of an underage person is obscene and it was transmitted through the mail, internet, common carrier, or transported across state lines, or there is proof there was intent to distribute or sell it.
I rest my case.
Now, the federal government was ready to crack some ass, like in 2008 when they arrested a comic book collector in Iowa named Christopher Hanley for possessing it. Now, unfortunately, I don't have a photo of him, but here's a visual representation of what I think he looks like.
Well, damn.
The sting operation on Hanley involved intercepting a package that the postal inspector believed contained something suspicious. So the police followed Hanley home, where they found his house was full of images, DV, VHS tapes, and computers that contained, I'm just gonna call it very questionable images, very, very sus. Something called the Comic Book League Defense Fund came to support Hanley's court battle, and he even had a celebrity support from, wait for it, Neil Gaiman, you know, the once believed author who was very recently had years of essay allegations come to light. Yeah, that one. Hanley.
Wow. What the fuck?
He eventually took a plea bargain and was sentenced to 6 months in prison. Without it, he was facing almost 15 years. That's how serious this stuff can get. So, you may be asking, why isn't Ava in jail right now? To quote a prestigious law firm, simple possession of lol is not illegal under federal laws unless you possess a large amount of it, which prosecutors could allege you have the intent to sell or distribute. Unless you created the images yourself, federal prosecutors would not have difficulty proving that you received it over the internet or through the mail. Ava was potentially just a connoisseur, a law.
Okay, but Shadman had intent to distribute. And Chris Tyson bought that shit and even could possibly have commissioned art.
Connoisseur, if you will, and perceivably not a creator like Shadman, but she was engaging with his work right out there in the open. There was, you know, that time that Ava pulled up Shadman's website on live stream, which is horrifying, or the multiple times that she tweeted about references to this work, or the many times she's responded to his tweets. And so, like, I'm not an attorney, I am not a law person, so this feels like you're kind of distributing it when you're pulling it up on live streams, but I don't know, man. If someone works in law enforcement is watching this, or an attorney, like, let me know in the comments. She's even purchased art from Shadman that made it into one of the Mr. Beast videos, hanging on the wall right in front of Jimmy. Do we think Jimmy D saw it or not? Looking back through all of this over the years, it seems obvious, right? Like, and this isn't the first time. Like, some of Ava's tweets about it were exposed in a Twitter thread over a year ago by user Mrs. Massacre. As far as
that's so fucking ridiculous.
back as April 15th, 2023. Yeah, didn't get a lot of traction then yet. In that thread, 3 tweets were exposed that could have canceled them, like, all by themselves.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a long sidebar class. That was basically a whole, like, a Russian literature course.
Yeah, no, there's too much evidence to support this shit being predatory. I'm sorry. There's too much. There's too much. There's too much. God. I have to throw my hands up. I'm like, I gotta throw in the towel. What the fuck is going on with my fingers? But I gotta throw in the towel. Like, even if Chris Tyson hadn't talked to minors, just the posts in general would be enough to incriminate them. Fucking A, dude.
We've got a psychology course study and a law school lecture rolled into one. Don't let people tell you that Petty University isn't just petty and that it's not worth the price of tuition, which is free. Petty University is free. Yeah, so you're welcome. Class dismissed.
Bye.
Before we get to the other allegations, it's worth noting how this information on Ava started to gain traction, especially because Prism doesn't have a large following and EDP is trash. Prism 42's video on Ava was posted on June 13th. It's almost 40 minutes long and is comprised solely of allegations with no direct evidence. It's not until the second video, Chris Tyson's interactions with PDF file artwork, that Prism talks about a lot of the Twitter screenshots I just showed you. And it's during his third video, the Chris Tyson Journey, posted on June 17th, that Prism goes into detail about the relationship between Ava and Lava, as well as other underage members of the Discord server. When these videos first dropped, the reaction was practically non-existent, but that would all change when YouTuber Brion stumbled across Prism's first video and commented, "Not sure if I missed it or not, but is there 100% proof that this was a 13-year-old? I'm asking because I'd love to bring your work here to light in a video." Prism asked Brion to connect with him on Discord, and a few weeks later, on July 21st, Brion publishes his first video, Chris Tyson got caught talking to a minor. It's bad allegation. Brion has 239,000 subscribers, almost 100 times the viewership of Prism. And the response to Brion's video was immediate. YouTubers Cheeto and Sensitive Society had also published videos a day earlier, but there's key voice in all of this that had been relatively absent up until this point: Lava, who we've only gotten secondhand statements from in Prism's video and his old tweets to Lava. Until now, when Lava took to Twitter to respond, quote, "These videos are massive lies and twisting the truth. Ava never did anything wrong and just made a few edgy jokes. I was never exploited or taken advantage of. Can you do me a favor and comment on these videos and tell them to stop spreading lies? This situation takes away from children who are actively being exploited every day."
We've already discussed that Lava was a child, so regardless, this is pretty serious.
Online, I am not a victim of anything being claimed in these videos or at all. I am not a victim, and I am not backpedaling any statements I have already made. Everything I have stated is still very true. Nothing bad happened between me and Chris. People are creating lies around my name. And Twitter hated this response, it was confusing to me with how this unfolded. Like, in my mind, a statement from someone directly impacted by the situation, who's, allegedly a victim, is important. Their statement is important. And while Lava's response wasn't what these creators anticipated, saying, it was a lie, it's not true, it is a voice that should weigh heavily in the discussions, being that the people are discussing this person and now this person is speaking, Also, I need to point out that at this time of me filming this, Lava doesn't consider himself a victim, and some people seem to hate him saying that he's not a victim, which is also weird to me. So I won't be referring to him as a victim, or I'll, put it in quotes. I really try hard not to force a victim label when someone doesn't want it in the stories that we cover. We did the same thing with Tana.
That's understandable, but still.
Mojo, we've done the same thing even with Jojo Siwa. But the comments were a different story, and many of them were completely dismissive of Lava's feelings about himself not being a...
I understand that Lava may not feel like a victim. I understand that. But at the end of the day, Chris Tyson was talking inappropriately to a minor. Regardless if Lava feels like a victim or not, this is still child exploitation.
Victim in his statement. People were insisting that, quote, "You're a victim whether you think so or not," which, let's be honest, I think it's like a weird thing to say to someone that you think is a victim. Like, Lava also called out Prism 42 and Brion directly for perpetuating these allegations. Quote, Chris did nothing wrong. What's actually disgusting is you guys twisting things and making me a victim. As you can tell, like, this is a very complicated situation, so I want to take a more nuanced perspective than what I have often seen with this. Lava, who does have the right to his own autonomy, insists that he's not a victim. And even though I can understand where some people are coming from with their urgency in good faith, I still believe we need to respect Lava's experience. It's kind of hard for me to look at this, look at Lava being bombarded with post after post demanding that he has been groomed, but just can't see it, and that's how grooming works, and bombarding him and that his feelings aren't correct about his own life and his own experience. Like, it's hard to see that and not ask, isn't the internet maybe just creating trauma where maybe none exists? Like, if someone says they're not traumatized, but an outsider thinks that they must have been and just buried the trauma and thinks that they're a victim, I'm just wondering, what productive good do we think it's doing to bash this person over the head with posts insisting, no, 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 you are a victim.
This is true. You have a very valid point here.
You were traumatized, whether you like it or not, whether you process this or not, exactly on our time. Like, I'm just basically in this situation, Lava was accused of being a victim. Let that sink in for a moment. Speaking from experience as a survivor of legitimate sexual grooming that led to years of SA, this, for me, like, this is a shitty way to approach someone that you think is a victim. If you think they're a victim, why wouldn't you approach them with, like, maybe some more kindness? Just my observation. Yes, it's possible that Lava needs more time to process how he feels about his experience. I mean, don't we all? But I think forcing someone to process if they're not ready, or if there's nothing there for them to ever process in their minds, can be just as damaging, if not more, than the offense.
Yeah.
Oh, and did I mention how the Lava stuff even came about? So the guy who made the Chris Tyson messaged minors video faked a job interview to ambush the alleged victim and...
Thank you for the follow, Pac-Man. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot.
Confront them. When questioned, he started comparing himself to Project Veritas. Apparently, EDP445 was contacted prior to upload as well. That's right. Lava didn't just offer up all of this information to Prism for shits and giggles to be blasted to the world. Lava thought he was in a f***ing job interview. Never in a million years would I walk into a job interview thinking that the hiring manager was using it as a cover to dig into my personal...
That's disrespectful as fuck. Prism, you're kind of a piece of shit on that part.
Life and possible.
Like, you're already a piece of shit because you contacted EDP, but you're also a piece of shit for lying to Lava.
Trauma for internet clout. Can you imagine? Even if the information is important, Prism's coverage already reads as biased, but when you're so focused on your investigation that you literally lie and manipulate a witness into thinking that it's a job interview and not digging for information, are you sure you're the good guy at all of this? Prism was extremely determined to bring this information to light, which could be a good thing, but it was more about prosecuting Ava than protecting the people Ava allegedly victimized, making Lava collateral damage. When we're talking about potentially criminal allegations, taking steps to preserve the alleged victim's mental health and identity is...
Prism, you're fucking unhinged in how you handled this. You could botch the whole thing because of what you did. You pulled a Mama Max, essentially.
Very important, and lying about who you are under the pretense of a job opportunity is wildly inappropriate.
Yeah.
I'm Greg.
For now, Lava has stood firm in his feelings, but Lava wasn't the only underage mod in this Discord chat.
Chris Tyson from Mr. Beast used me, manipulated me, and did very inappropriate things with me while I was about 15 years old. I was actually friends with Lava GS at the time, who is the main victim of Chris that everyone has been talking about these last few days, who claims he isn't a victim but we all know he is.
This is Nathan Wayman, one of the mods on the aforementioned server, which was called Dank Memes, as if you didn't need a reminder that this was taking place back in 2018. And that's Nathan talking about his experience working for Ava and the MrBeast team. Now, I put working in quotes because, you know, like as Nathan later mentions, they were never paid for this work, despite repeated promises from Ava that they would be compensated. So, it's, you know, kind of seems like a beastly theme. Nathan had been watching the MrBeast channel since he was 13, and when Jimmy put out a call asking for help building a server, Nathan, who was now 15, volunteered by reaching out to Ava Tyson. And this was Nathan's introduction to being an employee of the MrBeast cinematic universe, and the work environment itself allegedly wasn't a healthy one because right from the start, Ava failed to mention boundaries.
This turned into us having lots of private conversations with Chris and playing video games with him for hours on end. Not only did we do a lot of unpaid work for him that he promised he would pay us for, he would also frequently bring up topics that was definitely not appropriate to bring up around 15, 16-year-olds.
Yeah.
Especially with him being like, I don't know, 20, 21 years old. He would even go as far as linking me several different videos throughout the time of me talking with him. Not only that, but he had an NSFW bot in his Discord server before he made it public. So when it was just a private server, his little circle of minors. And he would use this NSFW bot to spam different images alongside all these 15-year-olds. He would also frequently call me dad and daddy as well as the others, which I guess we all kind of just took as a joke at the time. You have to think this is someone who we looked up to at the time, we idolized, we thought was the coolest person in the world, so they couldn't really do any wrong in our eyes. But looking back, I was definitely uncomfortable at being called daddy by a 20-year-old, and even just thinking about it now, it's just uncomfortable.
Wage theft and employing minors and harassment at any other workplace.
At any other workplace, the whole establishment would be shut down.
An employment lawyer would be all over this, but Nathan's statement kind of gets to the heart of the issue. At the time, he didn't really think Ava's behavior was wrong. He was very young to be interpreting this. There were a lot of blurred lines in the relationship between friend and employer, and a lot of edgy jokes were par for the course back then. Like,
yeah, absolutely. No worries. I appreciate you, Paxman.
You know, when you add teenage boys into the mix, let's be real, like it was kind of like all bets are off in a lot of ways. But with age comes experience, and now that Nathan is around the same age as Ava when they first met, it puts their interactions into new perspectives, right? Ava's messages were inappropriate. Asking teenagers to work for her was a problem, and sending them images of pee and lol, I mean, that's borderline criminal, if not literally criminal.
Yeah.
This server later went public and became his official Discord server, but before it did, he had me and Lava spend multiple days scrubbing this Discord server clean of all of the N-words he had sent in it, as well as his friends, as well as deleting the NSFW channels and making sure no one could see that he was spamming.
Ava seems to have been comfortable making all of these jokes, using racial slurs and sending inappropriate images to a group of her friends that just so happened to be minors, which is a detail she seems to have conveniently forgotten. Shocking! But it's hard to justify the excuse that it was just a joke, bro. When Ava decided to scrub the Discord chat before making...
Yeah, if it was just a joke, you wouldn't be scrubbing the Discord. You wouldn't be scrubbing it. You dumb fuck. You wouldn't. I just... Bruh.
At a public server using Lava and Nathan to do the dirty work of cleaning it up. But Lava, he said none of this happened. Quote, "We did not scrub the Discord clean of racist remarks or pee. We did convert the Discord from a private one to a public one in a day. After it had been made public, this involves setting up moderation bots and channel permissions. We also had never done unpaid work. At no point was there any agreement that we would be paid for anything we worked on. Nathan has since deleted his Discord messages between me and him. He also deleted his original Discord account." Lava mentioned that Nathan was also harassing him and other members members of the Discord at the time. Quote, I was friends with him. We played games together and worked on the Discord. He was later removed from the Discord because of how unstable he was. He would lash out and verbally attack other members of the team. Now, Nathan says that they were told to scrub the Discord. Lava says that it never happened. It's kind of all like he said, she said at this point, so I guess we'll never know the real truth, right? Except they didn't exactly finish the job, because on July 27th, Nathan tweeted a direct link to the GitHub, how do you say that? GitHub site with all of the alleged...
It's GitHub.
Discord messages leaked, which he was able to gain access to with some additional help. Now, GitHub was forced to shut the website down a few days later for violating their terms of additional products and features, but at that point, the damage was done. The messages had been saved, and it would provide evidence to support a lot of the original allegations shared by Prism and also raise a whole new set of questions. There it is, right at the top in a message from Ava. Commence the cleaning of the Discord, followed by, this server is gonna be spotless and ready for partnership. Spotless from what exactly, Ava? More quotes. The R word is purged. Oh, that's what we're cleaning it from. Well, surely they didn't use, if we have to purge the word gay, we might as well purge the entire server. Really? That much? That's really not great. By the way, I went and deleted every single time the N-word has been used, so that improves the chances of partnership. A lot was said while it was a private server. It's just amazing how y'all just like can't seem to stop being racist. It's really not hard.
Racist bastards.
Keto Chow is
They also openly knew that there was a P server that was open to minors that had been there since day one, and it took them an uncomfortably long time to address this. Now, Ava's response when the issue is raised was truly classy. What am I, a parent? Well, you are now, Ava. She seems hesitant to delete the server. Meanwhile, Lava jumps in with a response mature beyond his years at the time. Quote, I say we get rid of it because the fan base of Ava and Mr. Beast are mostly under 18. Will somebody tell me why? Why did it take the literal 14-year-old in the chat to make this suggestion? The Discord chat was full of SUL references, many of them originating from Ava herself. She allegedly talked about her pickle, had minors referring to her as a daddy, and engaged in a joking role play with them, or dropped fetish phrases in the chat like buy my feet pics as a joke, though I find the responses from the other members telling. Some are gently chiding Ava and saying no, while others responded with outright confusion, which me the too. One of the other mods, who was also a minor at the time, was even rewarded with like god status on the Discord for suggesting a hen P bot, and then rewarded by, well, who the else, Ava. And if you didn't already know, providing rewards to kids is literally a textbook warning sign of grooming. But maybe there was
an exploitation.
Ava seemed reluctant to delete their private corn stash because she was the one who had the idea for the NSFW channel in the first place. And not only that, she also asked a minor to create that channel. Winner, winner, your dinner, Ava. Lava mentions another user who was also sending inappropriate messages in the chat, like, my guy, have you ever tried kitty yet? You know, and again, shocking. If you introduce inappropriate content to minors, it creates a culture that's safe for others to do the same. It's funny how that works.
It's
These
so
linked
interesting.
Discord messages gave serious weight to the allegations, but also put Lava's earlier statements into question. The idea of what is or is not appropriate is somewhat subjective, but why did Lava say they were never asked to wipe the server? Quote, based on the recent screenshots and messages, I would like to say a statement about the Discord. This was 5 or 6 years ago, and I thought I had a good memory of a situation, but I was wrong. After reading the chat logs, this stuff was inappropriate and wrong. I spoke based on my memory of the situation, and I still do not remember these conversations, but they definitely happened. These conversations should not have happened with people at the age I was at the time. I strongly condemn them. And then he reiterates again, quote, I still believe I am not a victim, but these conversations should not have happened with me and any other minor in this Discord. I was a minor in the situation and not the adult influencer who shouldn't have allowed this to happen. I did not see this as wrong at the time. So it's great, right? Like,
wow. I'm not trying to discredit Lava, but goddamn, Lava, like, come on now.
Some space and added perspective, Lava is able to like acknowledge that Ava's behavior wasn't okay, even if he doesn't feel that it adversely affect him. And honestly, I'm glad he doesn't feel adversely affected by what Ava was doing. Like, I don't know why anyone would want someone to feel victimized if they don't. Now, some people will say, oh, well, maybe they're putting up a mental block or something, but I don't even know that it always works that way. I just, again, all I can speak from is my own personal.
It's different for everyone. I have a very vivid memory of everything when it comes to myself, so it's different for everyone.
Personal experience, and like, I went through really horrid shit by a powerful person, and I was regularly SA'd, and like, I buried it for quite a while. I didn't really start coming to terms with what happened until I started making these docs and like understanding what all of the warning signs were and like everything that happened to me. And like, and yeah, I was isolated. They were showing me porn, all of these classic things to completely separate me and desensitize me to absolutely everything so that they could then SA me. And I still wonder, with all of the work that I do, would my life be happier if I never came to terms or understanding of what happened to me? If I had just remained...
That's subjective to the person dealing with the trauma, really.
Blocked. Yes, it manifested. Yes, I think it's tied to fibromyalgia and like a lot of the health stuff that I've struggled with. Fibromyalgia is often triggered by very traumatic events. So yeah, it's very likely that that was a part of it. But mentally, emotionally, I don't know. I struggle with that question all the time. Would I be happier, not knowing, would I be happier in my life right now if I hadn't processed all of that? And I'm still processing. I'm still learning more and more stuff as I like reflect and like memories are unlocked of stuff. Would I be happier if I just didn't process, if I just didn't know what I know now? I don't know. Sometimes I think I would. I don't know. Who's to say? No one can ever say. I just kind of feel like if Lava's like, look, I'm not a victim, then I'm like, cool. I don't think anyone should force that on him. And you know, if he takes time and like processes some stuff, I hope that it isn't a...
I hope that Lava gets the closure that they need. Yes, I know Mr. Beast has said the gay word, the F slur. I'm aware. We're getting into that.
Terrible experience for him. I don't. But continuing on, because, you know, Lava has one experience, Nathan has another experience, and then the internet decides that they need to weigh in and, like, force them to somehow have the same experience when that's just not humanly possible.
Right.
I have thousands of conversations in this Discord. I did not speak to Ava 24/7, even before the Discord server. We spoke a few times a week, and that's why I'm able to remember what actually happened between me and her. I still believe the other allegations deserve to be investigated. I'm not defending the actions of Ava. Also, the Great Cleansing is not related to original cleaning the Discord statement Nathan made, and he knows that this Great Cleansing was years after the server went public. We were talking about scrubbing any word that might be against TOS so we could get a Discord partnership. This includes words like Umer, PCUM, and others. Below is more logs from that Discord confirming that. I still do not remember the NSFW channel stuff, but it's been proven to have existed from logs. The cleansing referred to in earlier tweets might have been for Discord partnerships, but I don't see how that ultimately changes the fact that at one point using racist and homophobic slurs along with sharing pee and making inappropriate jokes was a regular occurrence on a Discord belonging to Ava Chris Tyson. Anyway, good luck with getting that sponsorship, Ava. It's also worth noting that Jimmy, good old Jimmy boy, was also on this server, but it seems like he didn't post all that much and quietly left the Discord in early February of 2020 before anyone even noticed. But never fear, a Rolling Stone did some digging and found some real gems between Jimmy and Ava, like this one. Tyson wrote that she was the dictator of the server and I can do what I want. At that point, the server was full of those who knew the Beast crew in the real world, as well as fans surprised at the intimacy the space offered them. At one point, Donaldson comes into chat to post, "No, I know his size, and it's huge, referring to Tyson. Jimmy D's spokesperson later confirmed these messages were real and offered a boilerplate legal apology about Jimmy making crude jokes, just like all
Here's a spokesperson again.
Teenagers. But if we can accept that explanation from Jimmy, then the question is going to be asked, where do we draw the line? Does it depend on the person? Does it depend on the age, the circumstances? Again, I'm just asking questions.
Yeah.
What about the fact that these exchanges took place more than 4 years ago, prior to a lot of personal changes for Ava? And, change is usually for the better, so who knows? Maybe Ava has grown the last 4 years to understand what she did during this period of her life was wrong, and she'll never make those mistakes again, right?
Whoa! Here we go.
Damn it, Ava! This is Jess, who goes by Muskina on Twitter, sharing how her early interactions with Ava led to an eventual friendship and then employment with Mr. Beast until the relationship took an upsetting turn. But maybe the red flags were there from the beginning. Quote, for context, Ava and I are both adults and met each other as adults. Ava followed me on Twitter in November of 2022 after seeing my transition timeline on Twitter when I had under 500 followers.
This is why the intro was there.
Started messaging each other every day through Twitter. She confided in me that she thought my results from HRT were amazing and that she was planning on getting HRT soon to transition herself. As someone who follows online culture, content, and streaming, I was overwhelmed by emotions with being trusted with this secret and information that I knew would be huge news. As a transgender woman who publicly transitioned a month earlier, I genuinely could not believe something so amazing had happened in my life after I had been through so much. And when Jess asked Ava about potentially working for Mr. Beast, she fully took advantage of her status as the best friend of the biggest YouTuber in the world. Quote, eventually we talked about me potentially working for Mr. Beast, and she told me that she was sure she could get me in a video. While I was under the impression that she was working on getting me in a video, we started having video chats on Discord. Ava asked me to self-please with her on video call multiple times.
Oh my god.
And I always felt like I had to say yes if I wanted to be in a video or get a job. Okay, first of all, Ava, I think probably needs to be banned permanently from the Discord platform because holy shit. Secondly, I want to repeat that Jess felt like she had to say yes to Ava's demands or else risk losing a job opportunity. Based on these allegations, Ava was establishing a power dynamic by promising someone else employment. And, does that sound familiar? And the saddest part about all of this to me is that Ava found online community as, a closeted trans teen and then allegedly took that space and manipulated it for her own abuse of power rather than uplifting and supporting people who are very vulnerable. So you remember my story time set up at the very beginning of this doc? You remember you're getting on a plane, seats and tray tables upright position? Well, Ava flew Jess out to where she lived in Greenville, North Carolina for a week in April 2023. And while she was staying at Ava's home, Ava allegedly took her clothing off and asked for bedroom activity, and Jess would comply during the week-long stay. Ava engaged me and ended up receiving pleasure several times. I was too scared to directly ask for anything in return, and she took advantage of that. It's heartbreaking stuff to read, and while staying at Ava's house, Jess discovered through some of the other Mr. Beast team members that Ava, in fact, did not have the ability to cast her in a video, and it left her shattered. Remember, came out there with the idea that she's gonna have a job. I eventually asked Ava to buy me a ticket home and flew home the next day. Leaving Ava's house was incredibly difficult to process emotionally after that week. I remember trying to hold myself together while traveling so that I wouldn't break down in public. When I got home, I spent the rest of the night crying uncontrollably without fully understanding what happened to me. And then Ava reached out to Jess with a job offer, working as her personal assistant in July 2023, and also suggested that Jess come live with her. And yes, there are red flags here, but it's one thing to see from the outside, knowing all of the allegations around Ava that we discussed. It's another thing to be directly in the moment with a powerful person. Let's just, keep that in perspective. According to Jess, a cycle began. Ava would pressure.
That's fucking awful. I got the finger on the app controversies and the racist stuff in the playlist. I've got it. I only knew about Jake Weddle respectively, but I will get to that. Swoop's video is almost 2 hours long, so keep that in mind. We're still going.
For Jess for bedroom favors and...
Huh? There's 25 videos in this playlist. What time are you going to bed? Oh, yeah. I'll be in there soon. I'm sorry. Are you upset? Okay, you're just messing with me then. Oh. Okay.
Jess felt as though she had to comply or she risked her job and now her living situation. Even though she was scared and alone, Jess chose to speak up to Ava, but the response was telling. Ava says she
fucking A.
never wanted anything physical, but her actions and the way she pressured Jess into these situations say something very different. Quote, for the next year, Ava towed the line with me between what was and wasn't an appropriate relationship with our power dynamic. These led me to having mixed feelings and receiving mixed signals from Ava on how she viewed me. She was able to manipulate me very easily with the power she had over me, which led to...
Power dynamics are fucking ridiculous. You should not be having these parasocial relationships. On top of that, with all the minor shit, you shouldn't be... I feel like I'm gonna repeat myself, but you get the point.
To the cycle of her love bombing me, using me, falling for someone else, treating me like I'm an annoying, jealous ex, and then coming back when things didn't work out with multiple people. Jess cut off bedroom contact with Ava in December of 2023, but the relationship went downhill from there, and fights between them were constant until in June 2024, when Jess decided to leave her executive assistant position by moving out of the house for good. And she was instantly replaced, confirming her fears that Ava never cared about her at all. Now, Jess had previously brought up these issues to friends and was planning to publicly share her story, and she later did in an interview with Rolling Stone. But before that, she went to Mr. Beast's HR, and in July 2024, Jess began pursuing possible legal action against Ava. But the materials are basically still under review as of the time of me recording this.
Of course they fucking are.
Ava had kept awfully quiet as all this was unfolding, and maybe she was hoping this would die out with Prism's video in early June, or that Lava's statements denying being a victim would put all of this to rest. But by the time Oompaville, Moist Critical, Internet Anarchist, and Trisha Paytas were covering this, it's tough to escape. And with mainstream media outlets like Rolling Stone and Forbes picking up the story, Ava addressed the allegations for the first time on X Twitter. I would like to apologize for any of my past behavior or comments if it hurt or offended anyone. It was not my intent. Seeing recent events, we've mutually decided it's best I permanently step away from all things Mr. Beast and social media to focus on my family and mental health. Stepping away from the internet to focus on mental health is usually a decision that I can respect, usually. But I'm at a loss if this is an actual apology. Let me know in the comments if you think this is an actual apology. I don't know. Saying like, I would like to apologize for any of my past behavior or comments if it hurt or offended anyone is an interesting choice of phrasing. That being said, from the outside, there's a zero detail, a zero naming of the individuals involved, and a zero commitment to the notion that this alleged behavior was terribly wrong. And even in these apology tweets, Ava can't help but get defensive. I want to add, I never oomed anyone. The person who gets brought up in these accusations, Lava GS, has vocally supported that they are false. These were all posted before the Discord messages leaked and before Lava's subsequent tweets kind of backtracking his defense of Ava. Remember, Lava's initial tweet said Ava did nothing wrong, but just a few days later, post Discord logs, he said, after reading the chat logs, this stuff was inappropriate and wrong. Ava might think think
Yeah.
that Lava coming to her defense initially is enough to prove that she didn't harm anyone, but that's not really how it works, is it? Especially after getting Nathan's perspective, who, by the way, has since deleted his original Discord account, but his videos recounting his experiences in the Discord with Ava are still available alongside his tweets on the situation, which are still being updated as conversations between him and Lava continue. And I get it, there are people who are taking sides, taking Lava's side, taking Nathan's side, taking both, taking neither.
We should be very nuanced about both victims and Jess as well.
That's the nature of this stuff. I'm not here to like tell you exactly anything and everything other than to say, like, my gosh, if people are victims or if you think they're victims, please like treat it accordingly.
Yeah.
And while I don't want to put words in someone's mouth, from the outside perspective, I would argue a case that even though Ava says she never harmed Lava, what about Jess? Jess is a very different story. There's
Yes.
this general idea floating around that group has to involve a minor. It often does, but that's not
the case. It can involve anybody.
actually a requirement. It can happen when there is a power differential within a relationship which the abuser exploits for their own gratification. This is most commonly recognized as a tactic used by perpetrators of child SA, both on children and parents. However, adults can also be doomed. And yet another character enters the cast. One by the name of Jake the Viking, a former Mr. Beast employee who claims that Ava is part of the reason he left the team almost 5 years ago. After seeing all of this, I'm glad they fired me. Now, people are calling BS and saying Jake left Mr. Beast to pursue a channel of his own and is a clout chasing, but to his credit, his name isn't in the Discord chat log, so it's not like he had much evidence to call this out back then, at least from what I've been able to find. But also to his discredit, it also comes out that Mr. Viking Pants knew that Jimmy had hired a known registered S offender who accepted a plea for doing something apparently nefarious with an 11 or younger year-old, and a Viking boy somehow managed not only to victim blame the child, so, you know, do with that
what the fuck
you will, but yeah, no, just do with that what you will. We'll maybe cover that in the full Beast doc if we do it again. Let me know if you want me to do a full Beast thing. Instead, I'll present another quote about Ava from Nathan in the Rolling Stone article on August 7th. Looking back right now, I'm about the age she was then, and I can't imagine myself spending hours on Discord talking to a 15-year-old, let alone multiple, about my problems. Why does that sound so much like Colleen? At this point, Mr. Beast fans were waiting to hear from Jimmy, and the day after Ava's statement, he finally addressed the Ava's elephant in the room for the first time on Twitter. Over the last few days, I've become aware of the serious allegations of Ava Tyson's behavior online, and I am disgusted and opposed to such unacceptable acts. During that time, I've been focused on hiring an independent third party to conduct a thorough investigation to ensure I have all the facts. That said, I've seen enough online, and I've taken immediate action to remove Ava from the company, my channel, and any association with Mr. Beast. I do not condone or support any of the inappropriate actions. I will allow the independent investigators the necessary time to conduct a comprehensive investigation and will take any further actions based on their findings.
Has that investigation come out with anything?
Ava had been a key part of the Mr. Beast team since day one, but this wasn't just Jimmy firing an employee. Remember all of that backstory I did at the beginning of this doc? This was Jimmy cutting ties with a lifelong friend. It's not a simple task, and I think that's always important to keep in perspective, that there's so much nuance to these types of stories, and you know, people online will want to make things like black and white, but like it's never that. When is anything in your life black and white? It's hardly anything.
She has a good point. Swoop has a very good point. Welcome back, Paxman. You have the Clubhouse racism videos. I have racism videos. I have the FPS ones and a couple others. We will get to that. I'm not entirely sure what all I've got right now. I've got 25 videos to go through.
Right? Now, there are a few parts of this tweet worth breaking down. The first of which is it very much appears that Jimmy maybe has known to some degree about this behavior from Ava for maybe a while. Like he was part of the Discord when all these P servers, you know, SUL references
and he was actively chatting in it.
Slurs were being used, and Jimmy has even been called out for using slurs in the past. There's also speculation that Jimmy was complicit in covering for Ava in the past because she had become helpful in growing the channel. And again, these are like allegations, but let's also not forget that Jess apparently went to Beast's HR department over the essay allegations. So
yeah,
Mr. Beast is a massive company. I don't know how much gets communicated to him or doesn't, but you know, these are just all questions. I think that like this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the allegations against Jimmy D. You know, there are new claims that his new Amazon reality show, Beast Games, is mistreating contestants on set, and not providing adequate medical care, and leaving contestants to go hungry and without bathroom breaks, in addition to alleged gender discrimination, which, again, all for another doc. That's not the focus today, but the Jimmy story is constantly shifting. Accusations are coming, they're going, redactions are being made, updates are being made, which makes it a very complicated mess to sort through. I will say that there are no lawsuits that we know of against either Ava or Jimmy as of this recording, but it wouldn't be the first time that Mr. Beast has been sued. As far as Ava's impact on the future of Mr. Beast, I think honestly Jimmy has bigger things to worry about at this point. Now, there's one thing that I want to touch on real quick, and that's in regards to Ava's ex, Katie, and their son. People have been accusing Ava of stepping out on her responsibilities as a parent ever since her divorce from Katie, but these new accusations ramped up a ton of hatred that used their child as a weapon, which both Katie and Ava stood firm against, as they should. First, a post from Ava. Katie doesn't like being on the internet, but it's gotten to a point where people are using my 4-year-old child as clickbait, so we sat down and discussed how we wanted to address this. I mean, seriously, I just sat down and scratched my kid's back for an hour, and now I have to address this. Katie is not only dealing with being a single parent, but also is constantly thrust into the public eye, and I think it's important to mention that outside of the YouTube sphere, all of this has a very real impact.
It does invade on Katie's privacy and her kids.
On a real family. There are people attacking Katie for even allowing their son to be around Ava post-divorce, but even if she wanted to stop Ava from seeing their son, and there's nothing indicating that, there still would be a legal process for that, which ultimately I think is none of our business. The reality is we don't know the family dynamic because none of us are a part of that family dynamic, but the attacks mentioning their child became so frequent that Katie eventually felt the need to step in and address them in the thread. Mine and Tucker's life are both better than ever. Tucker's life is kept relatively private as much as can be, solely because of people like you who try to make a headline topic with a 4-year-old's life blasted as a headline. There are plenty of other things in this world to talk about other than a 4-year-old who will one day see all of this. Imagine having to get introduced to the internet and having all of your life as headline tops. All of his life based all over the internet. His life is kept private as much as possible, and not so people like you can create a headline of a life and situation you know nothing about. So next time, please choose a different headline other than an innocent 4-year-old's life. Our lives are the best they've ever been, and Tucker is loved and
there's no reason to bring the children into this. Like, I know that it's a dangerous situation. As far as, you know, a predator who has a kid. But don't make the child the headline. Don't blast the child into the public eye.
Cared for by both parents in both homes and is thriving. I can't imagine the amount of stress that that was causing her. And on June 25th, just 2 weeks after Prism's first video emerged, Katie Tyson announced a departure from her socials. I'm going to be taking some time away from the internet. If you need me, you can reach me through text or calls. I enjoy sharing happy parts of my life on here, but unfortunately it's creating a large amount of problems, tangents, and unfathomable stress. See you guys later. Now, Katie is back to posting get ready with me videos on her TikTok, but her comments are still off, and I think that that is a good and healthy thing, and it seems like she's trying to move past all of it, and I hope that people can just move to wishing her and her child and her family health and let them heal and let them just have their lives away from this. Their lives have nothing to do with these specific actions of Ava.
Yeah.
Period. Now, as I mentioned earlier, while the alleged actions of Ava Tyson are reprehensible in my opinion, what is also disturbing is the way in which some people use this as an excuse to spew bigotry and transphobic remarks at a vulnerable community just trying to exist. Now, I am not a trans individual, but as a biracial Black woman, I know how difficult and painful living through daily prejudice can be and the toll that it can take on your mental, emotional, and even physical health. I also know how important it is to hear directly from the communities of.
I definitely understand where you're coming with this. Yes, I know he hired a murderer.
Affected. So I posted on Twitter asking if there were any trans individuals who would be open to a written interview to share some of their perspectives, not just on Ava Chris Tyson, but on what their lives are really like and how stories like this.
Huh? It is 5:56. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay.
Where the actions of Ava have nothing to do with being trans, how that impacts the trans community, the way the public intermingles the two of them when they should be separate things. So I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who responded.
This is a very nuanced and valid way to go about it. I respect that, Swoop.
And I want to share some of their answers here, starting with the first question. What has life been like as a trans person? If you are not trans, what has life been like with a trans family member, partner, friend, or other? Now, the first anonymous person said, quote, "It's been a series of ups and downs, constantly questioning who I am and what it means to be part of the community." OBTV shared something heartbreaking, saying, "I had been wrecked inside, struggling with severe mental health disorders, self-harm, and nearly ended my life. I remember so clearly coming home from high school one day, walking straight to my room. I locked the door and just sobbed as I finally admitted to myself that I was transgender." And again,
I relate to that one a lot.
We provide all of that background story and information to lead us to hear from real people who've experienced all of this, because it's not easy. Anonymous 2 said, "It's been both the best and worst experience of my life, if I'm being honest. While I love being myself and being true to my own identity, the backlash and difficulty to attain medically affirming trans care, as well as losing friends and family for being out, is hard." And Spider Freak shared, "More often than not, when I'm in a space where I feel I have to disclose my transness, it's terrifying. While we have maybe some overlap in being part of, vulnerable communities, we still have very different experiences, and I can't imagine how difficult that is, and I'm just so sorry." My second question was this: how do you feel society views and treats trans individuals? To which Mystic Dragon said, quote, "To be honest, I hate how people seem to have a preconceived notion that all queer/trans people are pedo and want to harm children, etc."
I definitely understand that. That shouldn't be the case at all.
And you may sense a theme here. As Howl intimated, some corners of the internet are very live and let live, but a loud, uninformed, bigoted minority of the internet seem to believe that trans people are preds due to a few bad eggs. Now, adding to that, Mikhail said, "We're disproportionately victims of violence, harassment and discrimination. This often stems from a lack of understanding and acceptance of gender identity.
Exactly.
Connor shared, I think a lot more people are more casual about our existence. While they think I'm disgusting, they rarely go out of their way to tell me to my face. Online is a different story, as a lot of those would-be harassers turn into keyboard warriors who target and harass trans people with zero repercussions. And I also wanted to hear from someone who maybe has a family member or someone, a partner who is trans. And so someone shared, we watch helplessly as people in power do everything they can to make my sister's life harder, to reject her on the most fundamental levels. The fact that no matter how much love we give my sister, she knows that society as a whole still rejects her is an extremely bitter pill to swallow. It doesn't
It's so rough to deal with.
just affect the people, it affects the people who love them as well in
Yes.
different ways, obviously, but it is a rippling effect that just like ripples through society when we are bigoted and prejudiced against communities that are just trying to exist. Now, these answers are not easy to hear, but they are honest, and I so appreciate them, and they are unfortunately a very common experience amongst trans individuals, regardless of if they've transitioned fully or not. I think it's heartbreaking, and it's so completely unnecessary for them to have these experiences. Like, if we focused more on open acceptance than weaponized governments on someone's autonomy. Now, the next question was pretty simple, but so crucial, at least for me to ask.
Yeah.
It was about basic support. Question: do you feel supported as a trans individual? Now, there were thankfully some very encouraging responses. Quote, I do, by my chosen family, my friends, and my wife. Never for a second did they falter. And M. Lashley also felt similar. I do. My family and friends love me and know who I am. I am, however, extremely lucky. I've also been able to meet many other trans people in my community, which has been so nice. Having people that totally understand what I'm going through is so nice and has helped me in ways I can't begin to explain.
I wish I could say the same as far as Texas goes, but you know, it is what it is.
But not everyone has a support system like this, as shared by Serene Generation, who, in regards to do you feel supported, very bravely said, quote, no, I am so alone, it hurts. I'm just stuck with my own thoughts, and they are steadily getting worse. I'm willing to guess that most of you watching, regardless of race, color, identity, anything, most of you have survived something difficult in life.
Yes.
You know, whether it's abuse, neglect, bullying, feeling isolated, struggling with identity. And I know that I've said it before, but I will say it again. And I want to say it also specifically to the person whose words I just read. I hear you that you feel alone. I just want you to know that there are so many people standing with you and having community with you, even if you don't.
You are not alone. And that's the one thing you gotta remember. You may feel alone, but you're not.
Feel it, and I know that it can be so hard to believe that, but there really are people out there who are just ready to support you. I bet you'll see some of that support in the comments. Now, my next question was pretty simple. If you have experienced transphobia, we're so sorry, or have seen transphobia online, how does that make you feel? And now I'm going to speed run these because they all carry a very similar sentiment. Disgusted, like I'm dirty for existing. I found myself crying over family members posting transphobia more times than I've just ignored it. I'll have people sending me awful messages, telling me to do things to myself, telling me I'm a freak, I'm mentally ill, and a multitude of other things. As an adult, I can take it, but for younger trans kids, it might be a formative moment, and I feel so bad for them. And when I asked about their thoughts about Ava Chris Tyson, they didn't hold back. Do you have any thoughts about the Ava Chris Tyson story? What Ava has done is disgusting. She knew for years that this happened and still chose to never address it or take accountability. She gave them the exact ammo they need to continue a transphobic attack on our community.
Yes.
This is a revolting abuse of power and makes my blood boil. Another person very astutely pointed out the fact Ava is trans has nothing to do with their reprehensible conduct.
I do agree with Anonymous 4. They're two separate things. There are people who use transitioning to excuse pedophilia. I will give that. However, that does not mean that we need to attack the trans community.
Ava did not commit these awful acts because she is trans. She committed these awful acts because she is inherently an awful person.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, after reading all of these responses, which were very difficult, right? It's very just, if you look at these as a human, from human to human, we are humans, everyone are humans, we're all humans.
Yes.
We could treat each other as such. It's heartbreaking. It's difficult to listen to stuff like that. Yeah. Now, after reading all of these responses, there was another crucial thing that I thought needed to be asked. What do you wish more people understood about being a trans individual? Mystic Dragon shared that it's not a choice, that we are still humans, that we aren't trying to change in spite of others. We are changing because that's who we are. And Billy
couldn't have said it better myself.
Billy said, I'm just a person. I'm not a different person than I was before. I just know myself. And Anonymous 3 expressed that we're just trying to exist. We aren't after your children. We just want to live and be safe and be happy. And that's the sentiment that I hope that we can like override what we were seeing online in regards to Ava.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the earlier quote was right, that like Ava's actions are just a human being doing reprehensible things, and it has nothing to do with being trans or identity. I just hope that we could focus on the fact that we are all human beings, and we can treat each other as human beings, and like
exactly,
not, you know, just send anonymous hate posts to someone because of their identity. Like, it's just, we could just like not do that.
Can we not?
And so, you know, just for fun, because again, trans people are living, breathing people, just like I'm a living, breathing person, you're a living, breathing person. We're all living, breathing people, right? Regardless of however it is we do or don't identify. So I just wanted to throw in a question about being a living, breathing person. So I just wanted to know for fun, what is one thing that makes you feel happy in life? And these responses really shouldn't be surprising because, again, we're human. So I'm going to speed run these. My friends and family, my guinea pigs, my stepson, my wife, Spider-Man and Wolverine, my beautiful husband, kitties, anime, my fiance, my hobbies, my friends, my cat Squiggles, and snuggling with my doggo. Again, I want to say thank you to everyone who participated in the interview questionnaire. Thank you for using your voice and sharing a sneak peek into what life is like for you. I always love to try to hear from the direct communities when I can. I appreciate you all so much, and I just appreciate our entire community, all of us, all of you watching, again, regardless of race, identity, who you love, who you don't, all of it, political, any of it. I just appreciate you being here, being open to productive conversations, and
I appreciate you providing productive conversations.
Yeah, I appreciate you all so much. And again, I can't not say it. If people think it's cringe, I don't care. I'm gonna keep saying it. I want you to know that you are so worthy. You are valid, and you are worthy of life and happiness and health and healing, and the world is better because you're in it. So thank you for just being here. And I just want to say that there were some responses that I got of people who sounded like they were struggling with wanting to continue with life, and I didn't want to put them in the video, but I just want to say directly to anyone who might be struggling, whether it was someone who wrote to me or any of you watching, just be here. Your life is so worthy and so meaningful. You are valid. Your experiences are valid, are real. It absolutely does get better, even if it feels like it never will. I have been there, and it does get better. So please just be here. Please don't compare your healing to someone else's. The way someone else is healing.
Thank you. God, this was an emotional roller coaster. Good God. Holy shit. This was an emotional roller coaster. Identify as... There are predators in every group, but that group isn't just predators. Yeah. When I hear eggs with trans shit, I can't just see it as an egg. So saying bad egg, I imagine like, yeah. Identify as a brick. Also stream a bit laggy. Maps are disgusting. No, I got what you meant. Yeah, my stream's gonna be a bit laggy. We're a VTuber is not without scuff. But goddamn, Swoop, thank you for that. That was an emotional roller coaster. Holy shit. All right. We're gonna do Nick the Oreo because he's gonna be interviewing Dogpack. We're going to talk about that because Dogpack is going through his own flack for how he handled the situation. He didn't we already know he didn't really work there for more than a month. Legal Eagles already discussed it, but we need to go into this and see what Nick DiOrio has to say.
What are the verifiable false allegations? James Warren being charged with... You've shown a clear, reckless disregard for the truth by pushing that without verifying your sources, available online as you know. You've hidden your correction under a show more comment pinned on the video. No amount of peppering words allegedly throughout your video make any of this okay. And his response to this is a lot of cope. Can you prove that my allegation is false? Yes, Jack. Yes, I can. Interesting.
Oh, shit.
Now you're choosing to walk back your own opinion that the allegation you made in your video was a different James Warren. Seems pretty straightforward that you... We're done with Bo Blacks. It's all out of my system. I'm not talking about it anymore. So,
okay.
Mr. Beast. You guys familiar with Dogpack 404? I hope this is where I'm done with Dogpack, and I hope this is where I'm done with the Mr. Beast story prior to Mr. Beast responding. About a week ago, I did a live stream talking about how Dogpack confirmed that he got a large portion of the video wrong. This was kind of a big deal. There's a huge section of the video is dedicated to this James Warren character. Just to be clear, this is the section in question. It's still currently unedited and up on the channel. So James Warren, Jimmy's cousin, stayed in North Carolina versus James Warren. Here.
There's a psychopath.
He's a psychopath.
Streams at people.
He streams at people. These are quotes from a person who said these things about him.
It's his girlfriend.
He beats his girlfriend. Okay.
There's allegedly
testimony. There's allegedly
domestic violence charges that were filed against him.
Allegedly, domestic violence charges were filed against him.
And I say allegedly because it turns out there's a lot of people in North Carolina named James Warren who assault their girlfriends, I guess. So I'm still having people look into these cases.
So he just did not get the Freedom of Information requests, went public with the story because he just assumed that there were cases against James Warren. Sick. Very good research. Appreciate that this guy is leading the charge on these allegations.
Specifically, that surprise witness on YouTube, she's been super helpful.
Sources, that surprise witness fights me over it, says that's not his source. Great. Cool. Definitely is. He just said it.
Behind the scenes, just submitting Freedom of Information requests. And
someone said it in chat, but Dogpack 404, evidence not available.
Just helping me out a lot in general. She's super nice, super smart. She'll be posting a lot of updates on her channel.
And she's doing the Freedom of Information requests, okay? So this is the issue. This video uses tons of testimony. It is a believe me story. I have lots of employees who are saying this stuff. Those employees are I trust those employees. I vetted those employees. They've all worked there. And I'm repeating the stuff that they're saying. These are their allegations. I'm just platforming them, yada, yada, yada. The issue comes when you make statements like this, where he might be currently charged in the state of North Carolina, right? When that's an easily searchable item, like all you have to do is the bare minimum of research and wait for a Freedom of Information request to come back, and you could find that out. And he uses some things that he takes as assumptions here to justify why James Warren was involved in a fraud scandal. Now, again, this fraud scandal went to court. The guy who actually did it spent time in jail. James Warren was not a codependent, though he was named in the lawsuit. And when it comes to
so is Dogpack using multiple different James Warrens? I have no idea what slang trans people use, because I don't really look into that all that much. Remember that I'm not, I am non-binary, yes, but at the same time, I don't follow a lot of people that are, trans or openly trans, not because I don't want to, but just because I don't have any that really, it's not something that I look for. I don't look for for communities based on gender or sexuality. I mean, I don't know slang for specific communities like that. The only slang I know is from my region, you know? So I just want to make that clear. I don't know the answer to those. The question on, like, slang from the trans community. I don't know. Hey, love. You okay?
No. The second half of her machine played.
Oh, so you're not okay?
No, I beat the first half on the first try. So I'm in the part where fucking he's transformed into the giant stone monkey and the 4 guardians are there and we're about to mix it up.
Okay. So you're not okay?
I'm fine.
Okay,
So
because
far, I
you
haven't died.
every time when I asked you if you were okay, you said no.
But yeah, no, I'm good. I haven't died yet, so if I can beat this second half on the first part, then I have to go, because I beat the broken shell and the stone monkey the first time. In order to get the true ending, you have to beat Wukong's broken shell and his fucking stone monkey form, and then go to Erlang Machine, beat him, go back to the stone monkey and Wukong, and beat them again in order to get the true ending. So
Well, hopefully that works.
like that, I'll get through it all the way tonight. I'm making a. You know, there was a recipe for wonton soup on the back of that thing.
Really?
Yeah, so I'm doing that. That's what you should do. And the next time you get a bag of those, just make a big pot.
Yeah.
Because all you need is water, beef broth, and then once it boils, you can add the wontons and those frozen vegetables and just make a big old soup you can eat for days.
Yeah. I'm definitely gonna be using.
Beef broth, maybe more vegetable broth since you have the salt thing going on.
Yeah. No. Look at my ankle. No.
Shit, or are you just flexing right
I'm flexing right now, but like both of them.
now? Both of them.
Yeah, both ankles. They look bad.
You should try doing some handstands.
Huh?
You should try doing some handstands.
Good luck.
I said you.
Yeah.
And you know, brace up against the wall for like a good couple minutes and let all that shit float in.
I just need more fluids. I'm almost done with it. Let's continue.
Like, do we know anything about James Warren? This is what Dogpack has to say.
For her, and then James Warren's business partner defrauded her of $1.3 million. Now, can I claim definitively that James Warren was aware of the fraud that was taking place and willingly complicit in helping Mr. Hutchins defraud old ladies? No. But from what I've heard of James Warren's character, how he's hit ex-girlfriends, not let them leave the house, beat
Are you just talking about multiple James Warrens, though?
his dog, defrauded people in his own ways. Creative Juice is an interesting one that could be looked into, which was done with Mr. Beast, as well as another scheme that we'll get into that he conducted with LaKoya Hill. I personally believe that when he was working with Mr. Hutchins, he was in similar company. I think the COO of acquisitions would know and be sort of responsible for.
Really? Because the courts didn't. Anywho, he takes these things that he just assumes are fact, and he takes testimony, and he uses that to make more grandiose statements about things that he would normally need evidence to provide for. So it's like
What the fuck?
It's like, I don't know. You're filling a room with empty water balloons and throwing it at people. It's not quite the experience you're expecting. Okay, like
Right.
that's what we're getting here. It doesn't really make much sense as to why he does this. That's the crescendo of the James Warren stuff before we get into LaKoya Hill, who, by the way, is accused of sexual assault.
Oh no! What am I gonna do?
So we put this James Warren section in that means basically nothing in the third video of Dogpack's big expose series. Nearly 3 million people have watched it, and we're gonna sandwich our biggest allegations since the registered sex offender in between the section on Keemstar and the section on James Warren, with one slight interjection in between about a story we already knew from Chris Tyson.
Okay.
Sick. Anyways, this is the big story. We're going to learn a little bit more about this tonight, more than you previously knew. But my issue with this one was that he plays these employee statements, and none of them are well, none of them really tell the same story. Some of them do. You'll see what I'm saying. This one right here that we're going to watch is very detailed. If I had to guess, this is probably the most close to reality, but how the fuck would I know? I don't know who this person is. All right. But this is the most detailed. That gives the most detailed testimony as to what LaKoya Hill had done. LaKoya Hill being someone who worked for Jimmy and then was tossed around the company, ultimately came back whilst the person he allegedly offended against was still there. And he also worked in porn or something, and he's gay. These are the informations that are important.
When I say verified former Mr. Beast employee, I had them send some form of proof. I know who some of these people are. They just want to remain anonymous, but you know, I'm willing to share this with like an independent third party if it needs to happen. Personally, I don't think Mr. Beast is going to deny
a person. Who is Bunty King? Nicholas DiOrio?
Here.
Name, victim's name. I heard LaKoya acted very inappropriately with victim, booking hotel rooms with only one bed, walking around in his underwear, having victim come to his house and showing him his sex toy collection. Just in general, LaKoya made victim uncomfortable. Victim started complaining to higher-ups, and a report got written. LaKoya was put on paid leave for like a month. Then Mr. Beast...
Okay, so he fucking walked around. He had a sex toy collection. He's making people uncomfortable. This sounds like sexual harassment, right?
Yeah.
Story number one very obviously is accusing LaKoya of sexual harassment.
He was given $30,000 in severance. I could get you victim's number. I don't know if he'd talk. I responded, yeah, that'd be great. Also, as the proof, he moved to the dubbing company. I could look. It was the original dubbing company called Unilingo.
And they moved him around the company, okay? Employee number two.
That he was brought in last year after having not worked there for a year or so at a very high level. I respond, LaKoya Hill. They say the reason he had been asked to leave previously is that he had sexually harassed someone that still worked at the company when he was brought back. Yes.
Okay, well, so this is sexual harassment. This backs up the previous statement. These are two similar statements about the same situation. This is a corroborating statement on your previous allegation. Okay, that's how that works.
LaKoya Hill.
Why did you do this properly for LaKoya Hill, but you couldn't do it for fucking James Warren?
But they brought him back knowing he had sexually harassed an employee previously.
So sexual harassment. We're off to a good start. Well, bad start, but good start.
And people often talk about LaKoya making them very uncomfortable on shoots. I verified employee number 3.
Now, this is where it starts to get a little bit weirder.
I'm looking into more accusations of sexual misconduct at the company, wondering if there's anything you could corroborate. Have you heard of anything about LaKoya Hill? There's one, the old gay guy who likes to bang 18-year-old straight employees. Yeah, I've heard of him.
Okay. He's on the prowl for 18-year-old straights. Okay.
Anything non-consensual to your knowledge? I heard he got in trouble for hooking up with his 18-year-old straight assistant.
So he hooked up with an assistant. Okay. So there was sexual harassment, and then he got in trouble for, I guess, hooking up with his assistant. So these could be the same. These are two different stories. These could be the same. Not exactly what I heard in the other story.
The company kept it quiet from what I heard. He's a producer and worked in the adult entertainment before Mr. Beast. Yeah, LaKoya Hill Entertainment. I heard he was fired for sexual harassment, then brought back a year later. That's what I heard too. Employee number 4. Do you know who LaKoya Hill is? Yes. And you're aware of the case that has been covered up for some time. Explain.
Oh, he raped multiple people and roofied people as well. Okay. Sick.
Saved multiple people.
That's the same thing, right?
Apparently roofied multiple people as well. I verified employee number 4.
Actually harassed an employee.
Okay. Do you have any articles on this shit?
And then he pulls up a source like, yeah, this guy chain raped everyone at the company.
Case that has been covered up for some time. Explain. Essayed multiple people, apparently roofied multiple people as well. I verified employee number 5 also say.
Oh, he sexually assaulted. Now he raped the assistant. Okay.
All
right, so he sexually harassed people at work. He had a weird interaction, potentially had an inappropriate relationship with an employee. He drugged and raped multiple people, and he raped his assistant, and LaKoya was gay.
This person is especially credible, but they worked there a while ago, like 2020, 2021, around then. Okay, few things. LaKoya sexually assaulted his assistant who was straight.
By the way, the whole time he's saying this stuff, he's like, I had a lawyer look this over. This is fucking tight. This is fine. Sick.
And LaKoya was gay.
What the fuck?
But James is best friends with him, so holy shit, was that surprising that they kept him around way longer than they should have. There were reports of him making the assistant sleep in the same room / bed with him on trips, touching him inappropriately, and dangling his job in front of him. Employee number 6, did you hear anything about LaKoya Hill? I heard that incident happened. I heard they let him go, and I heard they brought him back and just put him in a different department. And I don't know, but I think he's working there again. Now recently, Mr. Beast.
And that guy doesn't know anything. By the way, this is
weird. They let him go, and I heard they brought him back and just put him in a different department. And I don't know, but I think he's working there again. Now recently.
By the way, this is a weird picture of Jimmy holding his junk here. I guess because of his weight loss. I don't know why that's in
what
this
the
video.
fuck.
Anywho, those are my 2 issues with the video, is that he peppers like really weird shit in here with like what looks to be fairly credible testimony that is backed up by other people. It's just weird to go on and talk about that in that case, right?
Hold on. I actually want to look into this. Hold up. LaQuia Hill, Mr. Beast. Okay. Articles. Okay. I need actual articles here. Not from Dexerto. Okay, I'm not finding any articles on this dude at all.
So we have the James Warren case, the LaQuia case. Obviously, the LaQuia case is much more important. I don't really care that James Warren's business partner scammed somebody. There's also a whole thing about how the new CEO of the company used to make exercise videos that people would blow up, like just jack off to.
Look at this! I saw being denied the claims.
Sick. Really awesome.
Fabulous.
Truly epic things are occurring in this video. Now, the reason why we're here, again, is, well, there was an update to this story, and we covered it on the channel. After everyone told him not to ask surprise witness, she apparently did. She went public saying she asked him. And his own friends kind of were like, hey, this is...
So surprise witness, his go-to person apparently, told him not to fucking come out with this.
Probably a bad idea in hindsight. It turned out James Warren's criminal court cases weren't for DV. He flew close to the sun. He made some pretty easy assumptions, I guess. What he thought at the time were easy assumptions.
I was right. He went for the wrong James Warren.
And he ended up putting wild misinformation in his video of entirely, like, of things you could obviously have gotten prior to upload. So he now had to go public and concede the James Warren charges. 6 criminal court cases were not for DV. He has some FOI requests out. By the way, I don't see like I'm sorry here at all, which was sick. Awesome. I appreciate this. It's not like anyone could have predicted that you were going to fuck this whole thing up, but whatever.
Boba Blacks fucked his shit up. Mama Max fucked his shit up. Why are we surprised at this point?
I think this person is mistaken with a lot of details, but I now believe the James Warren DV case that circulated the office was most likely the wrong James Warren. Thanks, jackass. And of course, none of my sources knew that. I tried multiple times to get in touch with the person who allegedly found the charges before making the video, and I didn't get a response. I should have waited on the Freedom of Information Act request before mentioning the DV charge allegations. However, I believe I was clear in my video. They were just allegations. Charges themselves are unproven, but not convictions. I am not a professional journalist or an investigator. Well, you don't have to be. You could just have some basic integrity.
Yeah.
My goal is to just bring credible allegations to light. Credible allegations to light. Again, we have the P. Diddy rape party in here. Oh, we're gonna get to this. That's not even the video. We're gonna get to this. The P. Diddy rape party was in there, yeah. To probably investigate people and hold them accountable, right? Then he puts a thing in here dunking on Jimmy's ex-girlfriend that he spent a large portion of the video defending, which is kind of funny, to be honest. His whole thing was they're poisoning the well, and his example that he shows here is saying that everybody fucking hated Maddie Spidell, the ex-girlfriend, because she was a wine drunk. So that kind of goes against the entire thing he was pushing, which is great. So a lot of people are pointing out, ha 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 ha, you don't have to be a professional journalist or investigator. No, this was reckless.
Yeah.
All you had to do was wait a week, man. I don't know why this had to be a discussion. This was very close to when the video released, too. There was no pressure to release that video. Jimmy hadn't responded yet. Jimmy told him, you have all the time in the world. I'm going to respond after you're done. He was supposed to respond after the 3rd video. Apparently, Dogpack walked back this video now and said this wasn't the 3rd video. And he's making another video.
What the fuck?
So Mr. Mr. Beast isn't gonna respond until Dogpack posts the other video. This whole drama is resting on the back of this fucking idiot, this fucking rank amateur who's going around doing absolutely dumb, retarded shit the entire time. And I'm
What
just
the
the bad
fuck?
guy because I pointed out when, to be honest.
Why does everybody think Nick's the bad guy when he really calls out the most insane, behind the scenes shit and actually gets down to business with it?
Again, we're pointing all this out. These are real people. I don't know if you know this. These aren't just random text on a screen, okay? These are 8 employees who are speaking on fucking sexual harassment to sexual assault to potential gang rape in the workplace. This is really important. This is some important shit. And
Yeah.
they're trusting this idiot to do it because he's been propped up. There's no person who's been here before. It's just this guy in a fucking hoodie who's a former disgruntled employee from Mr. Beast, self-admitted, who got fired after he took a week off from work when no one talked to him or whatever. And then ultimately he got fired partially because he asked for an Apple Vision Pro 2 weeks into his fucking 2 weeks into his internship. He worked there for all of 3 weeks. He acts like he understands how the entire business is run. All right? The reason why Dogpack has such crazy shit isn't because of the excellent journalism he's been doing. It's because he's the loudest voice doing the journalism. He does
Yeah.
this video talking about Mr. Beast's company and all this stuff and all the stuff he knows about it, fucking illegal gambling and shit like that going on in here. But then he gets this bombshell in the second portion. It's not because he's done incredible research. It's because people saw how the first video was successful, and then they revealed to him that Jimmy hired a registered sex offender who worked there. Any credible journalist could have put that shit forward too. The reality of the situation is all of this anonymous testimony comes into question.
Okay, so
when you have a guy like this who can't do basic research and put freedom of
Yeah. Y'all need a better voice than him.
information requests out there, and it makes all those people dumber. Same way that I have a problem with Josh, those people should probably have a problem with him, because again, when you make mistakes like this that are telegraphed, that people are warning you about, that people are telling you about, and so
Yeah.
much of your video is those people's anonymous testimony, it falls back badly on them. That's why I have a problem with this guy. I'm not some Mr. Beast defender. I think hiring a registered sex offender is crazy, and I think moving a fucking person who sexually harasses people around your company, if he knew about it, is awful. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Obviously, I think the illegal gambling stuff could go. I can give you this whole fucking spiel of all the issues I have with Mr. Beast. My problem is how it's being covered, because you're wasting everybody's time and you're damaging victim stories. That's my problem.
Now, it's now financially more beneficial for them to be against Jimmy now. Like Rosanna, that editor, and Dogpack. They were fine with everything until it stopped benefiting them. Oh, we'll get into that, because Omegon's got a video. Don't get me wrong, Rosanna's made some pretty interesting claims, and a lot of them, I can see, but we haven't looked into why Omegon is calling out Rosanna either.
Anywho, while we're here, I also wanted to point out this is how confident he was in his video when he released it.
A part 3, I kind of like. I like the title Part 2.5.
He before he even puts out this correction, he's already publicly talking about Part 2.5.
I'll probably unlist it when I post.
He's already talking about, prior to finding out he got stuff wrong, unlisting the video.
Part 3, just so it has that clean aesthetic.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I thought the reception would be worse. I didn't personally like it that much. I was considering uploading it.
I didn't even like the video that I uploaded. I was gonna upload it on somebody else's YouTube channel.
Someone else's channel or something, but I mean, yeah.
Crazy post-talk rationalization.
What
Crazy
the
seeing
fuck?
the criticism and pivoting and changing.
Interesting.
It's good information. It's just
It's a diabolical backpedal.
not as entertaining, and it's
right.
Does a broad YouTube audience care about Mr. Beast's COO? Probably
Oh,
not,
it's just because they don't care about the subject matter. Oh, okay. So let's talk about... Let's see. Yeah, I actually found this part really interesting. So Oombaville asks him how you vet your content. Like, when do things start to get a little crazy? How do you vet your things and decide what you want to put in? And the example that he picks here is completely staggering.
I'm not sure why the straight is important there. I mean, I guess because he's not gay. I'm not sure, but he did have a male. I don't know what's going on really.
Anything non-consensual to your knowledge? I heard he got in trouble for hooking up with his 18-year-old straight assistant, but the company kept it quiet from what I heard. He's a producer and
multiple employees.
Oh, hold on. No, that's not the one. I need a timestamp. Fuck. It's let's see.
What you got, Nick?
Let me see. Vet? Is that it?
Them out, but you also have to vet them because it's like it's also potentially some life ruining allegations. There's like
Okay, he understands the severity. What could those be?
a lot of stuff. That
Like, for example,
I don't
Jake
feel comfortable
Weddle.
putting out
Yeah, I
because
know what you
it's
said.
so-
Disgruntled employee. I think this is where he talks about how Jake Weddle said he doesn't like Mr. Beast, and most people would say cut that out, but
damaging, and there's just like
Right?
even though people can corroborate them, you're getting into like claims of underage people and
Did put in is very.
No, let me see.
He doesn't like me. I don't like him either. Oh, I hate
This
you.
is
You
it,
should
yeah.
cut that because it hurts credibility.
Hurts credibility. There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's kind of honest to his motives. So
I mean, I'm just a reaction channel, so I'm gonna have more opinionated statements, obviously. But like Slime Beast told me when I pointed out the Nick Spheres stuff, you got to see it from all sides, which is why I have some things on Dogpack and Rosanna, as well as everything that they have, the things that they have said.
I left stuff like that in. Rumors obviously spread. So like in the last video, I show one message where it's like, LaQuia Hill roofied multiple people. I'm like, I haven't heard that from anyone else, so potentially a rumor.
Yeah, but you don't state that.
What the fuck? What? Why is that your example? If you thought it was a rumor, why did you pad it right in the middle of 7 other people's statements?
Yeah.
What is wrong with you? Are
Bro.
you fucking out of your mind? Are you crazy? Why? If you scoffed at it and called it a rumor, why the fuck did you run that next to other people you thought were being real?
Yeah.
Video, I show one message where it's like, LaQuia Hill roofied.
This is a reckless disregard for the truth. And if you disagree, you're insane.
Multiple people. I'm like, I haven't heard that from anyone else, so potentially a rumor. So there's stuff like that.
Didn't he use it for the vid? Yes!
Yes!
He's saying it's potentially a rumor, and he ran it anyway! That's nuts!
So could be true, could not be true. I'm not going to claim it's true.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all alleged.
Yeah.
And then he talks about the freedom of information request. Again, this is all before he finds out that he fucked up the video. That's why he's so keen to take it down at this point.
Registry, what it is, you have to submit. It's just that there's 6 court cases, which could be traffic violations, could be DV related, but it doesn't say on the public registry what it is. So you have to submit a freedom of information request, which then takes like 2 weeks. So that's the real reason.
Uh-huh.
But then
You fucked up, Dogpack.
Yeah, what was the other part of that question?
How do you know the Greenstone Ventures Ponzi scheme?
Thanks for pushing him on that one, Opaville. I really appreciate your I appreciate your contribution to this. So he made a very, very easily identifiable mistake, and it blew back and it hit him. And honestly, if it didn't hit him, nobody would have criticized this. Everyone would be calling me crazy.
Somebody said in that chat his teacher might have been Mama Max, which is crazy. Insane.
For pointing out how he ran a fucking allegation like that without being able to check it when it's such an easy thing to wait for. All you had to do was wait another week. There was no time constraint. No one was pushing you to post this video. All you had to do was wait a week. Okay? So he does another interview. Apparently he talks about me and he talks about James Warren, and it's fairly short. So I think that we're going to watch this here, and then we're going to start talking about how this bothered him in particular. Actually, let me just mention this real quick. So this is the tweet that prompted my interaction with him. I didn't reach out to him or whatever. I mean, I did, but he did respond to those when I tried to get a conversation with him. When I offered it publicly prior to this. Anywho, I was bitching saying that he hasn't removed his video yet. And the reason why, I'll show you right here. If you go watch this video in current day, despite him saying that he's going to unlist the video when he posts part 3, or that he didn't even like the video, or that he knew people wouldn't like the video when he posted it, or that he was going to upload it on different channels, the reason we just watched this here is because it's still up. He didn't remove that part of the video. It's got 3 million views nearly. There is no update to the description, despite the fact that he himself has walked this allegation back publicly on Twitter. There is no indicator in any of the main video metadata that anything at all is wrong here. He's just left it unchanged, as if it's not a mark on his credibility, which it absolutely is. If you actually want to find out what's wrong with it, you won't even find it in the description until you hit the read more button, where you'll then find his correction. It's hidden behind a drop-down menu in the bottom of the description. I don't think a fuck-up of this magnitude, a very easy one to predict, I don't think that's a justifiable way to fix that situation.
Yeah.
That's just me. I think that's really slimy. I think that's really scummy. I think it's a sign of things to come, and I think it's a sign of what's going to happen in your career. But that's just me. So that's why we're going to be talking about him today. I gave it a week. I wanted to see what happened. He didn't make the right decision. He didn't fix it, so I'm going to talk about it. This is an interview he did. Smaggle told me to watch it. Apparently it's relevant to what we're discussing here, though I will probably watch this around 2x. I don't know this guy. Apparently he does good stuff. I can't vouch. Never seen it before.
Of his story, get him to clear up some allegations, and have him uncover some new claims that have never been heard.
Can't wait for him to clear up. I was told that this guy is like a glizzy gobbler. That if I thought Oompaville was bad, this guy's interview is going to drive me through a fucking wall. Thank you. That's actually what I heard. I lied about hearing that he was good. I just wanted to fucking throw that out there before I sit here and completely shit on him.
I made it in that video sound like there was only one LaQuay Hill victim, which was the most corroborated, which was his personal assistant. But now I'm thinking there's multiple.
This guy stole Technicals' his entire flow. Holy shit.
My opinion, I think he's a textbook abuser, verbally abusing or berating, screaming at people in the office. A lot of abusive treatment of employees.
Oh, Jesus.
Welcome back to the
in the office. A lot of abusive treatment of employees.
Dude, you made that whole intro in After Effects, and then you just had random text subscribe fucking fling into the screen.
Screaming at people in the office. A lot of abusive treatment of employees.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Asher Show. Dawson, or DogPack404, a YouTube channel that spawned out of the blue on June 15th, 2024, and that dropped a bombshell of a video
Sunny V4 editing based.
A month later. I work for Mr. Beast. He's a fraud. Ever since then, there's been a tremendous amount of commentary channels and news outlets keeping up with his uploads because he has been telling the behind-the-scenes horrors of Mr. Beast's empire. A subject that was briefly discussed before, but fell on deaf ears. Ex-editors like Matt Turner were met with backlash back in 2018 for trying...
Because he sucked. Alright, let's get to the conversation. Hey!
These allegations are starting to change their tune. People saying that he's pushing false allegations to 2 million people. Others saying that he should have waited to come out with a third video. So I decided to speak with Dawson directly and try and clear up some of the questions that people may have had and uncover some new allegations.
I thought we could talk and clear some things up. You reached 677,000 subs, 30 million views in only 3 videos. In the first video...
I thought we can clear something up. See, you got a lot of views, man! You got a lot of views, man!
Oh no. We got a lot of views.
You reached 677,000 subs, 30 million views in only 3 videos. In the first...
I was looking at mechanical pencils, and yeah, they won't reach 0.5 millimeter like pens. But also, I want to say some more shit. I don't know if I can consume all that content in one sitting. I've already got 25 videos.
First video, you covered selling gambling to kids and fake videos. The second was the Jake Weddle experience, and then Jamie hiring a registered sex offender.
Yep.
And the third was about the CEO and the COO, James Warren and LaQuay Hill. So what was your...
Which is insane.
Your original goal with these videos?
I just came out here and I just wanted to do the right thing. I was like a local bystander. I'm out investigating.
No, it was originally going to be very different, and then it was just going to be the knowledge that I had and accrued through my research. Cover philanthropy and all this other stuff. I mean,
research.
My goal was just to shine light on the things that I thought were problematic and I brought up as being problematic during my time at the company. And even before the company, like, people found my old Reddit account with like comments about them promoting gambling or whatever.
His old Reddit account was where he wanted to be with XQC, so he organized his shit to go that way, and then he kind of got banned from XQC's community, so he went for Mr. Beast, or I don't know if that's the correct order of events.
Well, that's pretty fucking insane.
But when he initially got brought on, he was pitching videos, like video ideas.
What? Insane.
Is like how to make things more viewable for children, which is insane with his recent takes. They don't line up. Watch Cope and Seethe. I think Beckett's done a really good job there.
Or like not doing the sweepstakes properly, which I thought was shady. And then I brought those problems up at the company. I sort of felt like I felt like a waiter on the Titanic being like...
He brought those problems up at the company. Again, he worked there for like 3-4 weeks.
Yo, iceberg.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, there's no iceberg. So I just thought it would...
Like, he was like he was basically an intern. He was brought on like trial contract, and he didn't even make it 1/3 of the way through.
He was, as the document said, a C player.
Or he literally just made it 1/3 of the way through, depending.
It would turn into, if it kept escalating or if they kept doing these...
I find it so hard to believe a lot of this stuff now, because he kind of let us believe he was there for the full 90 days. At least that was my perception. Maybe I'm wrong.
Full practices, I guess, that it would turn into a Logan Paul situation or a David Dobrik.
Yay.
Uh-oh.
Situation. So originally I was trying to like help the company. But then, yeah, so I posted that first video about...
Bro didn't even get out of the probation.
What is happening? Hold on, let me check something real quick.
My biggest issues with the company, which was promoting gambling and selling fake signatures and faking videos and just like... the lengths they go to say that the videos are real when it's like they're totally not. It's just bullshit to me.
Oh god, he used CGI on the train.
And then I was going to talk about crypto and philanthropy.
I just... Dogpack, you could have been one of the most credible sources and you didn't do your research. You pulled a Bo Blacks, bro. Like, what the fuck?
I don't know what the fuck is happening. We're good.
And whatever, and then Jake Weddle reached out and he's like, hey, I have a story. And he gave me the news of the registered sex offender, so I was like, holy shit, let's cover that.
Jake Weddle contributed one good thing to this investigation.
I also had DMs after I posted the first video about...
Huh?
You able to handle Luke if he's unchained again?
Keep him chained. Well, I guess we'll unchain him when you come back. Okay. Okay. The face squishes. Okay.
Some like sexual assault stuff, which I also heard rumored at the company during my time.
Oh, I just realized we're back on YouTube. That's the problem. I thought we were on fucking Edge. Okay.
There.
Oh.
But I thought
we were back on. We're on Chrome again.
It's gonna be like sort of the Lakoya thing and maybe a couple other instances. But after that video, I got hundreds of DMs, and not all of them were real. Like probably 30% of them were either trolls or, you know, possibly Jimmy's crisis management team trying to muddy the waters. So yeah, I wanted to cover that. But then there's like...
See, this is bad journalism. This is bad journalism. If you're gonna be a fucking journalist, then you need to be a fucking journalist.
Covering things without...
There you go.
...than others, and it was all just allegations.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to, like... People were like, hey, this is happening, and you should talk about it, so I talked about it.
So after your second video, it seemed like everybody had their eyes on you. People were saying, oh, he's shadow banned and YouTube's watching you, and Instagram banned you for some reason, even though you were only using it to...
Alright, I don't care about this.
Lawyer,
I think it's pretty...
Lawyer to try and...
I want to hear the stuff about what matters.
It definitely isn't real.
Yeah, there was one really strange one. I can send you the screenshots of it. It's from this account, Linda Smith, which was like created in August, followed no activity, which, you know, people want to reach out to me anonymously, they can create a new account, that's fine. And it's under an alias, but the alias wasn't just like a complete troll account, which I later found out. They started messaging me about the Lakoya stuff, saying that it was consensual. And what I found out from other people is that when they did the internal investigation at Mr. Beast, they determined it was consensual. But like I said in my video, if they wanted to go that route, I would have new evidence to say that it wasn't consensual. And I can send you like some stuff. I don't know.
Why is he just sending people things willy-nilly? That's my question.
Yeah.
Like, why is he... If this guy is like the master of information, I shouldn't be able to pull a screenshot out of him. And that's something that we're going to see here in the DMs, where like he legitimately asks me, can I tell you something 100% off the record and you can't spread it anywhere? And I had to stop him and say, that's horrible. Why would you do that?
Why would you do
I've
that?
done nothing but talk shit about you. Why would you?
This is like some Bo Black shit. What the fuck?
just give me something extremely important privately? Like, it makes no sense.
I have to get it approved.
As their chat said, it's so Mama Max. I'll send you info, but it can't be released.
Like
Right.
people like
Yeah.
like in that case, I see. I don't know if I can say this, but I've spoken to the victim, but the victim was trying to get hush money, and which I supported fully. But what Mr. Beast, I guess, wanted was for him to say it was consensual, and I have a recorded phone call with him where he's talking about that. I mean, you'd have to like distort his voice and everything to use that.
All the call logs, employment verification, and metadata were provided. Wow.
Wow.
Wait, this guy just gave some random dude the guy's was this what he was going to send me?
Oh my god.
We're just giving this shit away? Holy shit, dude. That's nuts. What?
What the fuck?
It's Zoom from The Flash.
What the fuck?
They're gonna reach out to me and say they want me to say that it was consensual.
To add to this section here,
What was
not only
that?
did the victim say
Dude,
that
that's how Josh wanted me to respond, by the way.
sexual misconduct from the COO, LaCoya Hill, wasn't consensual.
It's Mama Max.
But I personally spoke with another anonymous ex-Mr. Beast employee who was close with the victim.
Huh? Fair enough.
And they said I could share this to corroborate that story. Approximately how long did you work for Jimmy for? 2022 to 2023, when I was wrongfully terminated, and I asked, regarding the LaCoya Hill allegations of sexual misconduct, I wanted to ask if, given your closeness to the victim, you can confirm whether the altercation was...
Now you see the drugged thing is here. So all this tells me, and we'll see it in a second, when Dogpack published the allegation of drugging, he had no idea. Because he said it was a rumor in his post-video talk with Oompaville. And he just ran it. And now he's finding out... This is the opposite of the James Warren thing. He's now found corroborating testimony for the drugged allegations. He ran it anyway. Is this
was
really
non-consensual
lolly?
based on your knowledge. The interaction with LaCoya was non-consensual.
It's crazy.
It's hard to consent.
Like, it's obvious that he made the video. He didn't have any of this shit.
When the person was being
What the
drugged
fuck?
without their knowledge.
He's fucking just firing on all cylinders. Just
He's firing nothing burgers on all cylinders, bro. He's firing nothing burgers.
deploying any shots that'll land. He's being fucking fast and reckless for a situation that doesn't actually need to, like, any of this. This makes no sense, bro.
Yeah, that account
Bruh.
was like,
There's
oh,
no
well,
justification for it.
you should talk to.
You have all the
victim's
time in
name.
the world.
And then I said in response, oh, he won't talk to me, because that's what we wanted them to believe for him to get the hush money.
Yeah.
And then as soon as I said that, the account stopped responding. And then I was like, oh, hey, can I post this thing about James Warren? Like, post your side of the story or whatever?
Yeah.
And this is an account that, like, didn't want to spread rumors and all this stuff. And they wouldn't, like, give me permission. They wouldn't respond after that. So I thought that was very suspicious.
So Linda Smith was definitely false act.
After, if you can prove that it was consensual, I will correct this and take the video down. What the fuck? So you didn't even wait on anything.
Yeah. In my opinion, definitely somebody who had insider information. They wouldn't send total proof that they worked there, but they clearly had insider information. I think that's like probably for plausible deniability. They probably erased the account off their laptops or whatever. But I think there's a definite possibility that was, his crisis management team.
Right. Dexerto, reputable source, as we all know. They tweeted and
Dude, this was a disaster. Of course they're gonna dunk on this. Fucking Dexerto published 2 articles that just were completely false about Dogpack. To the point where I, someone who does not like Dogpack, had to openly defend him publicly because it was just insane how much misinformation they
That's why I don't trust Dexerto for anything.
spread. Watch this headline.
YouTube
Dogpack retracted his domestic violence accusation against Mr. Beast. Well, you could say it's the company, but a company can't domestic violence somebody. This is just brutal. If you look at the article, the nice person who wrote it didn't write it that way. It's just the asshole social media team.
But Dogpack 404 retracted his.
Like, it's so crazy. We're covering bad journalism with legitimate journalism that's bad.
Domestic violence accusations against Mr. Beast. But the article is still up, but they deleted the tweet.
Good, because the article was fine, I think. I don't remember anything bad in it.
Yeah.
What claim was it that you made, and why did they think that you retracted it?
The domestic violence allegations against Mr. Beast have not come out yet.
Right.
Yet.
It was against his CEO and cousin, James Warren. And there was a multitude of allegations, one of which was that there was it was more than a rumor, but it circulated the office where apparently some person had actually found.
You know what's really fucked about this? Is so much of this stuff is based off of office testimony. And now this guy has to confront the harsh reality that the water break conversations at Mr. Beast aren't always accurate information, even if a lot of sources are coming to tell you the same thing. The way he talks about LaKoya.
Exactly. But he does not care. He's doing it for the content at this point. He's not corroborating anything, and it's so fucking irritating.
Hill is the same way he talked about James Warren. Well, a ton of employees corroborated the fact that James Warren was charged. Ooh, that's bad.
Charges that
looks really bad on the rest.
Brother, ooh, what's that? What's that, brother? What's that?
Of his work
filed against James Warren. Now I reached out to the person who multiple people corroborated as the original source of that information to try to get the charges, and they wouldn't respond to me. But if I had to guess now, I assume that they had the wrong James Warren, because there's a lot of James Warren in North Carolina.
Yeah.
Which I made pretty transparent in my video.
Oh my god, no way. No, you did not make that transparent in your video. You said you could be wrong. That's about it. You didn't go and do more evidence.
No, you didn't. You're a fucking scumbag, and you're trying to dance around it. And you know that your credibility has been fucked for this. And the thing is, like, there are still millions of people who are watching this video who have no idea, because you didn't even update your video. You didn't make an apology. You didn't make a fucking video retraction on the platform you did it on. So for the most part, I guess your audience doesn't really care. It's the people who are keen and watching it on Twitter who actually give a shit about the situation. The people who are going to report on this stuff are the ones who know that you fucked this whole thing up and you're dancing around it.
Ah.
Like a little rat. Like a little rata.
I think.
Ratatouille.
Yeah, I retracted just the allegation that I don't think he has charges that were filed against him. Now, they could have been expunged. They could have been out of state. It's kind of interesting to see.
Oh my god, the cult, bro.
Yeah, these Dexter and Keemstar run with like.
He's smoking hella.
Oh my god, Dogpack lost all credibility. This allegation was fully debunked.
Oh my god. He's smoking so much copium right now. He's smoking so much copium.
Dude. Which one is it? Is it this one? Fuck. Although public perception has justifiably turned on me, that video accomplished a lot as far as getting more people to come out. I refer everyone to the documentary crew now, since my credibility has obviously tanked, and I will continue to do so when Mr. Beast responds. This guy is a fucking rat, dude. This guy is a fuck.
See, he even agrees with me. It sounds just like Mama Max.
Fucking rat.
I think
no
he has
fucking
charges
rat.
that were filed against him. Now, they could have been expunged. They could have been out of state. It's kind of interesting to see, like, yeah, these Dexerto and Keemstar.
Hey, look at his little whiskers.
Are run with like, oh my god, Dogpack lost all credibility. This allegation was fully debunked. And it's
what did Dogpack think about this? Oh wait, I lost all my credibilities. Oh Jesus. Oh no. Oh boy, this is brutal. Oh.
Like, what's your source for it being debunked? Is it my tweet? And like, yeah, the domestic violence allegations in general, I don't think are debunked.
Fuck, man.
It's just your shit research that was predictably bad that everyone warned you not to do.
And exactly.
That is now reflected negatively across all of your coverage. When you're talking about testimony, that's the most important thing, is your credibility, sir.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've spoken to more people. It's like the moral dilemma. Like,
do you wait and post good information, or do you risk it for absolutely no reason because you're a rank amateur?
Yeah.
Fuck off, dude.
If you can't say anything, don't say anything. Yeah. In that third video, you were saying a lot of things were alleged. The people were mad, saying that you didn't have that much evidence and that you should have waited to drop it. And that seems to be half of the audience. Half of the audience were like, "This is good."
Oh, I'm sorry. I was watching him choke on that dick. You know what I mean? Like, oh, sorry.
Half were like, "You were too quick with this." So you issued a statement that kind of cleared up a lot of it, and people. Keemstar was the very first top person who even commented, laughing. Roughly what you said in your statement: "I'm not a professional journalist or investigator. My goal is just to bring up credible allegations to light so that they can be properly investigated and people can be held accountable. I still believe there are other credible allegations involved with James Warren that need to be investigated." So to clear up to the skeptics out there, what do you actually know that you can say?
To the people who actually give a shit about the story and aren't mindlessly consuming information that is ultimately going to be thrown back in their face in the Mr. Beast response video, yes. To the skeptics out there.
Right now about James Warren.
They want us to chat. They want us to be monsters. They want us to be we're bad people because we're asking relevant questions.
I mean, he's got a point. Like, what are the relevant questions that need to be? What are the relevant questions that you've answered? You know? You're not giving us hardly anything.
We're bad people because we're questioning the mob that is providing tons of unverifiable garbage in between some really salient points, some really valuable points. We're bad people for it, chat.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I think he's a textbook abuser. I think if you talk to any...
In my opinion on it.
In my opinion.
What are you talking about? In my opinion on it. Dude, this guy's whole thing is allegedly, don't sue me. And this guy's, now he's just, okay, sick.
Employees.
Now it's your allegation,
ask them about James Warren. Like, they'll give you stories of him just verbally abusing or berating, screaming at people in the office.
Which is,
then, yeah, I mean,
he's already said this shit. He's just talking in circles.
I just think...
You were just dropping details here. We're just dropping it.
Even like the wider scope of how Mr. Beast operates, it just seems, with him as the head, it seems...
You can't even look him in the eye, bruh. You can't even look him in the eye. You've been looking him in the eye for pretty much everything else until now.
By the way, we're at 1.5 right now, I think.
Yeah. A lot of...
Oh, no, it's 1.
Abusive treatment of employees, I guess.
Right, and these are from like the accounts that you've heard from people that have reached out to you and told you this specifically.
Yeah. And there's stories of like Jimmy throwing his phones at people. And
I can't believe Flamenco is fucking running this op right now. All right, that's...
They said I wouldn't be...
A little mean. He's not Flamenco.
Get 2-year severance because they just have money.
At the end, I'm going to end the stream on like a psychotic Flamenco tweet.
Oh my god.
And obviously those people... Severance isn't paid all out.
He's 20 and she's 10, right? I don't know, dude. That would be a big story. Let's see if Dogpack reveals
once, so they can't publicly say anything because that would be a breach of the termination agreement, which you have to sign to get the severance, and then you'd lose out on, a year and a half of income or whatever's left. So a lot of these people, they will speak eventually, and I know there's like documentaries and stuff working on getting them to speak, but it's like, all Mr. Beast has done with these severance packages is just buy their time, and they know that.
And they don't want to speak on the record because then they will lose their severance, essentially.
Yeah, which is why I can't give any like specific stories.
Because it will basically like unnamed name somebody.
Yeah, because the company would know who spilled the beans.
Also, after speaking with Trey, I'm hearing a lot about the COO, LaCoy Hill. You said you had new info on him. What is it?
Yeah. This is sort of the interesting thing about that third video is a lot of it was allegations, of course, which I feel like I was pretty transparent, and I threw like plenty of disclaimers that people, I guess, avoided completely.
People avoid the disclaimers just because you fucking put a Hail Mary in between things that could be seen as legitimate, and you might have got lucky this time. You didn't get lucky with James Warren. You might have got lucky this time. You're putting people at a disadvantage. All those people who are putting their trust in you, you're putting at a disadvantage, and you're throwing it in our face because you've done bad research.
Really, to come to the conclusion that I was
scumbag,
making like factual statements, and like I myself don't believe the allegations are 100% true. Obviously, they're just
oh, that's something you want to hear.
Testimony. If I thought it was 100% true, then it'd be a fact, not an allegation. But one of the allegations that I thought was less credible was that LaQuoya Hill roofied people. I was like, I was very borderline even putting that in. But since I published that, it's been more corroborated. And someone had sent me a BuzzFeed article, which I'll send you, that literally quotes LaQuoya talking in the context of a date rape drug. And BuzzFeed's obviously not the most credible, but I think the drug is called like GHB.
GHB, yeah.
Yeah, and there's other, like BBC called it the rapist's weapon of choice. Like, I guess, yeah, it's a specific date rape drug where it's...
What? Wait, what is this?
What?
Someone had sent me a BuzzFeed.
The responsible high, that is also a rape drug, okay? Some attribute its comeback to the mainstream rise of electronic dance music. Socialite LaQuoya Hill cites the unique work hard, play hard nature of San Francisco's gay nightlife. He said, people who go out and spend money on San Francisco work 9 to 5s. They take their careers seriously. I'm seeing this for the first time. Many men frequenting these parties are very deliberate in how they want to let themselves lose control. If you think about a room of 1,000 people, half of them are doing drugs. The fact that the party could go without an incident is not what we're taught. Hill said, explaining that drunk people at his events are always more difficult to deal with than those on GHB or other parties.
This is insane, dude. This shit is insane. Holy shit. We're gonna oh my god, my head hurts from this shit.
Party drugs like ketamine and MDA. A lot of people here are responsible. They do research on side effects. So that makes it... Again, I'm not going to defend this guy. I don't know what he did or if he did anything. I just don't know if this is the smoking gun. So he knows what drugs are.
And BuzzFeed's obviously not the most credible, but I think the drug is called like GHB.
GHB, yeah.
Yeah, and there's other, like BBC called it the rapist's weapon of choice. Like, I guess, yeah, it's a specific date rape drug where it gets out of your system and like...
Isn't this because he ran nightclubs? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like, he was big in the whole nightlife of... I don't know. I don't think it's the craziest thing in the world.
8 hours, so like you sleep it off and then victims couldn't like go to the hospital and get tested.
Yeah.
I posted that video with the roofie allegation. I was like, I'm not so sure. I went on Oompa.
How is this a smoking gun is a good point. Like, just because you know what drugs are. Okay, if you ran raves and nightclubs, like, that's a very prominent thing. Especially if, you're going to places where it's not so strictly regulated,
Bill's channel, and I was like, I wasn't sure about that one. And then people have reached out to me, and
so he just admitted it. He posted the video. He had no idea about the roofie thing. He went on Oompaville. He had no idea about the roofie thing, and then he got lucky.
It gets out of your system in like 8 hours.
He didn't just do this with James Warren. Okay.
He did it with LaQuoya Hill.
Worse because it was verifiable. He could have found it. It was online. The nature of it is it's online. He also did this with LaQuoya Hill, which is his second biggest topic behind the fucking Jake Weddle allegation that they hired a registered sex offender. This is the second most important thing he's discussed across 3 videos, and he's playing fast and loose with it for no reason.
Like, bro, if you can't be a credible journalist, don't be a journalist. I don't understand. I'm a reaction channel. Like, that's all I am. But if I were an actual journalist and actually a member of the commentary community, God, I'd do so much fucking research for this shit.
So, like, you sleep it off and then...
His whole thing is, I post videos so people give me more information. Good. You had more than enough to go forward. You didn't have to put a rumor in your video.
Yeah.
Victims couldn't, like, go to the hospital and get tested.
Yeah.
I posted that video with the roofie allegation. I was like, I'm not so sure. I went on Oopaville's channel and I was like...
This guy should not be leading this. This is nuts.
Like, I wasn't sure about that one. And then people have reached out to me, and it was actually consistent with certain victims' stories, I guess, from people close to the victim, or the victims. Which is another thing, is like, I made it in that video sound like there was only one LaQuoya Hill victim, which was the most corroborated, which was his personal assistant. But now I'm thinking there's multiple. And the reason he got moved recently from Mr. Beast to become the president of Creator Global was not because my video came out. It was because there was another incident, which I know names of the incident, but like there are people who still work at Beast, so that makes it tough also to like, so they're not gonna talk to me and confirm anything. So, but eventually I think that information will come out.
So do you ever think that Jimmy's ever gonna respond to any of this?
Oh yeah, definitely eventually. I mean, It's like,
God
do I
damn.
want to push him and sort of force his hand and make him respond, and then address his response? And
No, I want to talk about this for 8 months straight. Maybe you should just make one good video instead of 3 dog shit ones. Or sorry, 2.5 dog shit ones.
Yeah.
You could take the 3 videos that he's put out and make a real compelling 20-minute video that would be like brutal. It's just this guy has no idea what he's doing.
Obviously, when he responds,
He
he's getting
doesn't.
the highest level of visibility. So you want to have the most new evidence against him, which is what I'm kind of like stacking up right now. Or do we want to wait until like mainstream media is involved, and then it looks, worse that he hasn't even responded yet?
Yeah.
Yes, you should do that. You should stand down and let mainstream media take it over. I'm wrong. Wait for mainstream media, bro. 100%.
Seems like you're keeping a lot of stuff close to your chest.
Yeah, which is not me like just, I'm going to withhold this information that could help people or whatever. It's like,
How is this kid so incompetent? Fuck, man.
I refer people to other people, and like I think let's wait for the documentaries and whatever for people to fully come out.
Yeah.
That's my theory.
I saw a lot of people saying under my tweets saying that things were left out to fit a narrative, but like you said, you're waiting, you're talking with people, you're trying.
Hey, jackass! It wasn't left out. He accused James Warren of fucking animal abuse offhand. There was nothing even connected to that, if I remember correctly.
Exactly.
Yeah, he abused his animals. You can't just say shit like that.
That things were left out to fit a narrative, but like you said, you're waiting.
What narrative? What is the paper trail behind abuses his dog?
You're talking with.
Is he like the Haitian that's eating the cats in Ohio?
People, you're trying to go about it in a way that it comes out properly, which makes sense. And now that some people are picking up in the
God, glaze some harder, please.
mainstream, so nothing is being
Yeah.
withheld.
You could always do more research and build the case a little bit better, which
No, you could do basic research. This
You
is
could
not
do
more
basic-
research. You put in freedom of.
You could do basic research and wait for your freedom of information request to come through, and then corroborate to make sure that you're being told the truth.
Information requests and then backed off and ran. And then I'm sorry, you didn't back off. You just pushed the video forward, then you backed off and ran.
I learned with
You just have to do the basic information, like the basic
the
research.
third video.
Right. Outside of the 3 videos, was there anything that you wanted to share, let out that you weren't going to talk about?
This guy will talk to anyone about me except for me publicly on stream. It's insane.
Your 4th video?
Bruh.
I'm assuming there's going to be a 4th?
Working with a lot of different YouTubers,
Mhm.
like giving them information.
I feel like all your time is being spent reading DMs and going through messages and putting things aside.
I had the same way I had a Lakoya document, I had a James Warren document, but I was just like screenshotting shit I wanted to use, putting it in the document, and I tried to go back like 15 days later and be like, hey, can I use this or whatever?
Yeah.
It's like some of the accounts are inactive because they were Beast employees, and apparently they started downloading
Then don't put the video up until you have everything.
people's hard drives, and other things like, oh, my Instagram just got deleted, so I can't ask any of those people for permission. And so I was like, I don't know what can be on or off the record, and that's the hardest thing is like I have so many conversations.
Why don't you give it to somebody who can do this better? Why are you doing this?
And I tell everyone at the beginning of the conversation, I won't use anything without your explicit permission.
Yeah.
But then there's like things where I don't have explicit permission, but
I would kill for this guy to get interviewed by Destiny. Holy shit, would I love that.
it's like corroborated by like 9 people.
Put this guy on anything else. I want to hear what they have to say.
It's like, oh shit, can I say this?
Yeah.
And it's like,
Bruh.
yeah. Like, what can I say? What can I not say? That's why I just handed everything off, my entire investigation off to like journalists and stuff.
Rosanna is doing some heavy lifting right now.
That's a problem when the dumbest person involved is doing heavy lifting. The fucking hide and seek champion. Holy shit. That's just, dude, it's that surprise witness crazy. Jake Weddle, unfunny. Rosanna, schizophrenic. And fucking Dogpack doesn't do research. That's the fucking goon squad for this.
Okay, so we need to definitely look into Rosanna Pansino, because I need to understand, I need to understand why Rosanna is not, being looked at in a positive light when it comes to this situation. I mean, yeah, I understand that most of this comes from her, losing hide and seek and, being kind of rigged. But I need more information on this
story. I'm at a loss here. They're like real people, right?
She's getting in contact with people. She's sifting through a lot of messages, and she's going to be making another video, I'm pretty sure.
It's going to be a one to watch, I imagine.
And You've been speaking with her, and even Rosanna's partner has been helping other people focus their thoughts so they can come out with something new, which...
Yeah. I've been having dinner with Rowan Mike, partner Mike, nicest people ever.
Yeah.
Can't say enough good things about them. And yeah, they've been like inviting other Beast employees over, and yeah, I think they'll definitely be coming out with a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, she was wronged in the past, like last October. Nobody believed her when she was saying certain things about her experience at Beast. Nobody really
Based. Those people were awesome.
picked it up except for H3. And now that things are slowly coming out, mainly due to you, she's getting a little bit of retribution.
They're afraid of public backlash, and obviously Rosanna Pansino, she's a huge star, and for her to come out
where
and do this exclusive interview with us, it took her a lot of courage as well.
It took her a lot of courage. Yeah, she was not chomping at the bit to get on and talk about Mr. Beast. She's very quiet about him. She doesn't like to talk about him a lot.
Yeah, in October, her...
Huh? What? I could not hear that correctly. What'd you say? Okay. No. I had my headphones on. What'd you say? Okay. I just want you to say it where I can hear you. I got my headphones off now. But of course... Oh, okay. I was wondering.
Entire experience was just diminished to be like, oh, you got edited out of a hide and seek video, but it's like, it's not what it was at all. It was like,
yeah, it was
like production people telling seekers, oh, hey, Rosanna's in this room, you should go find her now, so that Logan Paul can be top 3.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's for $1 million, and it wasn't for charity, it was to give to your fans, which you know, I believe Zach King made 2 highly monetized, highly viral videos, so it's definitely a career incentive. And yeah, it should just be like, yeah, if you're in a competition for $1 million and people are cheating, that should be called out. I don't think that's very controversial. And then after she called it out, she got, you know, very real death threats. I don't want to speak for her, but like,
her main issue is that they took her position that was still loose.
What? Silly. Yeah.
Losing out. And then when the way she described it when she talked to me and talked to Keem was that she told all of her friends she came in like 2nd place for a Mr. Beast championship event or whatever. Like what was she, like a really fast...
She got 3rd.
Runner? If they were giving all these rooms away, how did she get away? That she like got her whole family out. And none of them believed her or something, or she was embarrassed in front of them, all of them, because they changed...
Yes.
Oh, so you can hear with your headphones on.
I can't hear you in the other room. They're noise canceling, babe.
Oh, but you can hear me just fine any other time.
Don't you on my eyebrows.
I will.
I'm gonna squish your face.
Okay.
Squish your face. You won't get my nose. I love you. You goober.
The order to make more valuable creators, I guess, place higher in the VOD. That was her big issue at the time.
A hypothetical example.
That was the one she told us.
Hey, I know your niece.
3rd place.
Have a soccer game at this location tomorrow. Here's a picture of a gun.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come kill your family.
That's terrible.
Like not just like.
She literally had an ongoing work relationship with Jimmy until it stopped benefiting her. Okay, I need to look into that.
What I get, which is...
All right, I don't care about Rosanna. Let's get to the fucking meat, eggs, and potatoes here. We have to talk about the thing. So I chatted with Dogpack. He reached out to me because he did not like my tweet where I said that he should take down the false allegations to 2.5 million people. It's since been seen by another 300,000 people. Fantastic. Cool. Awesome.
Yeah.
So he said, what are the verifiable false allegations? Let me put some... What are the verifiable false allegations? James Warren being charged with domestic violence You've shown a clear, reckless disregard for the truth by pushing that without verifying your sources. Available online, as you know, you've hidden your correction under a show more comment pinned on the video. No amount of peppering words allegedly throughout your video make any of this okay.
Exactly.
And his response to this is a lot of cope. Can you prove that my allegation is false? Yes.
Yeah.
Jackass. Yes, I can. I sent it to him. Interesting. Now you're choosing to walk back your own opinion that the allegation you made in your video was a different James Warren. Seems pretty
Smoking hella copium.
straightforward that you've misreported the case, considering you felt the need to post a half-ass retraction. I'm just asking for the proof that the allegation is false. Is your only proof my tweet? You're asking me to prove a negative when we're talking about a binary. You had the opportunity to...
That is an insane fucking clapback. You're asking me to prove a negative when we're talking about a binary. That is amazing. Good job, Nick.
vet this prior to upload and willingly chose not to. If you'd done your due diligence and put in the literal minimum effort, I wouldn't be talking shit about you. The reality is, James Warren can get exposed for shooting someone point blank in Times Square. It would not make your coverage good. How many former employees should corroborate a claim before it's okay for me to post it? Whichever one files the Freedom of Information request and sends them to you. This isn't some deep mystery you've uncovered. It's public court records.
Exactly.
Also, while I have you here, why did you publish this single allegation that LaKoya drugged and raped multiple employees? And then on Oompaville, you went on to downplay it as a simple rumor. This is a section with 7 other detailed allegations, and you ran one wild one with no correlation to the other stories. If you're not confident, why run it next to more detailed and relevant testimony?
Yes.
It corroborates sexual assault. Of multiple people, it corroborates sexual assault. The roofie claim was uncorroborated testimony when I published the video, which I was transparent about, but it has since been corroborated. That's my reason for publishing testimony. His reason for publishing testimony, chat, is he had evidence from the future that it would age well.
Wow.
That's not how that works. 3 days ago, you went on Oompaville and downplayed it as a rumor. So you're saying in the last 3 days, you found new evidence that he drugged and raped multiple employees. And if that's the case, is your vetting method just lobbing anything at the wall and hoping something sticks?
Right?
I've heard new testimony, yes. And no, if the only claim was roofies, I would not have included it. There are lots of other factors, like how credible someone is. Stand back, chat. This is going to be nuclear.
Ooh.
We have the screenshots that interview wouldn't show you. We have the 9th member of the allegations against LaKoya Hill, alleged rapist in the Mr. Beast universe. Okay, I've heard some of this. He was fired once and brought back, right? Correct. Silently working with one of the biggest dubbing companies in the world as the president of Jimmy's Dub Company, which is actually not even doing the work. They're literally just farming contracts to other dubbing firms. They have paid money to keep the kids he abused silent, most of which, by the way, were underage.
Okay.
Interesting. There is any way I could find any... What? He raped kids? What? He raped kids? Laughing my ass off. I downplay the whole LaKoya thing in my video. If anything, I make it seem like there's only one big... Dude, that's a completely new allegation. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
That's not even correlated to what Nick asked you.
What is happening here?
What the fuck?
He fucking rapes kids now. This guy has sexually harassed an employee. He's fucking showed people his dildo collection. He's roofied and raped multiple employees. He sexually assaulted a fucking freshly 18-year-old man. And they've kept the bodies of the children he molested underground. Like, dude, this guy's done everything. This guy's literally done everything. This guy has been accused of...
Oh my god.
Oh man, you can hear me now. I don't even mute them. Holy shit, dude, I'm not lost. This guy is a scumbag. This guy's a legitimate scumbag. This is insane behavior. This is brutally insane behavior. And again,
this whole thing sounds like a Mama Max fanfiction. Yeah. I don't like Autism Speaks. They hurt people with autism.
He could have just corrected his video. Put his ego down for a minute. We didn't have to talk about it. Holy shit, chat. Anywho,
like, I didn't post this. How many people, in your opinion, would be needed to corroborate these claims before they're good to post?
Now he raped kids? Laughing my ass off?
I downplay the whole LaKoya thing in my video. If anything, I make it seem like there's only one victim.
Why? Why did you
Why?
do that? What's the tactic in that? You're just lobbing everything at the wall anyway. Why hold back now? Dude, that's a completely new allegation. Yeah, I don't believe it, so I didn't post it. I heard new testimony. Here's my new testimony. Now there's other factors, like how credible somebody is. Okay. I don't believe it. That's why I didn't add this. Like, what is happening?
Whoa.
What is this guy doing, bro? What is happening here? Am I fucking crazy?
No.
This guy sucks, bro. This is insane. But you believe he raped multiple people? I think it's around 70%. Like,
oh my god.
get this guy off the story, dude. Can we stop now?
Yeah.
Can we talk about this really quick? Can we talk about this? This is fucking ridiculous, bro. This is insane. This is fucking crazy. This is actually
Dogpack is not fucking looking good.
Insane. This is a joke, right? Like, you're fucking with me. This guy's a fucking plant, right? Does this guy work for Mr. Beast? But you believe he raped multiple people? Yeah, I think it's about 70% likely. I know he's got multiple victims. I don't know about rape. He was fired from Beast. He wasn't fired from Beast because of my video. There was another incident. Humor me. Other than the one singular screenshot.
I don't respect you. So I respect
no! What am I gonna do?
Humor me. Other than the one singular screenshot that implies he raped multiple employees, how many other testimonials are you sitting on? Most of my communication is off the record. Lots of phone calls. James Warren being abusive and LaKoya sexually assaulting people are corroborated by 15 plus people. I'm not talking about essaying the 18-year-old, the other 6.
These are amazing.
People implied he raped or harassed. Do you have another alleged victim? Because it appears you ran a multiple part off of one singular testimony in your actual video. I'm asking this because the average video watcher would see your video and say that, say one, when the charge is multiple counts of rape. My question here is, it sounds to me, based off what he's saying so far, that one person corroborated that he raped multiple people. Little did we know this was part of the plan. There are 2 more alleged victims. Thank God he published that other thing of this, because this nuke would have been bigger. There are 2 more victims. I know the names because I got from someone very close to the first victim, but they still work at Beast, so it's tough to confirm. And that was something you learned in the last few days after posting the video? I knew the names before I posted, but I couldn't confirm anything. Wednesday, I flew to Los Angeles to meet more former employees, so I learned a bit more. Although public perception has justifiably turned on me, the video accomplished a lot. As far as getting more people to come out, I refer everyone to the documentary crew now, because my credibility has obviously been tanked. We'll probably continue to do so when Mr. Beast responds. James Warren is 100% an abusive piece of shit.
What is he smoking?
You want to hear a confession, ladies and gentlemen? You got one, but it's living in my DMs. Oh, my perception is gone. I'm not credible anymore because I didn't do the basic fucking things that you do when you report a story of this magnitude. Oh, you guys ruined me, guys. I'm so sad. Jesus Christ, it's embarrassing. So
you're sucking on the clout teat. That's all you're doing.
So fucking embarrassing, dude. Such a joke. We looked at this one before, but yeah, there it is. There it is. Confession chat. We got the confession. Ooh, like my credibility. Yeah, there it is. This just sounds like Mama Max. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry, asked Nick. My video accomplished a lot as far as getting more people to come out. Oh, I'm sorry. Are we investigating Camden Gerard Davis?
Damn!
Make the ends justify the means, Mr. Krabs? Oh,
are you feeling it now?
But don't worry, I got more people to come out over it. Yeah, you also fucked with a few people's stories who went on the record in your video that had bad research in it, but I mean, I guess you win some, you lose some. This just sounds like Mama Max. Dude, I get that my tone is mean, but that's a real reckless way to look at such serious stuff. This is about every other employee looking at you as a voice to share their own personal story. They don't have their own voice because they're anonymous. That means your credibility is intrinsically tied to their own. The fuck up that you made when reporting on James Warren is a fuck up that ripples through past coverage and the people that you're actually trying to help.
Yes.
I'm not saying that James Warren is a great upstanding dude, not even in the slightest. I've heard rumors that he's a fuck up too. He's fucked up too. Imagine that scumbag is able to get one over on you because you didn't dot your I's and cross your T's. I agree. It was a fuck up. But I ran that video by 12 people, including 2 lawyers. I was very clear these were allegations and testimony. Bro, fire your lawyer. Get friends who are assholes and tell you to chill sometimes. It's useful to have assholes around. My recommendation is unlist the video, touch base with the millions of people looking to you on your channel that could even be, streamed or something so it's not on your main feed, and just learn from this. Just be more careful. Can I tell you something 100% off the record? No.
No.
No, you should not tell. No.
What is Bunty King to you? A person?
No, you shouldn't. I'm just sitting here insulting you. It's obvious I don't like you. Why would you give me important information about people who trusted it to you? That doesn't make any sense. That's a horrible judgment call. Why the fuck would you give it to me? I literally told them no. I didn't want it because I was going to leak these. Like, I don't want fucking secret information. I didn't want to have to redact it and add fucking lines over my screenshots. What's wrong with you? What a fucking idiot, dude. What a fucking rank amateur. If I'm being honest. That's not really a smart play. Obviously, I wouldn't spread anything around that has a potential to cause harm to any individual or whistleblower within the company. But in general, it's probably best practices to just not trust me with something like that, given this is our first conversation.
Exactly.
Yeah, never mind. No problem. Hey, if you think I'm wrong, I'd love to have you on and chat with you. I think that you should just go with what I said above, though, and be more careful in the future. The only issue, this is a couple days later, the only issue with specific proof for anonymous testimony is that severance isn't paid all at once. They just keep people on the books like a salary. If it goes to court, people can testify under a subpoena without losing severance. Otherwise, the evidence will come out when the documentary comes out.
Right.
Good to know 3 days later. But if you want to chat with me at any point, I guess, whatever. Sick. That's what he told, I guess he figured that out at some point when he was doing this interview. But, yeah, so you can hear in this conversation several times, he kind of knows that these DMs are coming out because he kind of gets ahead of them. I noticed it when I was listening to it.
Want to become an Arctic...
What was the part in particular?
The accounts that you've heard from people that... And
Keemstar run with like, oh my god, Dogpack lost all credibility. This allegation was... And ask them about James Warren. Like, they'll give you stories of him. Yeah. A lot of,
Basically, the center point of this allegation right here that he gives is kind of like, hey, Nick's going to publish this, so I might as well get ahead of it and talk about it here. But yeah, that was my DM conversation with Dogpack. I think he's kind of a fraud, but I mean, you know this already. It's kind of just endlessly dunking on him at this point, but that gives you a little bit more look into his psyche.
Yeah.
I think it's insane that this guy is still treading on. I think, again, my advice to him is just unlist the video or remove the section of the video, or at the very least make a clear disclaimer, because you're misleading hundreds of thousands of people.
Exactly. Exactly. Code. I understand. I have, respectfully, I am doing what I can, but you have sent me a lot of the stuff that I'm already covering here. And I cannot consume all of this content. I have to look at the sources. I have to sift through. If there are videos that cover it in here, I've already put them in here. I have 25 videos to watch. This will be a 24-hour stream if I get to everything. I am working on it. I need you to be patient. Respectfully, every time that I get to a new video, you tell me to watch the videos you've sent me, and I am working on it. I'm trying to be kind about this, and I'm trying not to be an ass. But you need to give me time. I am doing what I can. I am trying to cover all of this at once. Some of the videos you sent me I already have. I know. And I appreciate you helping. I appreciate you helping. But I also have to look at the sources what channels these are being sent by, because some people are biased. And I have to look at that. And I also have to look at the fact that I am not forgetting about the videos you sent me. I understand, and I appreciate your enthusiasm. But I need you to be patient. It is 7:36 p.m. where I'm at. I still have so much to cover. I need you to be patient. Because if you get too enthusiastic, we will be here for multiple days. And I have to condense this as much as possible while still giving all the details. So please be patient with me. And let me finish where I'm at. Because we're not even halfway through what I've got. I need you to wait. I've seen the videos you sent me. And I will look through them. I've already put some in my playlist. But I need you to bear with me.
$300,000 since we had this conversation in the first week of September. I mean, if you give a shit at all, if you don't have any quote unquote reckless disregard for the truth, it sounds like something you should want to do. If you watch his Oompaville video, he was all about privating that video until I told him to. He was
wow.
He knew people didn't like it until I told him to. Until he got something wrong, and then the ego took over, and the video's still up. So
he wanted to put his dick on the table. Pause.
Dude's on a press tour. Yeah. Is he implying that you're Keemstar's goon? Sure, because we can't have our own decisions. We can't have our own decisions, chat. It's not allowed. But yeah. Anywho, I haven't read these yet, but I wasn't the only one who had a chat with Talkback. I don't even know what's in these. We're gonna watch them together. It's an investigation, chat. It's a whole new Rick and Morty adventure. We're actually not done. We're only halfway. I didn't even know I had these.
Jesus.
So we're actually gonna keep going. Hey. Glad to see the retraction, rather than just letting that wave ride. Wonder if you wanted to talk about any of the stuff we've been going over. This is from Cope and Seethe, by the way. Shout out to, I don't know if the other person's name is public, but I appreciate all the research you do, and shout out to Beckett of Crabs, who I believe is dating Stardust. Shout out. Cope and Seethe, yeah. Beckett and Jenny, is Jenny's name public? I didn't know if Jenny's name was public. Particularly around the online history before 2023. Ooh, we're gonna go into the deep lore. By the way, we have audio.
The same way I have the Lakoya document.
We have audio. We have everything, chat. We have a lot.
Ooh,
Let's
shit.
keep going. Oh, you thought that? Hold on, wait a minute. Y'all thought this was finished? Oh, actually, I shouldn't sing that. That's weird after the P Diddy allegation. I don't like that. Never mind. Sorry. Okay. Ask me about anything. So this next picture, I believe I queue up, right? Yeah. This is a quote from him. Clout, I've been in this industry for 10 years. I started as an Wait, did you guys know that Dogpack has been in this industry for 10 years?
What the
I've been
fuck?
talking about him like he's made 3 videos. I had no idea that Dogpack has been...
You good?
in this industry for 10 fucking years. I started as an on-camera personality, but I switched to being behind the scenes, and I've enjoyed that life more.
Makes sense.
I've worked with big influencers, but I've always avoided the cameras like the plague. I have no active personal social media, so I don't think I'm motivated by clout. I'm not responding to DMs or inquiries from the media, opting for instead Reddit AMA, since they aren't monetized and everything is permanent in writing. I'm an open book. Sometimes I get a small detail wrong, but I won't hide my mistakes. Turns out you won't correct them either. Try getting straight answers from Mr. Beast on any of these allegations. Awesome. That's much appreciated. So you mentioned... Wait, did I show... Yeah. So you mentioned with XQC that you work with multiple YouTubers. Can you expand on that? You also mentioned as an on-camera in your Google document. Yeah, I started posting videos on my first channel in 2014. Grew to 60,000 subs. More so than the number that we have right here, chat. In 2014, he's an old head. That's 4 years before I even got on YouTube. Then he started working for other YouTubers. Can't give specific names, though. Okay.
I don't think you can find it. Give the fucking name. Even if you can't find it, give the name of the fucking channel they used to have.
I don't need to get I don't need the names of those YouTubers. And by our understanding, that would have been when you were 13 or 14 years old. Does the channel still exist, or is there a record of it? I don't think you can find it.
Wow.
That's a weird way to answer that question. It's a little weird, don't you think? This is a weird interaction. I don't know where this is going. I haven't even read these DMs yet. But that's a fucking weird thing to say. I don't think you'll find it. Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right. Well, I'm trying to verify your claims regarding expenses and industry knowledge. It's not so much about finding it as verifying its existence. In my mind, that benefits you. If you're uncomfortable, is there anything else that can sort of show me your history? Genuine curiosity. How did you know, based off ages 17, 18, and 19, that those weren't domestic violence related?
What the fuck?
That's not what we said. We said that they weren't related to any recent cases of domestic violence. Oh, I never heard a time frame for the charges. Did you not think to ask?
Right.
So I'm assuming these are James Warren's domestic violence charges. No one I spoke to had the charges. People witnessed domestic violence with his current girlfriend within the past 3 years, but charges were from a past relationship. There are clear implications to the statements you made.
Yes.
As to the time frame, what you have is testimony, and that all other evidence available to you disputes. You still ran the story. I don't think so. Alleged charges wasn't a scathing point in my mind. With no public conviction, it seemed likely that the charges would have been dropped. I just thought it would be interesting for someone to go through them. More allegations will come out against James. He won't be working at Mr. Beast in 3 months. This is like, I feel like I'm talking to Stewie Griffin, but Stewie's retarded. Like, this is insane levels of fucking ego that we're reading here.
Yes.
Even from me. Jesus. Go through what? The criminal record of every James Warren in North Carolina? What does this do other than throw doubt on your credibility?
Yeah.
I'm saying that when I thought there were charges to be found, I didn't think a guilty verdict would be on them. So it wasn't scathing in my mind. I think a lot of people confuse having charges filed with a conviction. Like, I was alleging that there were unproven accusations. It was dumb to include, but it was never going to be scathing, even if the charges were real.
You are a voice for these people, and you are fucking it up in the worst way. Sit the fuck down, shut the fuck up, and let somebody else do it.
Bro, you're accusing James Warren of beating women and suggesting he has a history of it. How is that not scathing? Now you're walking it back, claiming that at the time you didn't believe he'd ever been convicted of this. Conviction or not, the picture you're painting is obvious. I think he does beat women. I think he does have a history of it. Drop charges are the least scathing part of that.
Huh?
With all the corroborating. So the same way I have the LaCoya document with all the corroborating testimonies, I have one for James Warren. The issue is that I made that document first, and there was a lot of mistakes in how I made that document. As far as like, what I learned is like to just screenshot what I want to use, send it to people immediately, and then say, hey, can I put this on the record? Instead of being like, okay, can I ask you some on the record questions? And then, you know, whatever, people change their mind or forget. And yeah, a lot of people have like distinct texting styles. It took a long time. Things
that
changed.
has nothing to do with this.
And then like the documentary crews and journalists got involved, and I was like, okay, do you want to go to these people instead? So, but yeah, there exists a lot of corroborating testimony. I just can't.
He posted it without thinking, and then he's not giving any reputable evidence for his claims. He discussed the wrong James Warren, and then anytime that, you know, he's confronted, he brings up something wildly different. I'm so confused.
Use it, if that makes sense.
Okay, I want to be charitable. If you believe these things to be true and understand the seriousness of the accusations...
Did I not ask you nice enough?
I don't respect you. So I respect
no! What am I gonna do?
Can you understand our position? We broke some of the Chris Tyson Discord logs, so clearly we're not on anyone's team. Go ask Cam Nuggets. He covered it. That's your boy, right? Dogpack?
Mm-hmm.
We've seen issues with your work and the way that you've represented your own history. It doesn't help when you stonewall us. If you're here, why not talk with us and persuade us? I'm down to answer questions whenever. Great, how about a call this weekend? I don't know if that call ever happened. So, yeah, this guy's a little weird. This guy's a little weird.
Yeah.
I think this is extreme cope. I think this is insane post-talk rationalization as usual. I think that this guy should get out of the fucking situation while he can, while he hasn't destroyed his entire credibility, because he's got YouTubers who are willing to sacrifice their credibility to run defense for bad actors. Shocker there. Shocker that the guy who's making money for everybody else has a lot of friends. Wow. Insane. Crazy stuff.
Oh my god.
But yeah, I don't know. I think that I have nothing else to say about Dogpack. That's it. I have nothing else to say about this guy.
He cannot be credible or accountable at all.
Until Mr. Beast.
He cannot be credible or accountable at all.
Video comes out and he'll probably come up in that. Maybe his follow-up video of some capacity. I'm interested to hear what journalists have to say. And I think if you're a Mr. Beast employee, I don't know why you're watching at this point, you're probably mad at me. But if you're a Mr. Beast employee, or if you're somebody who's been covered by Dogpack, I think you should stop helping him. I don't think he's helping you. So I think you should wait, and I think you should talk to people who know what they're doing. Not people who pepper allegedly in videos and say, well, lawyers said this was okay to say.
He's pulling a Nux Taku, allegedly. Like, Nux Taku saying that Tyga was allegedly a certified lover boy. And that doesn't make it better.
Not people who publish information without waiting for a fucking simple Freedom of Information request to come out. I think that's probably a fair take. By the way, guys, I've been going for fucking, what is this? It's almost 3 hours now. We're almost 3 hours into this stream. And we only have 800 likes and 3,500 people. Am I shilling? Yes, I am. I am shilling, chat. You should hit the fucking like button. Because I've been wired right now for 3 consecutive hours.
Jesus.
Oh man, I don't think Dogpack can even be trusted passing info to competent people. I wouldn't if I was I wouldn't touch this guy with a 10-foot pole. Already to get thank you.
Well, damn. Dogpack really fucked all of that up. Alright. Now that we've covered how Dogpack fucked up his credibility, I am going to do the Lunchley stuff. I actually need to move these here. I'm going to cover the Lunchley shit because regardless of, you know, the fact that Mr. Beast is an entrepreneur and, you know, he's trying to promote new food, there is a scathing issue. So we're going to go from this one to this one and then the stuff with the mold. So
every day begins.
And Logan Paul just released a product, Lunchly, which is supposed to compete with Lunchables, and let's just say people are not happy. So after the success of Prime Hydration by Logan Paul and KSI, they have decided to try and get even more money by making this new Lunchly product, and this time Mr. Beast is also in on this. I really don't think they need more money, but okay, this is just another cash grab. It's pretty obvious as well. But anyways,
yes.
I wouldn't be making this video if the information was just about the launch of Lunchly, because frankly every YouTuber is releasing their own product nowadays to try and milk even more money from their audiences, and that's exactly what Logan Paul, Mr. Beast and KSI are trying to do with this new Lunchly product. It's nothing new. But the reason I'm making this video is because this product launch has actually sparked a lot of controversy. They advertise this product as really healthy or healthier and more affordable version of Lunchables, while constantly shitting on Lunchables in their advertisement. And also, this is not really a good time for a launch of a product like this, because Prime Hydration has been sued 3 times in total in the past for lead being present in the drink, and Logan Paul
will not touch Prime because of that.
Was shitting on Lunchables for having lead in their product, which I find really ironic, but I will get into that later in the video. But let's just start from the beginning as to how this product launch sparked so much controversy, because at the end of the day, all YouTubers, all kind of content creators nowadays are trying to release their own kind of product line to try and make even more money, like Mr. Beast with the Feastables, and Feastables is also connected to this. But my point is, every YouTuber is trying to make a product line. So the thing that's special about this with Lunchly, it's a bit of a different situation. It's a bit of a controversial product. Before we get into that, I'm going to play the video where they announced Lunchly.
Lunchly versus Lunchables.
With Lunchly, you get double the amount of liquid. Prime has no sugar added, more electrolytes, and more B vitamins.
Crunch Bar. Feastables Crunch Bar.
Yeah!
Our pizza uses real cheese. Theirs, as it says on their box, is mozzarella pasteurized prepared cheese product. They can't even call it real cheese. Ooh. We're also 30 less calories, 3 less grams of fat, and 8 less grams of sugar. Turkey Stack'em, 310 calories.
230 calories.
21 grams of sugar.
Only 7 grams of sugar.
If you look at this close up, you can already tell which one has better ingredients. All right, we'll start off with the Lunchables.
Bro, I'm sorry, that's trash. All right, now we're trying Lunchly. Come on. We're not biased at all, but ours is way better.
Fiesta Nachos. 22 grams of sugar.
10 grams of sugar.
7 grams of protein.
9 grams of protein. Come in close and look at the queso cheese in Lunchly versus whatever that is. Drip versus stick. I like my cheese drippy, bruh. This is a Lunchly salsa right here. Look at the consistency, the texture. And this is Lunchables. Look, it's watery. I can't even look at that. With 400 milligrams of electrolytes, my God!
And it's available for around $4. Super affordable. Go give it a try.
Oh my God.
I mean, honestly, the main reason the whole controversy started really is because of the alleged harmful effects of, prime hydration coming to light. And these are the same people making this product, except, well, this time you got, Mr. Beast, the creator or the owner of the Feastables company, which is also kind of mixed into this whole Lunchly thing. Okay, so I'm going to quickly read off a bit of an article. It's a CNN article about Lunchly. It says, Lunchly, the box includes Prime, a Feastables chocolate bar, and one of 3 processed food options, including pizzas, nachos,
processed food. So is it really healthier?
Or turkey, and cheese with crackers. Now, note how they're promoting it to be a healthy product and all that, but it says processed food. It's processed food, and that's not healthy. And this is made for kids. It's not even advertised to adults. It's made for kids.
Mind you, Prime should not be consumed by anybody under the age of 18.
It's supposed to compete with Lunchables. But anyway, I digress. The CNN article reports, Lunchly claims to be healthier because Prime has more electrolytes than a Capri Sun in Lunchables, and Mr. Beast's chocolate bar has less sugar than a Kit Kat or a Crunch bar. Now, let me get this straight. This lunchbox is made for kids, and it's supposed to be healthier for kids because Prime has more electrolytes than a Capri Sun? Now, I'm not an
kids don't really need electrolytes unless they're in some athletic sport. Yeah, they need them, but not to the level that adults need them,
expert or anything, but I do not think kids need more electrolytes than a Capri Sun, or if at all. Unless your kid is trying to be the next LeBron James or some professional athlete down the line, a normal everyday kid, especially those, iPad kids, are not going to need electrolytes in their drinks. Especially not more than a bloody Capri Sun. What kind of excuse is that? But anyways, that is not even the main reason this whole controversy started. This controversy stems from a tweet made by DanTDM. He's a very popular Minecraft YouTuber, which probably most of you know.
DanTDM is still one of the OGs. Much respect. I'm not a Minecraft, I'm not a huge Minecraft fan. I play it casually, but he's still very respectable in what he does.
DanTDM replies to an article about the launch of Lunchly and says, what happened to YouTubers, man? I can't not say anything anymore. This is selling stuff for the sake of making money. Simple. How does this benefit their fans? This is selling craps to kids who don't know better than to trust the people who are selling it to them. Do better. Now, this is what DanTDM said regarding the launch of Lunchly, and I completely agree with DanTDM here. This situation is so bizarre because they claim to have healthier food. However, their lunchbox also contains literal processed food. And they claim it's healthier because it has more electrolytes. No one cares how many electrolytes you have. That's not a main thing you look for in a kid's diet. A kid needs healthy essential nutrients, which they won't get from processed food or from the extra electrolytes that are in Prime. But whatever you say, Logan Paul. Okay, so Logan Paul replied to the DanTDM tweet saying, I'll tell you what happened to YouTubers. We spent our lives creating content and building our brands. Now we want to build businesses. You don't say anything, then Lunchables faces bans for allegedly containing lead, but when we create a better version, you're upset. Then don't eat it. Which is hilarious. This reply I find really hilarious because it also got community noted. And the note says, misleading. In saying Lunchable faces bans for allegedly containing lead and that they created a better version, it implies Lunchly doesn't contain lead. The Ice Pop Prime Hydration found in the turkey stack also has reports of lead contamination.
Tell them community notes.
From the ERC, and obviously there's some sources there, and so I find this whole situation really ironic of Logan Paul calling, Lunchables unhealthy or facing bans because it contains lead when Prime Hydration was found with lead contamination. But anyways, it does.
Hey folks.
Doesn't just stop there. KSI then replies to DanTDM's post by saying, looks like crap to me, and then attached pictures of toys DanTDM has made in partnership with brands. And
that's a partnership. That's not your own company.
a U2s of Dan TDM, which I don't see why he would make that comparison. So expectedly, this post was getting ratioed by everyone in the comments, as this is a nonsensical comparison. What Dan TDM has made are toys, and it's not even Dan TDM's own brand. It's in partnership with other brands, and these are toys that are solely for kids' entertainment, not for consumption. And on top of that, KSI himself literally has a U2's figurine. Now, after seeing all these negative responses to his post, KSI then replies to his own tweet by saying, but he was talking about food, JJ. He was sponsored, then promoted and made a whole video on Munch Pack, a monthly sub box full of food and candy to his Minecraft audience full of kids. Now what? Once again, this is a really nonsensical and hilarious comparison. Promoting a brand who sponsored you for one video is completely different from launching a product under your very own name, which you will obviously always promote like crazy, and to kids, since most of the audience of the owners of Lunchly, KSI, Mr. Beast, and Logan Paul are literal kids. Anyways, this post got community noted as well, and the note says the reference video is over 9 years old. On Dan TDM's second channel, More TDM, this was a one-off sponsorship where Dan TDM was given a free food package from Munch Pack to try unique food from around the world. This is clearly different from KSI's partnership with Lunchly. And
exactly.
Once again, this reply that KSI made also got ratioed. I mean, this situation is just fucking hilarious because obviously Logan Paul, KSI, and Mr. Beast are trying to protect their brand as much as they can, as Lunchly is being released soon, but their PR is completely in the gutter, so it's really not helping. It's really entertaining seeing all the chatter about Lunchly and them trying to protect it, protect the name of the brand when they're just digging themselves a deeper hole each time they respond. But yeah, I just wanted to cover this controversy and how badly they're trying to protect their brand. And honestly, this didn't even need to be released. This is literally just another cash grab. It's so obvious. And they just want to milk as much money as they can from their
money, power, fame.
Their audience, and it will probably work, which is very sad. But anyway, this is all I have for this video. Thank you for watching.
Thank you for talking about it. It helps. It helps quite a bit.
Consider liking and subscribing.
Alright, what does this one have to say?
Tell none of them are parents. Because you should not feed your kids that garbage. Like what?
Yeah. You know you are cooked when Dan TDM, Jacksepticeye, and PewDiePie are criticizing your product. So, if you couldn't tell, the Lunchly drama rabbit hole keeps on getting deep.
Jack has never liked Mr. Beast. Let's just make it very clear.
Deeper and deeper day by day, this time with the former YouTube king, PewDiePie, having his own say in it. So on his recent livestream, Felix would be asked about Lunchly, where he would simply laugh at those idiots for creating such a disastrous toxin, and would also talk about KSI's new song, which is a danger to the human ear.
You can tell none of them are parents. Because you should not feed your kids that garbage. Like, what the
Right.
Like, that meal is so tiny. It looks like it's enough for Björn, maybe. And he's 1.5 years. Like, no. Who's it for? I don't get it. Is it a snack? Is it a meal? Very confused by it.
So in the response Felix gives us, he pokes fun at the YouTube trio for creating something that is barely edible even for a child. He even cracks a joke, saying that a Lunchly meal isn't even big enough for his 1-year-old son, which honestly is facts. You can tell Mr. Beast and his two little trolls don't actually care about the food they are selling to the children of the world, and you can tell they are not parents, as the food is utter garbage, and PewDiePie himself questions who this product is even made for, because he wouldn't serve it to his baby. And honestly, it is quite concerning, as Logan himself has just became a parent a couple weeks, and now he's producing this garbage. I wonder if he will feed Lunchly to his child. Well, the truth is, he won't, and will instead probably have a private chef cook him meals every hour. The thing is, you can tell who the mature, responsible adults are in this situation. You have Dan TDM and PewDiePie who have children and are trying to raise real families. And then you've got, well, Mr. Beast, who is some crazy psycho obsessed with making money, and the YouTube algorithm. Then you've got Logan Paul, who loves to get himself in constant controversy,
Exactly.
firstly recording a sleeping man in the woods in Japan and then being part of a crypto scam a couple years back.
He didn't want to say the correct word, but an unalived person in Japan.
Then finally, KSI. And do I even need to explain myself? This man will do anything for money. So
yes.
Yeah, from what I've told you about these guys, you shouldn't buy stuff coming out of their factories because they don't have kids and have no interest in making sure your kids are healthy. Whereas Dante, DM and PewDiePie, who have kids and want to raise a healthy family, are speaking out against this trash product so kids across the globe aren't poisoned, because the truth is they have gone through the challenges of raising a kid, so their perspective is completely different compared to some YouTubers who are just trying to make a quick buck. I think what the worst part about all of this is how the real parents who are concerned for their kids simply just state their opinion online and make no deal about it, whereas the money goblins who are producing this trash go on Twitter and cry about how the world hates them and people are hating for no reason. Yes, I'm talking about UKSI and Logan Paul, who, if you didn't know, went on entire Twitter rants saying how they're not the only content creators selling food products and that people are only hating them because it's a trend. Like, no, slow down, use your peanut brain for a second and realize that these are real.
Use the little neurons in your fucking brain.
Real parents who are genuinely concerned for their kids. You simply will not understand their point of thinking because you're only seeing the money, not the health consequences facing the children and their families. Like, I want you to compare the response PewDiePie gave, which was calm and concise, to the clips of Logan Paul and KSI I am about to play you, where they just cry and scream like children.
What happened to YouTubers, man? I can't not say anything anymore. This is selling stuff for the sake of making money. Simple. How does this benefit their lives? This is selling crap to kids who don't know better than to trust the people who are selling it to them. Do better.
Wow.
Do better.
You don't mock this man like that.
Oh, wow.
Lunchly's had a wild start. I have never seen anything like this. In terms of engagement and impressions, boy, we did it. In terms of sentiment, you know, But I have a rule. If you're gonna hate on this product, try it first. And if you don't like it, go to X and Community Notes will have your back. Even if you're lying. How great is that?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I
Community Notes violates you all the fucking time.
hope you like my video. Bye.
I mean, what even was that? These
What
are
the
fully
fuck?
grown men pushing 40-year-olds acting like children in response to a serious situation where kids' health is at risk.
Exactly.
And you know why they are laughing and don't give a damn? Because they only care about the money. And trust me, when it's time to speak about their profits, they love to talk. Just watch this clip of KSI and Logan Paul talking about how much money they made from their Prime sales. I wonder how their facial expressions would change once the money stopped flowing in.
Oh, only in January.
Yeah.
KSI and Logan Paul earned how much? It's no secret that sports hydration drink Prime has been a huge success. And co-owner of the brand, Logan Paul, lifted the curtain and shared the jaw-dropping amount that Prime has made since its release.
In year one, we cleared $110 million in retail sales.
Oh, wow.
Jesus.
250 million in retail sales.
Oh, sorry, that was a little mistake.
110 million gross internally. In January of this year, we did 40.
Of course. Of course. Of course. Hold on one second. I gotta take my meds right quick. I'll be right back.
45 million.
Now, PewDiePie wouldn't react only to Lunchly, but would also give his opinion on KSI's new song, which, as I said earlier, is a serious ear hazard.
About new KSI song, yes, I had. I didn't think it was that bad. Again, everyone was just miming him. It's kind of funny, to be honest. He still benefits, so it's good for him regardless. I don't really know who's getting trolled, to be honest. Like, the worst thing you do with a song is just like no one gives a anything you put out online. If no one's talking about it, that's worse than getting clowned at. So
yeah,
good for him, honestly.
I mean, honestly, PewDiePie kind of brings up a good point. Even though we're all trashing him for the song being terrible, he's still getting loads of attention, and the song even ended up charting on Billboard in the USA, which is an incredible achievement, which only the top 1% of artists ever get.
Yo, KSI had the last laugh. This really feel like the end of a story, though, because really, hear me out. KSI dropped the song. Everybody clowns him. KSI realizes, damn, the song is going up. Let me play into it. So he started playing into it hella. Song becomes a meme, and then everybody starts reacting to it. People intentionally go into the music video to dislike it, leaving troll comments. Even Coco Melon left a comment on a video. But all that did was help propel KSI's song even further. And now Thick of It debuted at number 84, I think, which is his highest charting single of all time on the Hot 100.
Now, honestly, at this point, I'm slightly concerned for PewDiePie because KSI is now probably going to start attacking him. I mean, think about it. Dan TDM put out one tweet which led to...
How?
KSI putting out...
I mean, I do worry about that too. When people get enough ego and they want to clout chase as much as these guys do, anybody is a target for criticizing them.
Out an artillery of tweets against him, so I really wonder what will happen to PewDiePie. I mean, Felix doesn't even have Twitter in the first place, so he might be safe. But even if KSI did start responding to him, I think it would be best for Felix to stay silent, as if the YouTube king started replying, it would literally just give KSI more money and attention, which is exactly what he wants. I mean, just look at this clip of Aiden confronting KSI on how his song is a meme. His reaction reminded me of my 5-year-old cousin.
But you know it's a meme song. KSI, you make good songs. That holiday song is my favorite song you ever wrote. And
yeah, but if I release Holiday now, it would have turned into a meme song.
No, I like that song.
Everyone would be like, this Disney,
no,
this stupid,
no, but that's a
cringe,
that's a good song. But this song that you made, it has a meme built up to it. You gotta just go with the wave, bro. Don't fight it.
What do you mean? It's no, I'm a fire, so I'm gonna fight it. It's
but are you really that
Bruh, are you that proud of it?
pressed over it being a meme, or
yes?
Why are you?
Because it's my music, Bo. I don't think you understand. When you spend your time hours in the studio working on beats, working on music, working on lyrics to make sure you have the best of the best, and you release that into the world, and people then go, I'm gonna die. But by the way, KSI song's playing. Let me pause that before I go back to dying again. Like these fucking memes are stupid.
Yeah, KSI is genuinely a man-child because there is no way he is about to be 40 years old and still getting mad over what people say on the internet.
Seriously.
And it's actually crazy how KSI is angry about people disrespecting him when he is the reason PewDiePie's song he created got deleted from the internet.
Listen to KSI songs? No. He took away my greatest video of all time. Now I'm mad about it again. My car video all started because of KSI. Because KSI had to go and have a music career. It's all his fault. Now he played himself with this. I should sing about that. I should sing about copyright striking people. That's all he
for real
does all day.
So yeah, that's PewDiePie destroying KSI.
Alright. So that's PewDiePie's statements on it. Here's the Lunchley situation. I think this is Dr. Mike.
Weeks ago, I did a video talking about this viral lunch product called Lunchly, made by Mr. Beast, KSI, and Logan Paul. And ever since then, things have spiraled out of control.
Physician Dr. Mike has taken a look at the latest influencer food item.
Dr. Mike reacts to Lunchly.
Lunchly just got destroyed.
Dr. Mike absolutely dismantling Logan Paul.
I agree with Dr. Mike.
Really, really important stuff because it has to do with kids.
Yeah.
First off, I have to say that I appreciate the viewership and the trust in me as a physician to give good quality information in the day and age where there's a lot of misinformation online. That's what this whole channel is about. But something we need to talk about is this world of people taking my video and using it to create thumbnails lying about what I've said. While that's bad for anyone to do about anybody, it's even worse when you do it to an actual practicing medical physician.
Yeah.
You forget that I have a responsibility to tell the truth because I have a medical license. Did Dr. Mike just destroy Mr. Beast and Logan Paul's Lunchly? The thumbnail, it has a fake tweet that says @RealDoctor. That's not even my handle. And it says Lunchly will kill you. I literally never said that. Then another one right below it that says Mr. Beast lied. Lied about what? Dr. Mike tears into Mr. Beast. I don't think I did. And I don't think I even said the word disgusting. This one has 2.2 million views by a creator named Gal. Said I destroyed Mr. Beast as if we had a influencer boxing match. He has a scratch on his face. This is at least my real Twitter handle, and they wrote Lunchly is terrible. I didn't tweet that. Then this is like a weird AI thing of my face that says this is sick. I don't even know what this is sick is about. Then another one, Lunchly can give you cancer. I said ultra processed foods, some specific ones can increase rates of cancer. Not the same as saying Lunchly gives you cancer. And then the other day I saw Drama Alert did a tweet and said, Dr. Mike attacks Lunchly, Logan Paul, KSI. Then the community notes feature came in and said, no, Dr. Mike didn't attack. In fact, he defended them and said a lot of the criticism is unfair. So then you had like these two groups fighting in the comments, both on Reddit and Twitter. One group saying, oh my God, Mike attacked Logan Paul, KSI, and Mr. Beast for no reason. Then there's a second camp saying he defended them based off the community notes. These days, with the way social media is and how reflexive everyone is, nuance is lost.
Yeah.
And I want to recover that nuance with this channel. That's what we do here.
You are a licensed medical professional, and people should be taking your shit more seriously and actually pointing out what you actually said, pointing out the facts.
Here. And it's not about attacking individuals. It's about just telling the truth when it comes to the science of what we know, and even more importantly, what we don't know. There's also this issue that was raised by Jake Paul and I think FaZe Banks, where they said
Logan Paul launches a better for you snack and the whole internet's in flames for 3 weeks. And then Kai Cenat launches his McDonald's meal and no one says a peep.
Logan Paul, KSI, and Mr. Beast making Lunchly, and people are very outraged that it's unhealthy. And then other people that are not outraged when there is a McDonald's collab that goes on with K-Sanat, or Ryan Trahan releases Joyride. And I think that those things are not interchangeable. I think if you're making a candy, while yes, overconsumption of candy and added sugar is a problem, I think a candy is not...
Yeah, no. Candy is not a healthy food. McDonald's is not a healthy food. That's why people aren't going ballistic. Lunchly is claiming that their food is better for you than Lunchables, but there are serious health issues with Lunchly.
Considered a health food. But when you say Lunchly is healthy or a healthier alternative, that's making claims that if debunked, you would face some criticism. And
yes.
I think in general, creators being entrepreneurs is overall a really good thing. And I want to encourage creators to do this. And I get excited when I see creators succeed in this space. I think we all do. We kind of are all cheering one another on when it's done the right way and you're not misrepresenting things. But if you're going to be a disruptor, because that's what we are as creators, we're disrupting media. And we want to continue into the space of entrepreneurship by being disruptors. So if you're going to go in and take on big candy, be a true disruptor by making a better candy.
Yeah.
If you're going to be a disruptor in the lunch space, be a disruptor, make the healthier version. That's a legit healthy version where I can then make a video and get on board and say, oh my God, creator X has finally made a product that is a healthy lunch that we should all get on board.
Exactly. He's making very valid points here.
And support. But these days, that's not happening. There were some statements where any criticism about Lunchly is just trying to gain views, and they don't actually care because they never criticized Lunchables in the past. I think that's partially true, but it's also true that if Lunchables went viral for something and everyone was talking about it, there'd be videos made on the subject.
Yeah.
We make videos on all sorts of products being controversial, especially when they gain popularity. So you can't cover every potential topic that is problematic. You'd be making videos every second of your life. But if something is viral and catching the attention of a vulnerable population like kids, I think it's my role as a doctor and many others in the nutrition space where they should act. But if you want good information, this is the place to be. This is the channel where we tell the truth, what we know, what we don't know. And in fact, if you take this very common over-the-counter medicine for your allergies, you should check out this video about Benadryl.
That's probably talking about DPH, which we've talked about in the past. All right, here's another Lunchly video. Here's another Lunchly video. This one's by Sensitive Society.
I can see John Cena. Yeah, I'm the one that knows Victoria's Secret. I'm the one that knows what the dog is doing. I'm him. I'm him. When I go into a gym, treadmills do push-ups. That's how it is, bro. I'm that guy.
I don't know if it's just me, but the whole Lunchly situation straight up feels like it was 10 months ago. I promised you guys I was going to try it. I was going to eat it. And to this day, can't find any Lunchlys near my area, and I've tried. I don't know if it's just out of stock or they're sending it back because apparently a lot of it is moldy. So there's this tweet, actually there's a lot of tweets, but I found this one. This one's from October 12th, and it says there's gotta be like 10 videos of Lunchly having mold. How is it still there?
Oh my god, no, wait, hold on. Lift it up. Oh my god, it's actually disgusting.
That looks nasty.
Yeah.
That doesn't look like purple dye. Like these kids wanted to get a viral video out. What if we got blue dye to it so it looks moldy? Now, I'm not a food expert. I'm a fucking YouTuber. That looks nasty. And just the thought of that, of me opening my Lunchly with my Prime and KSI's The Thick of Him playing. Not the fucking thick of him, the thick of it playing, and I got the Hog Tua podcast going, and I'm ready to open my Lunchly. I'm so happy, and there's mold. Like, ew, what are we doing here? That's nasty. But there's more. You know, we got Rosanna Pansino, which is honestly the #1 Mr. Beast hater. I think she surpasses fucking Dogpack. Tweeted this a few hours ago. She says, "Please be careful, everyone. This is not safe and not okay, especially for children." Yeah, it's blue. You could say, well, what if she's just adding blue dye into...
Huh? Hi. What you doing? Out in the wild. Just snooping on me. Okay. Sounds good. Can I have a hug before you go? Once the stream is over? But I don't know how long that's gonna be.
Okay. That's better. I think once the stream is over, that's just trying to be weird and having to listen to you snore.
Some people do sleep streams, but it's more like their mic is off and their VTuber model's just in a virtual bed. Taking a nap.
That's random.
Yeah.
I don't stay up too late.
I'll do my best. There's a lot to cover. Alright. Yeah. Get some rest. I love you.
The Lunchly because you're still mad at the fact that Mr. Beast cheated on the video or whatever. I mean, that could be it. We don't know, and there's no way to confirm it. You just have to take her word for it. But I've seen a lot of videos and a lot of people bringing this issue up prior to her. I would not be surprised if, you know, it's moldy. And this is another pic. What is this? This shit could kill me, and I'm a grown-ass man. Why the quality control?
There's so much fucking mold. When I started my business Twitter, that was the first thing I saw.
Control is so bad. And here's another video. Just looks like they got the premium rare blue variant of Lunchly over here. The special edition, the Mr. Beast edition. I don't know nothing, no ice, I'm just mold. I mean, at least we could now confirm that Mr. Beast uses real cheese. They weren't lying about that. At least, you know, that's now confirmed. Man, that's rough.
Jesus.
I would not want to be Mr. Beast right now. Prison food looks amazing compared to whatever this is. I'd rather eat dirt and die than to eat that. And here we have another tweet. She says, just opened my first Lunchly ever. So much mold. Now I really want to go find some and see for myself because I refuse to believe this is real. We have another picture from Dogpack. He says, opening a Lunchly every day until I find mold day one. Yo, this one looks worse. This one looks 1,000% worse.
Yeah.
Now, we all know that Rosanna and Dogpack have been extremely critical of Mr. Beast. And Mr. Beast is doing himself no favors by not responding, by the way. I think he's kind of an idiot for not responding. It's been...
I'm still going to get into the credibility of Rosanna Pansino because I need to know what the fuck is going on with that.
What, 3-4 months? No response. Images you can taste and smell. This looks like it straight up came out of the fucking chum bucket. This looks like food for witches.
An ambulance. Now then.
Sponge boy me, Bob. Yeah, Mr. Krabs. Promise me you'll never eat at Arby's. Oh.
I was shooting a video comparing Lunchly to Lunchables, and I opened the first package, which was supposed to be good until December 8th, 2024, and we just got this one. This was fresh from the store this morning.
Oh, shit.
And there is a ton of mold in there. I honestly wasn't expecting that. I was thinking that, you know, maybe they would taste pretty similar, just, you know, not have that best or better for you ingredients.
Yeah.
And I was going to go over nutritional facts and things, but this is really concerning, so I just am pausing from filming just to take a little break to show this. And I have a fork. Denise, is this okay if I use this? Yeah. Okay. I have a fork and I'm just going to dig into it just to see.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Oh, my stomach hurts.
That is a ton of mold. This is really dangerous.
That looks beyond nasty. When she pulled it out and more mold was coming out, like, I almost passed out. I almost fainted. I have a standing desk.
I almost throwed up.
I almost went backwards. I remember when Mr. Beast Burger came out, it went viral that they were getting raw chicken sandwiches or raw meat. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Mr. Beast addressed it and he talked about it, gave an explanation on why the food was raw, or he was giving people refunds or sending money, apologizing, that kind of stuff. Before he got taken down, I actually got Mr. Beast burgers quite often, as a matter of fact. This is like a year and a half ago, 2 years, something like that. During the time that the Beast burgers were active, I probably ordered 15 times, and I never had a raw hamburger, so that was never an issue with me. I know that some people had complaints, and it happened to them. I never received a bad order. Every single time my order was fine. Now, was that luck? Maybe was the fact that I'm sensitive society, was that a big factor into it? Yeah, I think that's most likely it. Mr. Beast probably knew that it was me ordering. We can't let sensitive society get...
I mean, he is kind of obsessive, so...
a bad burger, or else he's going to expose us before Dogpack does. I am yet to try Lunchables. Once again, I don't know what it is, but they don't have it, and I don't live in the middle of nowhere. It's not like I live in Ohio. Get it, cuz?
Yeah.
Ohio and...
Yeah.
Toilet. Are jokes about Ohio still funny? I don't know, let me know. So I can't say for sure. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna make you guys this promise. This video is gonna come out Monday. So either Monday or Tuesday, I'm gonna go yet again. I'm gonna hit up a few stores around my area. I will not stop until I find Lunchables to see if I could finally try Lunchly for myself. It is certainly not a good time to be Logan Paul or KSI or Mr. Beast.
People are finding mold in their Lunchlys. An upset parent just posted these pictures that they took the Lunchly home.
Nasty.
And it was full of mold, and it had a terrible smell. As you can see in these pictures, it is disgusting. Is this the biggest fail in YouTuber product history?
I mean, it is certainly not a certified gamer epic owned moment, but I think there's a few other...
It's a big gamer L.
horrible YouTuber related stuff that I can name. And this is just off the top of my head. The first one being Tanacon, if you guys remember that.
Yep.
The second one being, I can't say this without laughing, but the second one being FouseyTube's July 15 from a few years ago. And the whole Drake concert and where's Drake? And Drake knows me, bro, I swear. I think it's one of them, yeah, but the worst. We're gonna have to see if Mr. Beast responds to this, if he addresses it, if he's giving people refunds for this, because this is just fucking disgusting. And to be fair, because I don't want to be labeled as a Mr. Beast hater or fanboy or a Dogpack hater or fanboy, I have no horse in the race, really. I'm just gonna wait for everything to drop. Something that I want to point out, because whether I like the person or I don't, I gotta be fair, there's a lot of images of people being like, yo, this is moldy. This is extremely moldy. And it's not even Lunchly, it's
I've seen VTubers posting about it on my Twitter.
Lunchables, and it's just spreading misinformation, and it's just like, what do you have to gain from this, bruh? But you also gotta be fair and not spread misinformation like this.
Lunchly just fully have a mold problem right now. It's getting so bad. I just seen this video. Lunchly better, I like my crust moldy, bruh. As you can see, there's mold. It's absolutely disgusting. Lunchly need to do something
disgusting
about this, is what I'd say. If it was actually Lunchly. Yeah, it's a Lunchables. It's their competitor, and that's mold. I don't even know how this image exists. I literally just found it in the comments. I didn't even know you could comment pictures. That is so weird, but still. People keep making videos like this. I have actually seen someone that has mold on their Lunchly, but literally only one. I don't know if there's any more. But people keep making videos like this to, like, slander Lunchly. It's really weird. Like, literally, I saw these two videos in the same day. There's this one as well. Bro, Lunchly better, I like my ham moldy, bro. That's a Lunchables as well. It's not even a Lunchly. You see, when I saw someone actually have mold on their Lunchly, I think the mold was on the cheese. I did make a video about it because that was true. But when people are lying, it just gets really weird. There's no need to do that. I don't get it. People seem to be just jumping.
Stop glazing. Stop glazing.
On this Lunchly hate bandwagon. Fair enough if it's not a product that you'd personally enjoy. It's not a product that I'd personally enjoy either. But lying about having mold on it just to be a hater is just so weird.
But yeah, with that said, what do you guys think? I want to hear your opinions. I want to hear you guys out. Before you go, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Let's get to 6.
Alrighty. Thank you, Sensitive Society. Alright. I'm gonna save. Do I want Spill? Because they are a drama channel. No, I didn't want this. Okay. Yeah, I have to. Hold on. Let me put it back. Okay.
Forcing contestants to reuse soiled feminine hygiene products for days, allowing female contestants to be physically mistreated by male contestants, creating a workplace where women are belittled and sexualized, and protecting an inner circle of executives linked to women mysteriously disappearing from the
motherfucker
company after receiving.
Hold on. Okay. Are you going to cover Dogpack as a reputable source? Are you... Because if you are, we are not going to have that.
Adding entertainment value, faking content is a serious allegation when authenticity is at the core of the MrBeast brand.
I remember when I first started seeing your videos, I was like, this gotta be fake.
Oh yeah,
like,
it's a huge problem for us now. I actually have to dial back my content sometimes just so people think it's real. What we just
She knows too much. And when all this information comes out about everything...
Okay, no. Respectfully, we've already covered that Dogpack is not legitimate. I am going to move the Rosanna Pansino one underneath Omegon. And I'm going to go out of order for a second. I'm going to go out of order, chat. I want to know what the fuck is going on with Omegon. I want to know what he has to say. Because I trust Omegon as much as I trust Nicholas Diorio. I want to know.
Do you like having a
Like, a comment, share the video about, and if you haven't already, subscribe. Thank you.
Give me the deets, Omegon.
Well, isn't this just fantastic? Hello everyone, welcome back to another
What
video.
happened to you?
Today we're going to be looking at the hate boner Roseanne Pansino and others have for Mr. Beast. There is of course much in the way of criticism one can levy at Mr. Beast. Lunchley is a great
Thank you for at least saying, hey, there's some criticism here.
example of it of late, especially now that more than one person has received their Lunchley with mold in it. It's not a good look for anyone really, is it? Leading the charge of that criticism was Rosanna Pansino. She still has a hate boner for Mr. Beast after the whole hide and seek video where she came third, was it? But in the video, didn't look like she came third at all. This aforementioned hate boner is clouding her judgment a bit. Another individual who has a bit of dislike towards Mr. Beast is Dogpack, and that's where we're going to go today, because both of them are getting a bit of a pasting in the online space. Now, the reason why they're getting a pasting is because in a video on Rosanna Pansino's channel, where they collaborated going through some accusations, images, work chat related memes and other such content, they make the accusation of Chris Tyson posting CP. They outright make that claim. They also make some rather interesting false equivalences and lead the charge with other accusations involving swastikas. The video is resoundingly being quite popular on her channel, much like any video she's done on Mr. Beast. So this should be interesting, shouldn't it? Especially when you use defamatory statements in a video and back it up with false information, which you have to backtrack on later for the umpteenth time. On Twitter, Scumbergovich, don't know if that's how you pronounce that or not, my apologies if wrong, struggling to understand this weird psyop happening, where Mr. Beast's largest critics are this cartoonishly incompetent. Are they on his payroll in order to dissuade anyone from investigating him again? Lamau, watch. This is going to end up like one of those online predator stings, where the investigation
Mama Max
is so bungled that the evidence is no longer admissible in court. Reply. It's their motivation. Dogpack is a disgruntled ex-employee, and Rosanna is pressed about a competition from like a year ago. There is so much questionable stuff against Mr. Beast that gets completely smushed because these two will cover anything they hear about him. Reply. They should turn this poop over to the authorities then instead of LARPing and posting. See, Sam? Do forgive my ignorance. I'm not sure if it's an acronym or scam spelled incorrect. Acronym might be it. Child, sexual, and then maybe I'm reaching here, guys. Now, Augie
Child S assault material
had retweeted Frankie with a video, 4 seconds long. Here it is.
Oh no, that's a ton of Nazi symbols.
Reply from Frankie, if it's not safe for your eyes, why is it safe to show on YouTube? Hello?
Exactly. I'm gonna have to blur that out in post.
Now, Augie had replied with a 2-second clip. Here's that.
Are you familiar with flattening?
What is that?
Now, as you can see so far, we're off to the races here. Just little bits here and there, nothing too concrete yet. Dogpack had posted to Twitter, update. I have received the original source of the Ivanka photo. It's from a April 2000 British GQ magazine photo shoot. Surprisingly, it is actually her and she was 18 at the time. I'm sure now people will flip and say I should have reversed image searched the photo more before going to the authorities, the media. Also, Roe first visited the FBI before filming the YouTube video, another lie that's been spread. Everything was handled in accordance with the law. And again, Roe and I never reported Ava's allegations of 13 as fact. I showed what Ava alleged. I showed the law that if it actually was a 13-year-old, it would constitute as CP in my opinion. Other people ran CP as fact, not us. Willie Mac, you should have found this out before making your video. You clearly don't give a poop about doing a good job. I get we're just making YouTube videos, but you need to have some level of integrity before going forward with a story. Augie, why do I get the feeling MrBeast is going to that word you if he responds to the rest of your claim?
Bro, like, now I see why people are shitting on Rosanna Pansino. It's already bad enough that Dogpack fucked this up, but Rosanna!
Dogpack has been getting a fair amount of criticism for poorly researched content. Seems to be a running trend at the moment with people who are far too full of themselves. No offense intended to you, Dogpack, but you should never have made the video in the first place until you were certain of all the facts. And there is something very important about making sure when you produce any content, you either present the fact or you don't present anything related to it at all, because there's no point running with it being possibly correct or open to speculation. If it's open to speculation, you are essentially poisoning the well, and you're doing it on purpose to harm somebody. Now, Keemstar later tweeted a video, simply, Dear Rosanna Pansino and Dogpack 404. That is now where we're going to go.
Dear Dogpack 404 and Rosanna, your blind hatred for MrBeast has set you up for the biggest L of 2024.
Mm-hmm.
You guys, over the last 24 hours, tried to convince the entire internet that MrBeast and Chris Tyson in a work chat were sharing CP. That's a heavy, heavy allegation.
Yes.
Now this part is important because it adds vital context to Dogpack's tweet, doesn't it? I should point out the video in question is a collaboration on Rosanna Pansino's channel, not on Dogpack's channel. As far as views go, it has done exceedingly well. In fact, it's actually gotten mostly positive feedback. As far as Rosanna as a creator goes at the moment, whenever she reports on MrBeast in a negative light, that is where the majority of her views are coming from, because it's definitely not coming from anything else. Comparatively, anyway. She knows this, so MrBeast is her piñata. Therefore, that invisible line of integrity, intellectual honesty, and then grifting becomes a little bit blurred when you make enough content and you know this is where you are going to get your views from anyway. Dogpack isn't a very active creator at all. I know, imagine my shock.
You even came out with a statement that you reported MrBeast and Chris Tyson in their work chat to the FBI to investigate the CP. I knew something was wrong right away when Rosanna used the alleged CP in her thumbnail. In fact, she A/B tested it to see which thumbnail would perform the best.
Are you fucking shitting me right now?
And now we're getting updates that it wasn't CP at all.
Just gonna say, if you're a creator and you're in possession of CP, you've got a problem, a huge problem. The kind where your hard drives, they might want to find their way to the police.
Yes.
You should probably go there as well. There's no version of any existence where it's okay for you, the creator, have it, or to even consider using it for a thumbnail. Optics of that are one thing, but common decency is the main one. If you want to really stick it to someone, I get it, but at this point, no, you don't go that far.
We're getting updates that it wasn't a work chat. It was a meme chat created by Chris Tyson. And also, the anime and how you described the anime got exposed. And you misrepresented what the anime was about, and that's why the entire anime community is coming after you.
Now, this part fascinates me, because I looked at the like to dislike on the video. I haven't gone to the video and done anything with that like to dislike. It is resoundingly, yes, popular, happy. Let's chastise MrBeast. Get that money from that piñata, right? But Twitter's a completely different kettle of fish. I'm somewhat impressed with the nature of this being considered somewhat fake news and poorly researched and presented, that it hasn't gotten some kind of community guideline strike for peddling false information. Now, I do know the video is restricted to an extent as not suitable for all advertisers. That doesn't surprise me, considering some of the content within it. And I know this because of Rosanna's pinned comment.
This whole video and all these allegations were designed to destroy MrBeast's career and his reputation online. And they were false. The whole thing.
And that's insane. Like, I don't trust Keemstar at all, but the fact that you went this far, what the fuck, Rosanna? I could expect that from Dogpack, but you?
You guys are quickly becoming an enemy of the YouTube community.
What cracks me up about that statement is, right now, people are in a rather peculiar spot. If they chastise Mr. Beast, they're clout and chasing that for the clicks. And Rosanna Pansino's more popular videos of late lend credence to it. If you defend Mr. Beast, then you're defending CP apparently. You're defending Chris Tyson. You're defending that sphere. That is how people are so desperate to pigeonhole rather than look at, evaluate, assess for themselves, and come to a conclusion.
They're not seeing the nuance in this. That's why when I heard Nick DiOrio say something about Rosanna during the Dogpack confrontation, I was like, okay, I need to know the other side of this because nobody else is fucking discussing it, and I need to know.
Conclusion of their own making. There's a bit of tribalism in this, and groupthink. I'm not entirely convinced it's a good thing.
If you're gonna go and put this false information out and try to label someone as a potential predator or a pedo with false information, you're an enemy to the entire community.
This is a sentiment I can agree with, and in this, there are glaring errors in Rosanna's video. Annoyingly, we can't cover them here, because if I show her video, I risk a copyright claim, or I risk being restricted as well. I don't want to be restricted. So I have to link her video and hope that you can draw the same conclusion. My view has always maintained a level of consistency when it comes to crimes committed. We in the online space should have nothing to do with it unless it has reached its conclusion. It's why the Halls of Injustice on my channel exists. Once the sentence is administered. If a sentence is administered. In this, no, this one is done with bad faith written all over it. And you can try and paint it any way you like, but the fact you think you're some kind of moral arbiter and that your video should be used as evidence, no, that's not how this should ever be. If anyone wants to disagree with me on that, go right ahead. We're going to have to agree to disagree on that, though.
I understand, Rosanna, that you have a beef with Mr. Beast. I get it, right? And Dogpack, he's using this as a way to like boost his career. But how many times has Dogpack been forced to walk back statements that he made and apologize and oops, I got this wrong?
No offense to Dogpack here, but far too many. I understand when one is emotionally invested as well as critical about things, that they can slip up. But how many slip-ups can you get away with before it becomes defamation? That's important, because this is where you ruin and pollute any credibility of anything that could be true with what you say. I earlier stated poisoning the well. This reeks of it, and bad faith, but mostly with the intent of poisoning the well. Whether Dogpack is furthering their own reputation or career, I could never say because they made 3 videos all about Mr. Beast and all diminishing in return.
He's got a point. He's got a point.
Rosanna, you made claims that there were broken bones in the Beast games. That turned out to be not true.
Really? Ooh. Ooh. That's not looking good for you, Rosanna. See, this is why I cover like multiple sources, because I want to get all the information. And I will state my conclusive thoughts at the end of this stream.
You guys are playing a dangerous game where you could be sued for defamation, slander, because you are attempting to ruin this man's reputation and career.
And this is where the concern of what you are trying to attempt and what you are trying to do and what you say you think you're trying to do need to be highlighted. Your motivations are being resurfaced. In the case of Rosanna, it comes because of the hide and seek. Prior to that, there were no real issues with Mr. Beast. In the case of Dogpack, there's an obvious issue here as an ex-employee. These motivations lead us to go down a path where our bias clouds our ability to judge or critically think.
Like Just a Robot and Cinny Bear.
If you want to crap on Mr. Beast, go nuts. But defaming is a dangerous area to traverse. especially if a crime has been committed and no one will ever be able to find out the truth of it because you've poisoned it with other nonsensical claims, the majority of which have been walked back already.
Your face under.
But even worse than that, you're becoming the bad guys in our community.
Yeah.
This is not good. You owe not just Mr. Beast an apology. You owe all of us an apology. Y'all lied to us.
Personally, I take my apologies in the form of chocolate. Good luck with that. Now, I'm going to go through a few more tweets before we finish. This is another billionth instance of Dogpack running with things, telling the public they have something that is completely not true and gets owned when proper evidence comes out. Rosanna, you should be embarrassed because you put this guy on your channel, you made the implication there was CP in these work chats, and that is completely not true. The media also already ran with it 100% defamatory statements. Drama alert, Mr. Beast Company wrongly, reported to FBI because Dogpack Rosanna failed to research claims properly. First image is Dogpack's tweet. The second image, you need to take your time to properly research these claims before publishing them. These are mistakes you can't make as a journalist, and you've done it multiple times now. Xylee makes a rather good point on Twitter. I kept telling y'all I haven't really been covering this Mr. Beast stuff because everyone who has made videos calling him out have been bad faith or massive clout chasers. I think that may change now because this is getting ridiculous. Reply, I'm sure Dogpack is shaking in his boots. I don't think that's the point, but you go, Alex. Point of interest though from a reply, Chelsea, someone needs to put out facts, and it can't be the person who's been dragging Mr. Beast since she lost hide and seek and got mad. The problem we have here, and it's a good point to make, and by the way, your idea is actually good as well, is that what is or is not fact becomes subjective because of the earlier mentioned poisoning the well of the well. The waters are muddied, so now it just becomes anger and people seeking not fact but confirmation bias. Nick Diorio, Dogpack, delete your channel, LMFAO. Included is a clip.
Hey, this probably isn't necessary at this point because this dude's credibility is shot, but I just want to point out another lie. So he says right here, we never claimed the image was in fact CP. We would not make a claim based on one source and vague legal code, okay? But they did.
It's to everybody, and this is just, why would a dragon do that? Looks uncomfortable.
All right, I don't want to show you this, but if you say you want to see it,
I want to do this, so okay, I'm gonna read it.
This is the most disgusting one by far. Well, actually, the CP was probably more disgusting, but this is.
You just flat out referred to it as CP there. So you can lawyer your way out of it as much as you want. It's obvious to everybody who watches this that you thought you guys were doing the big ultimate CP review, where you guys were like, oh my God, look, the see-through top or whatever. And then your friend went and, let me pull this up really fast. Your friend went and created a thumbnail with A and B testing. Look at this, dude, this is insane. Bro, these guys thought they had CSAM. Look at this. Holy what a bunch of degenerates. They were doing A and B tests to see which thumbnail with what they thought was CP would perform better in the algorithm. Dude, get these people out of here, bro. Hand this off to somebody who's actually capable.
Okay. So I am floored. I'm fucking floored. I don't know what to fucking say on that. Dogpack, and I regret even looking at Rosanna Pansino and Dogpack. I didn't see that video. I didn't know that video existed until I was looking and looked in the playlist and put it in the playlist. Excuse me. It is taken out now. I'm going to do Sunny V2's every Mr. Beast member who got fired. I'm also going to do the one Lorix did on Jake Weddle next, because I need to see if Jake Weddle can be trusted. Because when I watched his videos, I thought they were pretty good. But there may have been more shit since then. So let's take a look.
Mr. Beast's public image is crashing fast, and it's only getting worse. Over the past few weeks, waves of YouTubers and journalists have been relentlessly exposing...
Okay, hold on. Okay. Let's go.
New allegations. Each revelation seems to spark another, with this snowball of secrecy quickly turning into an avalanche of public accusations. In this video, we're diving deep into the allegations made by a group of people that I'm calling the enemies of Mr. Beast, covering the testimonies made by the likes of Jake the Viking, Rosanna Pansino, Ty Ori, Jimmy Donaldson's ex-girlfriend Maddie Spittle, and Nicole Raffi. So let's dive into the first, and perhaps the most prolific person calling out Jimmy, that being Rosanna Pansino.
We do have to talk about her.
Let's talk about Rosanna Pansino. I'm actually quite surprised that I didn't discuss her whatsoever in my previous video, but she's been one of Jimmy's most vocal critics. If you don't know why, she exposed him last year for misrepresenting her in the edit of his $1 million hide-and-seek video. Essentially, she claimed that while within the original video she was portrayed as coming in 5th place, in actuality she came 3rd. She claims that what actually happened was that Logan Paul came 5th, and that she had seen him seeking after being eliminated herself. Slightly off topic, but between that and the allegations that Logan Paul had insider knowledge in the YouTuber's Fight for $1 Million video, it seems as though Jimmy definitely has a bias for him.
I have a
That makes sense.
conspiracy theory, or maybe I should say I had a conspiracy theory, that this competition in some way was rigged for Logan Paul.
The pair are evidently friends, and I think that Jimmy believes that Logan Paul makes for good content. With Jimmy always wanting to make the best videos possible, oftentimes what's better for attention isn't what plays out in the game. Entertaining contestants might be eliminated first if you don't interfere, so making the best videos possible and not faking anything oftentimes don't go hand in hand. But I'm getting sidetracked. This was treated as petty drama at the time, as Rosanna had a music video that was dropping very shortly after she came out with the confession. And with Jimmy being YouTube's golden boy at the time, Rosanna was promptly dismissed and apologized for not settling this.
Oh, so she backtracked her statement
Behind the scenes. But this was the first huge sign that Mr. Beast's videos were faked, despite their authenticity being one of their largest selling points. Since then, Pansino has been first to the picket line against Mr. Beast. Her Twitter at this point is almost a shrine to calling out the failings of Jimmy Donaldson. She's really vocalized her disgust at how his Beast games were handled, uploading several videos discussing the poor and unsafe conditions on set.
So the messages that I have received from contestants on the show are pretty much all telling a similar story, and I find them to be very disturbing. At this point, I've lost track, but I think it's nearing like 100 people who have reached out to me with their stories. Each person has their own experience and their own opinions, but overall the stories that I'm hearing just break my heart. I have never heard of anything like this on any set. I'm genuinely worried that if changes don't happen on the set of Beast Games, something more tragic will happen. Amazon gave Jimmy $100 million to make this game show. That is plenty of money to make a safe show. And I want to know, where's the money going? Like, where is the money going? It's not going to pay for the crew and their benefits.
This woman.
It's not going for safety protocol. It's not going to quality food. And it's just interesting to me that someone who claims that they want to give back and they care about people doesn't seem to do it when the cameras aren't rolling. All right, so this isn't quite the video I thought I'd be filming today, but apparently the first video I made about Mr. Beast and his Beast games is being suppressed and restricted on TikTok as of today. As of right now, someone is trying to silence me. I'll let you guys try and guess who would do something like that.
She's also since come out to say that she had been told by several different people that Mr. Beast had hired private investigators in order to dig up dirt and intimidate people who were speaking out about him. This was also what Dogpack404, aka Dawson, was saying on Twitter, so now we have two people that are making the...
And it says right here, Jake Weddle also said in his response, after this video chat, I'm probably going to have to end stream and then come back for a part 2. I'm really tired. We've done this for almost 9 hours. I'm really tired.
This claim. If this is true, then it's perhaps a desperate attempt by Jimmy to try and maintain his dominance. And it would be a scheme that's very much backfired now that the public know about it. However, if these accusations of hiring private eyes and sending out cease and desists weren't enough, Rosanna Pansino then came out on Twitter to claim that Miss...
Okay. We've already done the Rosanna shit. I just want to get to the other characters that are being talked about here.
Yep. Beast within a video titled, "I worked for Mr. Beast, he's a sociopath." If you want a full recounting of his story, you could watch that one, or his recent videos on his time at the company. I don't want to linger too long on his story because he tells it better and in much more detail than I ever could, but he claims that about 2 years ago, he was meant to be in a Mr. Beast video titled $10,000 every day you survive in prison. If you've seen this video, you would know that a guy called Josh was the contestant. However, as evidenced by this behind the scenes image, Jake was at one point in there. Based upon his orange jumpsuit, I think that we can take his word that he was at one point featuring in this video. Now, he claims that the treatment he received was entirely unfair. He was making $10,000 a day, but claims to have greatly suffered because...
Okay. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I'm not giving meaningful content right now because I'm so tired, I'm not able to react to this the way I want. If you don't mind, I'm going to go to bed and then we're going to come back to this tomorrow, okay? I need to get some rest. So, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do this thing again and we'll finish this fucking video, and at the end of it all, I will give my conclusive statements. But this is a lot right now, so it is 9 p.m. and I need to go to sleep. I hope you don't mind. I'm sorry, but I will be back tomorrow. Thank you.